Okay, and we're back. It seems like just 5 minutes ago, we were on a different stream altogether. And here we are. Big Hind, no food, no service. Wait, what? Isn't that backwards? Isn't it no no, wait. No shoes, no service. But also no food, no service. I had to get my food. Did you get yours? All right, so we got. All right, let's take a look at Ahmed here. See if he's running. He gave me a. Was it Orcs and Crabs deck? We'll see if he's running his Orcs and Crab deck. I don't think he is. I think this is a different deck. We're gonna see how he does. He's up against Dark on Me, which is the first time me seeing him. And I was about to say Ahmed is up against it, but Ahmed is rank 73. He's only 60 back from Dark on Me, 94. So we're seeing we're gonna see should be a good contest here. Oh, and he's running dragons. He's running Guildsworn dragons. Dragons, which had proven to be the bane of our existence. We had 3 dragon decks we played against yesterday or today, and all of them got their drain on or their heals on thanks to that lookout, little bastard. Go, Ahmed, go! Yes, exactly, Big Hind. We're pulling for you, Ahmed. It's interesting too. Like we watch Ahmed play and root for him. He watches us play and roots for us, gives us decks and the like.
Didn't see this coming.
I should. It'd be kind of funny if I gave Ahmed the deck that he just gave me. He'd be like, "Try this one out. I hear it's really good." I might actually do that just for fun, just for the lulz, as the kids say these days. He's got the nice premium flame spear. Flame spear, the mighty flame spear. I don't know. He's up against goblins, but he's not doing too bad for turn. Well, it's turn 4. Yeesh. Very, very fortunate he's got the ring. Are we gonna see? What are we gonna see? And now he doesn't have the lookout in this one, so healing is going to be a bit of an issue. Hello again, Denise. Welcome back, Denise. Do you have a restful weekend either planned or anticipated, or do you have things? I mean, because it's not really spring cleaning these days. I'm guessing your sister's recovered, and like the family's good to go. All right, oh, there we go. All right, so Ahmed is stabilizing. Dark on Me only has 4 cards left, so must be the only person other than Denise who actually can consistently destroy gobos. Although his hand is, it's a brick, banana, hand, banana. See, that's also instructional. I often will try to hold on to. Well, and see, and there you go. That's one of those times, like Denise, we were talking about earlier, where I would have been tempted to hold on to that javelin because, like you were saying, hold on to your resources. You know, we're not doing too bad in health. We could take another 4 points of damage. And who knows what, I mean, Tazcad could come down, you know, so you want to hold on to it, but then you take an extra 4 to the face. There, it would have been 8. He would have been down to 14 now. That's where that kind of stuff gets really dicey for me. Like, there's some times where it's clear when to hold on to resource, when to hold them, when to fold them, and then sometimes I feel like it's a little more nuanced. Unfortunately. Now, see, that's something I never beseeched Yifra, or the 4 Bears, or anybody else. And that's the first playable face card that Ahmed has had in like 5 turns. If you could just hold on a little more. I mean, unfortunately, Cal and Odoving are great, but man, they are way late to the party.
I will fight for my home.
Ooh, good heads up play there. Obviously, he's got Dark on Me has got just amassed nothing but a ton of curses, thanks to Razmadazam. Well, no, he didn't get the curse from Razmadazam. He got Calgron teed and fingers, but yep. And he is one turn off of Odaving that would have helped him really stabilize. But he does have Firestorm. Nice, nice.
What could be better?
All right. The question now, obviously, that's 3 curses for the drain. Does he have? Does Dark on Me have the charge? He does. He does. Of course. That makes me feel. I mean, it's. I feel horrible for Ahmed, but there's a small part of me that was like, okay, it's not just me, but it's a small consolation. I'd rather see him pull it off and just be like, all right, I'm the only one who gets topped. I'm the only one who gets, you know, rushed down like that. But it happens to the best of us. Ahmed's top 100 easy, and even he gets rushed down by Gobos. R-Pad 33. What you got for me? Oh, another. Okay, this is another high-ranking game. He's in the top 100 against Elendar 27 in the Stay Puft Atronach, just as we are. And there's an Alduin who's getting leaf liquored. We are seeing some of the shenanigans, i.e. Call Dragon. And I'm guessing Reanimate, because that's what came from. That's where Alduin came from, probably. And where he could very well come from again. Hey Dano, hello, hello. See, you've come to the stream at the right time, because now you're going to be able to watch people who actually can play the game. All right, so Big Hind says that javelin was premature. But Big Hind, that's what. But I've heard that people would say, that it is, that you when you're up against an aggro deck like, why am I talking funny? Ugh. When you're up against a heavy aggro deck like that, well, you can't Soul Tear it back, so that is actually a problem for him. It's so hard. I'm always so torn when your friends play cards that you're like, because you're like, I don't want my friend to lose, but at the same time, I don't like to see those cards do their RNG thing. I'm guessing we're gonna see a Call Dragon here, but ultimately, loyalty to friends. Unless our friends are playing like a genuinely like actually invade deck or something, or workshop or something. So yeah, you know what? All the cards are fair play. Some of them are less fair than others. Big Hind, by the way, did you change your icon? I don't remember it being a cute little raccoon before. I don't remember what it was, but I don't think it was a little raccoony guy. But I could be wrong. Bromington, hello. On the other hand, I do remember that is a cow, correct? What is the reasoning? What is the story behind the cow? I'm curious. The bovine. Robington's bovine. Why is the why is there a cow? If that is in fact a cow, I'd feel really bad if it's not a cow. I feel even horrible if that's actually a human being and I'm just calling them a cow, but hopefully that's not the case. Oh, is that a red panda? Is that what that is? Big Hind? It's not a raccoon, it's a red panda? Tiago, welcome back, Tiago. Good to see you. It feels like it's only been 8 to 10 minutes since last we spoke. The Thin White Duke, appreciate that you've already put the word Duke in the description. Wait. Did I? No way. I did. You see, yeah, I was playing with you there for a second, feigning ignorance. Of course. I was gonna put Duke in quotations, but I thought that would be a bit on the nose. But yeah, it's a subtle pitch. It's a subtle nod there. So are you playing? You're playing now, right? Oh no, you got like another 10 minutes or something. I think was an hour away. Let's see. Okay, not yet. Not yet.
We draw power from their blood.
Graveyard showed Alduin at 8 Magicka, so it might work. Oh, really? Oh, so he's running a dragon deck. Well, yeah, I guess Blood Dragon makes that pretty clear. So he's running a dragon deck. Let's see. Okay, so Tiny Dargan, Reflective. All right, so here's the thing. I'm still Call Dragon, not my jam, but the one deck that I would allow it is a dragon deck because you're running. Look at that, 2 Alduins. My gosh. So yeah, it might have actually been organic. Maybe he didn't resurrect it. Maybe it just actually came down organically, and you can't argue with that. Let's see. Bromington, what does Schwar drink from that wooden container? Oh, here we go. So African culture, your grandfather gives you a cow to celebrate your birth, and that's my actual cow. Oh, no way! Some people then breed them or kill for meat, but I just take care of it. Oh my gosh! Wait, that's like wait. So hang on a second. Like he gives it to you on the day of your birth, or as a birthday present. So in other words, is that cow as old as you are, or has that cow been with you your entire life? I mean, either way, you've got a cow. Oh, you're taking care of it. What's it? Is it? Did you name your cow Brovington? That's so awesome. That is so awesome. Wow, a pet cow. How now, brown cow? That's a first. I mean, I've known people obviously that have cows, but you know, they usually are steaks with legs.
Keep Sotha Sil's people alive.
But yeah, the fact that you're actually keeping yours and raising it, that's so do you see intelligence in the cows? Because I have heard, at least in America, my understanding is in America they have genetic, well, I shouldn't say my understanding. I've heard, don't know how true it is, that over here we've bred the cows to be more and more just kind of like lethargic / for lack of a term kind of stunted brainily. I purposely chose that word because it sounds stupid to say. They're like bred just to be essentially, they eat and they sleep and they do nothing. Like they're sedentary, they're lethargic, and they are not very smart. So I don't know if that's just an American thing, if cows in general are that way. Does your cow, I mean, when you look at your cow, does it look like your cow recognizes you? And Arpad, unfortunately, is not going to survive with his dragon deck. We got a friend there. Dano! All right, let's see what Dano's running these days. What shenanigans is Dano? Oh, by the way, since you answered my question, Brovington, I will answer yours. What do I drink from that wooden container? I shall show you. It is the beverage of champions, or people who get to rank 2. Again, Zevia, 0 sugar soda.
A grievous error.
It has ingredients: carbonated water, natural flavors, citric acid, stevia leaf extract. That's it. That is all that is in this thing. Not a significant source of anything. It's 0.0000000. There's nothing in this thing. But it tastes, honestly, it's black cherry. To me, it tastes like black cherry. I haven't had a real soft drink in years. Well, I shouldn't say that. At least like 6 months. And so as far as I can tell, this is cherry soda. You would not know, other than the fact that it's crystal clear. So I pour myself a mug of that, and I drink it as if it is something stout and robust, when in fact it is anything but. Let's see. Wow, we got a lot going on here. Tiago is doing. Todd is doing. Oh, Todd's Krakatoa. Jay Shade's online. Let's go, Tiago. Let's see what Tiago's up to.
Our foes will have
Fortune smile upon me.
All right, Covenant. Nice. And we got Parthenox. I sound like a noob. I sound like an ignoramus. Hey, why do you run that Parthenox? Parthenax, you moron. It's an A. But there we go. I could forgive it, Tiago, if it was in premium. You need to make him premium so that the snow is actually falling. Then I shall forgive the inclusion of this abomination. I'm kidding, of course. Oh, there she is. There's the gal of the hour. Murder. I'm starting up soon, just finishing my food. Got an especially stupid deck cooked up for today. Okay. Intriguing. And see, and you know, if I were to say something like that, you know, there's a limit as to how stupid it might be. But having seen the meme goodness that you create, it is a curious thing when somebody says that somebody who's known for cooking up such decks says an especially stupid one. So I am going to be very curious. I'm going to be interested to see what shenanigans are afoot once you begin. Welcome back, Endeavor. It was a fond farewell from seems like another lifetime, but here we all are, regrouped. 11 minutes later. It's not stupid if it works. Exactly, Dano. Exactly. Stupidity is determined by the victors or the losers, I guess. Ugnip, best man in Tesla. Where is Ugnip? I don't see. I know he popped in on the last stream. I don't see Ugnip here. Once more unto the breach.
I see you're in need of
that was D-Day? Was it D-Day or was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was, yeah. Once again into the breach. Actually, it might act. Oh, dear friend. Okay, yeah, I think it was that way first, right? Dear friends, once more. Once more into the breach. Hey, to be fair, that is another way of saying keep playing. Once again into the breach. To smite the face of thine enemies, but not really their faces. Not really their faces, because you know it's just a figure of speech. It sounds very harsh, though.
I will have your head.
It sounds very harsh. Bold of you assume half of my bizarre decks work, Dano. Wait, did he say half? He just said not stupid if it works. Yeah. I don't know that he was saying that half your decks work, Duke. I'm not saying he's not, but I don't say there is no evidence of this. He just said it's not stupid if it works. One of my favorite cards, Blood Dragon. You and me both, Endeavor. That was my first. It wasn't my first legendary, but it was my first legendary where I was like, this is an awesome freaking card. And honestly, back in those days, when you didn't have quite as many removal options, like a lot of it was more what was it? Like before, I mean, the Drain Vitality has not always been around. That was a relatively new thing. Blood Dragon is part of the core set, though, if I'm not mistaken. He wasn't part of the Dragon, expansion. Back then, guards were your best defense against aggro or even mid-range, and so our Blood Dragon was able to get right through all that, unless you got silenced or shackled. But those weren't, there aren't as many cards, or weren't as many cards that shackled or did that back in those days. So he has kind of gotten nerfed just because of all the ways there are to remove him now, but I still love him. He's a majestic bastard. Yes, it's as old as I am. Wow. And it was a birthday present. And hear me out. Cows are actually very friendly. I can tell you that my cow has shown signs of being very sentient. And that's what I was wondering about, Romington. And because, I mean, obviously, if you have the option, like if it's, I wouldn't say necessarily expected, but if there's a consideration that you would keep it as a pet, to me that would mean, like here, I mean, there may be some folks out on the farm, and heck, if anybody would, it would be Honey Badger. I don't know if I summoned him or not, but, if anybody would do that, I mean, you got folks like Honey Badger that I'm guessing would have cows as pets, but typically they're just considered livestock. They're considered food. So it almost makes sense. I mean, I don't know about the morality or the ethical ramifications of breeding animals to lean into what they're being bred for. Do we breed more sedentary and kind of dumb cows because we don't really need them to be smart or agile? In fact, we don't want them to be either one of those. And there's that Blood Sacrament. Very popular card. See, it's that Betray. I told you I hate Betray, and that's one of the reasons. This is exactly how we went down. Yep. Which sucks, because you look at what he got lined up there. He's got Mage's Guild. He's got a Eldora. Ulfric's Uprising. That would have been a lot of fun to see go off, but you know. And I can only slam it so much. We were Burn Assassin like 4 times today, so could very well have been a friend or you know somebody who just had a really crappy day, and they're also were just going, hey, Amarillo, man, we never see him.
We press on. Let's do this. Time to fight.
But yeah, all that to say, Bromington, I suspect that even if what I heard was true. Oh, it's a siege deck. Wait, Siege of Strauss Mackay deck, or yeah, well that would make sense because you are the Singleton Maestro. You just got to remember because we have Unrelenting Siege, which I guess wouldn't work in those colors anyway, so never mind. What's the other one? Oh, it is that one. Okay. What am I thinking of? The one that the you know the one that it's the strength card that it's a support and you play it and it does 1 damage to face. I can't remember. Anyway, it's not that one. It is Singleton Siege of Strauss Mackay. And that's why we saw Aldora. Poor Aldora. Aside from a few people running treasure decks and you know, Singletons, she just gets no love. I mean, she's petite. A 3/3 who sometimes has a bird that gets a little bit bigger. I mean, she can go bonkers, but I think you're almost better off with Ratway Prospector at that point. If you're trying to trigger that stuff, she ends up coming like an 8/8 or a 9/9 once her stuff gets triggered. She could be ridiculous. So yeah, what my point being, even if I was correct and that here in the States, they breed cows to be those things, it would kind of surprise me if that was the case in your neck of the woods, considering they are thought of as potential pets. Like, who wants a pet that is just going, huh? Like, I know people this is a thing. This is a Doomcrag thing deck. Nightwood Dark Wolf is running. And he's actually got Doomcrag Vampire. What do you know about that? Nice. All right, he might just turn this thing around. Turn this thing around. Dun, dun, dun,
Keep
dun,
your
dun.
distance.
Wow. Cannot get any love for his Markarth Bannerman. Red Year. You know what you could do with that? If you happen to have, I hear from really smart, amazing deck builders, if you have 4 or 3 Kind Reef champions on the board and you throw down a Red Year, it's OTK 30 points of damage. Is Night Dark Wolf going to test fate? He is not. Chances of Georginius having what he needs in 1 card, trying to do, would that be 6 points of damage? Probably doesn't have it. And Kana is the closest you could get, and that's only 5. Let's see. Party snacks. Yes. Who said that? Yeah, that was Parthenax was often called Party Snack. I think pretty much that was the perhaps the only name that was ever in circulation for Parthenax. It was like, Party Snacks. Which makes me hungry. I did just eat, but it wasn't a lot. I want Party Snacks. But I'll tell you one thing I'm not going to do is order a pineapple on pizza. I'm not hungry enough for that. So in short, she cries, she misses her friends, and she actually enjoys human company. So in short, if you see something as a pet, or if you have an emotional attachment to it, it responds and there will be that connection. Love begets love to some extent. I definitely agree. Well, I definitely think love responds. I mean, haven't they even done studies showing that plants, if you sing to plants, like if you play like, and I'm not dissing on heavy metal. I like some of the harder stuff, but like if you play like heavy metal music, the plants will like wither and die in like 2 seconds. But if you play like classical music, something that's like uplifting, something I don't know what, but just something like that has a certain sound to it, it actually can make them thrive. So if plants, for crying out loud, can, and I think even somebody said that at a certain frequency you can hear plants scream. Now I don't know the validity of that, because there are people that ascribe a lot of things, like I remember there was one video and it said compassionate bees work desperately to clean honey off of downed companion. It was essentially that a bee had gotten nectar on its wings and it couldn't fly away. And so it shows the bees, a bunch of bees circling around and like picking the pollen or the whatever off the bee. And it does look to the casual observer that these are just very compassionate little creatures that are they're helping their little friend who no longer has the ability to fly. And eventually it does fly away. But then you actually talk to somebody who does, works with bees, and it's like, no, they were just harvesting the nectar. They were harvesting the stuff off. I mean, yes, there was a nice side effect that they freed their companion, but they weren't like, we must free his wings so that he can return to flight and save our friend. It was, let's get this nectar off of him. And there may be some survival instinct woven in there, but my point is, we oh my gosh, look at all that. Oh no, is that, no, it can't be lethal. No. Let's see, does he have it? 10, 12. Well, he can do 12 and then red year if he needs to. Because that conscription is scary because all he has to do is top deck a weapon and it's game over. So I think he might just have to go, and then he could throw a tree minder down. Okay, throws a heat tree minder down first. Interesting. I mean, that really is banking on no item. I have a bad feeling about this. All right, there's the pause. There's, I mean, you don't run Craven Conscript unless you got a crap ton of weapons in there. Oh wow, wow, he didn't have it, and that might be it. What's it? 3, 9, 10, 11, 12? No.
The Nords must take back.
Okay, so Night Dark Wolf, quite fortunate. Quite fortunate. And your genius might just have to concede this one. Yeah. Dark Wolf playing it smart, playing it safe. Burning a lot of cards, but still. Those amulets, man, they are.
I only need one shot.
That should be it. He can finish this off with not a problem. In the world. But all that to say, I think some things can be, a little over. I mean, because we most of us grew up with Disney, and they love to anthropomorphize animals and make them like human beings. I don't know that I'd go that far, but yeah, I mean, like I said, even plants can have that. And yes, yeah, if you love something, even if it isn't the brightest animal in the world, love can still resonate. Love can still be, I guess, perceived, understood, or at least received. Now, it doesn't help. I mean, if your animal's been gumpified by genetic mutations or whatever, it can only get so much. But even then, it understands love. I think because it doesn't take intelligence to. Wow, your genius is also a jerk. Because here's the thing: even if it's like, okay, he could have finished me off last turn, he didn't. You just concede then. Like, as soon as it's like, honestly, I mean, Dark Wolf is just playing smart. He's just playing the way he needs to play in order to make sure that he doesn't die out. But if you're the opponent and you're like, okay, well, he's not going to attack me until he plays it safe. He's got 2 amulets down. I'm not going to come back from this. Then you just good game, or just, you know what? You don't have to always say good game. You get a little salty. You just go out and just close the game out and you're done. This is jerk behavior. You cannot interpret it any other way. There's no other way to do this. Jujurgus or Jurgenius is it Jujurkus Majora? Look it up. If you go to Jujurkus Majora, it's going to have a picture of this right here. Good game, right? Quite the comeback. Good to see. Doom Crag back on the board. All right. Sounds nice, Bromington. It does. It does indeed. Henry V by Shakespeare. Flame Spear Shakespeare.
My bow is ready.
All right, I'm heading off. See you in game. Yes, sir. Looking forward to the ridiculousness.
We must protect our stronghold.
Nice. I do like ping for lethal. That's fun. Because it really looks like it just shot through the heart. And you're to blame, darling. You give love a bad name, bad name. All right, so. Okay. Well, I want to check out Tiago's Siege again, but I do want to see what Thin White Duke Star is doing. What is he? He's up against a very aggressive and powerful battle mage. He's got an amulet down there. I would say Thin White Duke Star is like the. I don't think I've ever seen anybody play the Mechanical Heart as much as he does. There were people given. What was it? What's his name? Wrong Wolf, maybe? I was not playing Doomcrack. Oh, no. Oh! Crapola. Wait. I was wondering why. All right. It's important that you get people's names right. All right, so what's going on here? Okay, you got rid of the big bodies. But yeah, was it Kevin Eisenfast when we did the spotlight with him? People were giving him guff for running the Mechanical Heart. It's like it's the crappiest card ever. You should never run it ever. Now, granted, we understand Thin White Duke Star is admittedly, running a meme deck. Glad the wars are still raging on. But yeah, like almost nobody ever runs this card. Siege, Mushroom Tower, and Siege, Mushroom Tower, and Skeever Infestation. Oh my gosh. Trying to get Wish to 30 and power for Big Ancient Giant. That is the crazy. Okay.
I'll crack
Doesn't Ancient Giant, doesn't he spawn at 13? I mean, obviously, if you want to get to 30. Oh, but 30 is funnier. Okay, fair enough. What did he say? Here we go. All good. Glad the wars are still raging on with you as a stalwart observer. I cannot be shaken. As I always say. Keep watching. I also have ring and bone armor if the giant dies for OTK. Oh, jeez. Ah, now that's...
The end of life is not the end of usefulness.
Now that's devious. All right, we'll see if we can get... well, one, if he can get the giant... If he can get him... Wait. You say empower?
I come bear.
Don't you have to hit face in order to empower? Hang on a second.
You must be cleansed.
Let none defile our temple.
I think I'm reading that right. Right? That's empower. You have to hit. and that empowers it. How are you going to hit that many times? To quote a goofy bald man from a popular movie, inconceivable. Mystic of Ancient Rites allows empower bonus to stick around at the end of the turn. Oh, right. Okay. That's a lot of moving pieces. Wow. Jeez. And you've got to have them stick. Now, you probably don't have to worry about silence in these colors, but that is a lot of, wow. That's ambitious. This doesn't work against AI as they just run out of cards. Oh, right. Yeah. That. Jeez. This is more ambitious.
I come bearing gifts.
This is more ambitious than the 20 altar Alduin. And I suppose.
Stendar, give us strength.
I don't know why he knew what I was talking about, I'm sure. Harold, he's the most dangerous of creatures, a clever sheep. He's realized that a sheep's life consists of standing around for a few months and then being eaten. Oh, wait a minute. There's an accent there. Harold, he's that most dangerous of creatures, a clever sheep. He's realized that a sheep's life consists of standing around for a few months and then being eaten. And that's a depressing prospect for an ambitious sheep. That sounds funny, Baldric, but also kind of funny. What is that from, Baldric? Because you got the quotation mark, so it makes it seem as if there is, in fact... Like, it sounds like something from, like, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy or whatever. But it's a funny word. And that's a depressing prospect for an ambitious sheep. Hey, Antoine! Welcome! You know, Antoine, I'm beginning to see a pattern here. I'm trying not to make it a personal thing. But the 2 times we haven't showed up in chat, I have climbed the ladder with the ferocity and speed of a rabid squirrel. And conversely, the times where you show up and say, "Hey, how's it going?" Good. Wait. Actually, no. You were here today? I don't think you chatted a lot, but I think you might have actually. I think I remember you saying hello earlier today. So maybe that theory is debunked, which is weird because I was pretty darn sure I was onto something there. But a happy Friday night to you, sir. And you're going to have to. I'm guessing you have a menu to regale us with. What is on the menu? I don't remember if I sent this request to everyone. By the way, I'll be back online in Tesla in a few minutes, and my nickname is C Ametista Dorita. Dorata. Jeez. If you want to add me as well. Yes, indeed. There he is. Oh, yeah. I've tried this before. Luckily, I've got about 8 hours to stream today. Time. That precious commodity.
I come bearing gifts.
Yeah, so just so if you all need a oh yeah, Ametista Dorata. There you go. So that is him right there. Ametista Dorata, all one word. Which is golden amethyst.
Orcs at the ready.
And Deborah, were you the one that said that before? There was somebody else. I think I missed the comment. I didn't get to read it out loud, but I think when I was scanning, I saw it. I think was it you or there was somebody else that said the exact same thing when Beeve or whatever his name was when he. I'm also online. Wait a minute.
Move along if they don't want trouble.
I'm also online if you're interested. If I'm interested in what?
Hand over the coin.
Haven't really pushed on the ladder recently. Oh!
I
Yeah, absolutely. So this might be a while. I mean, Saharazar may give up there, but yeah, absolutely, Todd, absolutely. We'll no, I definitely want to see you, man. So we are beholding. It may take a little bit of time, but I definitely want to see you. Once we clear up here, Todd, or the When I see your name, I know it, but the idea spectrum, I think is what it is. But yes, absolutely. Right, Duke is in a bit of a long game, but as soon as we free up,
Nice try. Care to go again?
I'll be happy to see you give it a go.
Orcs at the ready.
I will not be offended if you go. Wait a minute. How do you? Then my Duke, it's almost as if you're spying on me. I will not be offended if you want to go and come back. I haven't found Mystics or Wish yet. Well, but we're kind of. Well, there you go. You just got Wish. And from my thinking is we're already well over 14 turns in here. And you know what would happen? You know what would happen? The minute we exit out is when it goes off. No worries, my man. I am in the stream. Okay, good. There we go. All right. I just don't want to assume and then make it, and somebody thinks I'm just ignoring them. So, and there you go. Mystic. See. It's almost like he was doing it on purpose. Like, there's nothing to see here. We haven't even drawn what we need. Now, granted. Oh no, because he's got Rampaging Minotaur. Oh no, even better. Even better. Sands of Silence. He is invincible. Oh, and he had the heart anyway, so nothing to worry about there. But there you go. So he's got Wish and the little kitty cat. And out of all those targets, the kitty cat is not going to get silenced. So hopefully Sarazar does not get wise. But you see, that's my luck. I would have been like, oh, okay, we'll catch you next time. But I knew in my brain, I knew. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because if it were to be Vivek, that wouldn't work. I was thinking, it would have been backwards. But like if, it wouldn't have worked. Because it would have been like if Vivek's ability kicked in and he went to like -20, then even if the heart came back, it wouldn't. Oh no! Oh, that's why Saharazar is sticking around. He knows he's got Skeevers in the deck. Oh, things just, on that one turn alone, things took a really bad turn. I mean, and it's getting worse by the second here. Ooh, all right. It's a miracle.
There's a plan. There's always a plan. As you believe.
Yoinketh, he seemeth to say. Oh, interesting. Okay.
The next.
Oh, right. So he's storing up the wishes because of the little kitty here. So now it's up to 3. So yeah. So that does help. Then he doesn't have to do it all in one go. I kind of forgot about that cat. I'm ashamed to admit. And he's such a hippie. Look, he's got the little headband around his hair. He is like the epitome of like 1980s hippie. I think that's it. Oh no, he doesn't have it. He just has a big forehead, or a forehead. Okay, I thought he had like a little, like right over the eyebrows. No! No, he killed the kitty. He killed the kitty.
Nicely done.
Wow.
Thank you.
Oh, Grummite, you ugly turd. You late to the party. Diaper wearing, malformed Homer Simpson wannabe. One turn earlier and you could have saved the kitty and saved the game. I have a bad feeling that we are going to be infested by skeevers in short order. But yeah, Georginius threw the router out the window. Wouldn't that be that would be actually kind of amusing. If you saw somebody that got, does the rage quitting thing and it just does something reflexively. It's like, and throws it out and you get that moment of surge like, I vented my anger, and then, damn it. You go out there and it's got all dirt and crap in it, and you got to walk. It's the walk of shame. And now he's got nothing but skeevers. What is? Oh gosh. pretty much the only way he could have made a comeback after this. And see, and that's what I mean. Like, and I try not to be judgmental, but you're obviously running a hard-nosed aggro deck. I kind of feel like Red Year is the chicken way out. I've said it before, but you're just kind of like, I don't have a chance to win. Like if I fail in my mission, I'm going to. But I will say, combining that with Skeevers, that's actually foresight. That's saying, okay, if my first surge falls apart, I can reset the board and just fill it with Skeevers. So there is some wisdom to the madness, and that is one heck of a. Oh man. Of all the decks to go up against, it looked like Thin White Duke was just going to kind of be able to, I wouldn't say coast, but be able to just, you know, all you had to do was, it was just a matter of time. Oh! Wow. Come on, dude, just finish it. Just finish it. Really?
I have no
Really?
cowardly skeever.
That's all right. Thin White Duke being a good sport about it.
Thank you.
I mean, he had to break the ring to get the card out. It was ineffectual, but damn. Oh. Man, oh man. All right, Todd. Bring it on, my friend. Bring it on. Let's see it. We'll rejoin Thin Duke Star to see. Did he did he vanish? What happened to him? Nope, he's still there. Nope. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I don't see him. Am I missing him? Oh, there he is. Didn't see it going that way. But give me a heads up if it's looking good and I'm not observing. Oh, there we go. Nope. That's Thin White. Let's see. Doomcrag is a great card always. It is. He's just, as Denise and I can attest, and probably several others, he is very shy. That's the only reason I could never run a Doomcrag warrior, because he would just he just hides at the bottom of the deck like a big chicken. But not a big chicken, but like a big chicken. Like a big chicken, Doomcrag is there. Or not there. Hello, honey. Rob. What's for dinner? I'm starved. Zevia. Hopefully you like Zevia. And you find it filling somehow. I just posted this in the Remnant Discord, but I'm brainstorming a really dumb deck centered around Arinthia Swindler. Agility, 3 cost, 2/2, steal items from an enemy creature. Oh, right. Yeah, the little Khajiit. But isn't that because it's from an enemy creature, so you can't even. It's not even like a teleport card. So it really, you pretty much, don't you have to search for an opponent who's playing an item deck? How does that work? We need more fun decks. Well, for sure. It's just, it's harder if you're, if it. I mean, how do you build a card around? So what's the mechanics behind that, Zensky? That's my curiosity. All right, so Todd running the he mentioned this earlier. He said mid-range sorcerer is always fun, and it's always a good choice, one of the best ones. And I gotta say, well, it's gonna be close. I mean, this is Aggro Empire, so this is gonna be a good test of sorcerer. That's squished. That's a nice one for a warded creature like that.
You must be cleansed.
Okay, I was about to say formerly warded creature, but no, that's The goal of the deck is to drop some steel dagger generating creatures, then barter. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, Zen, I'm picking up what you're putting down, even though I'm not picking up your Schwarge. So to drop some steel dagger generating creatures, then barter a steel dagger to the opponent. Then once they drop the steel dagger, steal it back. Stealthy stealing steel? Exactly. That. Okay, that's to quote Jafar, the idea has merit. The weird thing is it actually works. It's always funny to watch the opponent hover over item kitty because no one ever sees this card. Yeah, it's true. It's a great. Oh my gosh, against a what is it called? What's his face? You know what I'm talking about. Oh, nice, Todd. Where did that come from? Was that given to you, or do you run that in this deck already? That is a... I've never seen that included in a sorcerer deck. And, of course, the opponent has the answer for it.
Feel the might of the Empire. Standing by.
I'm running it as a test. Okay. I mean, it was great there. It just... Seriously, like, when did aggro start running these cards? His entire lane turned into a bakery, for crying out loud. And that? Who the hell invited this guy? Frenzy to lit? Who? What? Ugh. I mean, you can't argue with the results, but it's, by golly, it's just like, what? What? Okay. A beefy guard, that's...
3 gods, 1 true faith.
Did you say god or guards? Wish it was 3 guards. Oh, let me guess, he's running javelins too?
Scrumptious.
Seems like it.
Them down.
Yeah, that ain't no aggro deck. I mean, I don't know. You see the Coyote, like a 4-2. To me, that's a low to the ground aggro deck, and yet it's running. But it works, at least with the prototype that Todd's running. We got that's how we lost our the game that I should have actually had the one OTK on, the actual really good close game. We lost it because of that damn jackass. Brought him back and took out my guard, because unless you're running willpower, your guards typically aren't very big power wise. All right, Todd's running it back because Todd is undeterred. He's not a turd. He's undeterred. Or underturd. Underturd does not sound as good as undeterred. But I do like that idea, Zen Sky. The only bummer with it is he doesn't retain the... But what was I thinking? The Master of Arms. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, to be running that deck against a Master of Arms would be amazing. But you're actually making it legitimate without having to bank on that. But the bummer is, like, if you steal a battle mace, it doesn't get the properties back. I'm running Dark Harvesters with a bit of RNG to get 8 or 9
Careful there, friend.
costs. Oh wait. Oh, okay, gotcha. So he's gonna use the tinkering, right? Is that the card, right? You use that with the Dark Harvester as a 7 cost. It tinkers it up to the next level.
Take up pit bait weakling like you.
I picking up what you're putting down. I think I've seen Control use that. Yeah, I forget the name. Yeah, me too. I think it's Barazar's tinkering or Baltazar's tinkering or the Tinker's tinkering. I don't know.
By the 8th, they will meet their maker.
The weird thing is it actually works. It's always... Okay, gotcha. Combo, Endeavor says. Combo, Midnight Burial and Siege Crawler. Bone Armor and Ring of Imaginary Might. Yes! Yeah, Dano, I think, has run something similar to that, Endeavor. I actually watched it go off. I tried to have it go off, and I couldn't make it happen. But that should come as a surprise to nobody. But yeah, that is. But I don't think Midnight Burial was around at that point. I think it was you had to like camel it or something. But yeah, that's a really good one. And yeah, at that point, all you need is one card on the board. Doesn't matter how weak or scrawny it is. You throw that down with bone armor, and you pretty much have a one turn. Obviously, it's better if it's got breakthrough, depending on the situation. But it's from like, oh, okay. Oh, excuse me. Baldric, referring to that quote from before, that it was sad, particularly for an ambitious sheep, is from Monty Python's Flying Circus, a sketch about flying sheep. Harold has been teaching other sheep to fly. And it's funny that I didn't know where the quote was from, but just the way it was written, it struck me as a very British way of phrasing things. So, Harold has been teaching other sheep to fly, but they managed to mostly just perch on a tree and fall to their death. I shouldn't be laughing at that, but it is still funny. Which reminds me, everybody see UHF? Baldric, I know you have. You have to have. There's no way you couldn't. It's obligatory.
Who dares face me?
But you have, see, look at that. Nicely done, Todd. See, I mean, if you make aggro trade with you and it's not a guard or drain, it says, yeah, he's actually pushing some pretty aggressive stuff here, and we don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off. However, this is interesting. I'd see a turn 7 possibly, but not a turn 6. Wait, what am I thinking? Hang on. Yeah, no, I'm thinking turn 7.
Three guards, one true faith never sleeps.
Alrighty. Immune from... Oh, there he goes. Opponent's like, what the heck is this? So, actions impervious, but not silence, which unfortunately is usually what the opponent has in spades when they're running the orc deck like this. Does not. Excellent. Okay. That was a nice... Oh no, Gortwog! Brum with Gortwog there. Yep. Barlzar's tinkering. Barlzar's tinkering. The bummer is, I mean, you got Shadowfen can help out a little bit, but it's still a 4/6 body. And Nahag leaves not online for another turn.
You must be cleansed.
Cleanse him. Cleanse that filthy orc and cut his little top. How do you grow we haven't seen too many orcs that have a full head of hair. How do you get hair that just grows out of one circle in your head? Like he literally has just that little bit of hair that just grows out of the top of his head. It's like magic.
I'll prove my nobility to the world.
You'll do no such thing. Man. That's tough. Because if the headhunter's lurking nearby, I just don't think you can cover the whole board. Nahag Leave can lock down one lane, but... Oh, what was that? Oh, negation. Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Not dead on board.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Still alive. Same problem that we have, though, with Headhunter coming down. I might try running Gortwog in a warrior deck because, like I said, that 4/6 body, unless you can. Adele does not have. Ay vey. And yeah, there's a reason why he's considered the best card in the game. By some, I don't know that I haven't weighed in officially on that yet, but.
Fighting will not save you.
Deathhound sidesteps the need for Ring of Imaginary Might. And there he is! There he is. Todd, being a good sport. It's really hard, folks, at least for me. And I may be alone in this, but I have a lot of respect for people who can give a GG after getting punched in the face. It's good sportsmanship. And I mean, I do it like, in sports, whatever, no matter how you lose. We lost It was my first game as a starter in middle school, 8th grade, in soccer / American football, or European football. We got our faces punched in 7-0 by, and to be fair, Lake Ridge, it's ridiculous. They import students from other schools. For a middle school, it was a bit overkill, but they whooped us 7-0. We actually won out our division. All right. Gonna switch over. We'll check out Carbon 77 here. Trying to mix it up, keep it going. But Todd, we'll come back to you, brother. We'll come back to you after this game here.
Behold my magnificent monster.
I know the feeling. They just get cold. Oh, you're listening, Todd. I get the feeling, man. They just. Especially Sork, that's been my experience. It does really well for like 5 or 6 games, maybe more, and then it gets really, really cold because you end up against a lot of aggro or against a lot of control. And I think against both of those, mid-range sorcerer is not ideal unless it's because usually even mid-range they give it a name mid-grow, but what do you call it, mid-troll? But like typically any mid-range deck is going to have either a little bit stronger low end or a little bit stronger high end. And just that little inclination is going to determine whether or not it does well against control or aggro. If it's, I think that one, Todd, if I'm not mistaken, was more like it's low sorcerer. I mean, Balthazar's Tinkering, though, that's a little bit more of like a control thing. Yeah, I think you didn't have the ring either, did you? Because I think you might have been able to stabilize against it. In other words, I'm thinking you have a little bit more of a low, like a mid-grow, because you were starting to race in there, and he just happened to get some really big bodies at the end. Gortwog was a big problem. Yeah, his last 3 cards were all big orcs. The Headhunter, We Must Protect the Night Mother, and the 4/8, and Gortwog. So you had an opponent that just had a very high-end orc that just drew all those high ends. Yeah. But typically mid-range will skew one way or the other. So if you're a mid-grow and you're up against control, you're probably going to lose that one. If you're control mid-range against an aggro deck, you're probably going to lose that one too. Unless you're in that really good sweet spot, which yours might be, because you had a good record with it. But we will join you again, Todd. We will join you again soon. Play Bone Armor directly to Deathhound. Oh, right. That's true, right? Isn't it? Yeah, his Deathhound takes. That's a good call, Zenska. I think that Deathhound has been forgotten by many people. I forgot it too. I was like, wait, what do you mean? Yeah, the other part of the idea behind the Harvester was healing. Nothing more than healing. Healing to try to counter aggro. It's arguably because it heals for 4, right? It's a 4 and a guard now, and which against most aggro decks, it's gonna be effective as a guard. It's these new Empire these willpower decks that are running, whatever that guy is called, Grizzly Gourmet. I mean, yeah, it's removal and it puts a 2/1 on the body, so I guess it kind of has some synergy there, especially if it's more mid-range, but still, it's annoying. But yeah, I think a lot of times that would work, the Dark Harvester. Versus, I mean, your other alternative is putting down, it's throwing in the Clockwork Dragons. Oh, that's a nice turn 6. I think Carbon with his Mono Intelligence. Mono-intelligence! And as I recall, Carbon kicked the snot out of us. And he wasn't even sorry. He said GG. He didn't say mea culpa. He didn't say I'm so sorry. It was a horrible thing to do to you. I'm so sorry, Schward. He was just like, GG. Which I believe stands for get good. Ooh. 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 What if that's truly what GG stands for? It doesn't stand for good game. It stands for get good. That's what you say to somebody when you beat them. You say GG, and they're thinking you're saying good game, and you're actually saying get good, sucker. Damn. That's mind blown. So there you go, Carbon. You give him a GG. Say GG, Keizozi. Get good. And Keizozi, if you're a friend, whoever you are, I'm joking. It has nothing to do with you personally. It just so happened. Nicely done, Carbon. Nicely done. It's always prettier when it's not my face. All right, we're gonna go back to Thin White Duke Star. See, I mean, I asked him just to ping us if he had the combo look like it was on pace. Oh, but if he can win against Invade, right. Who's that guy from? That's Simpsons, the bad guy. I can't remember his name now. All right, I'm invited to a party. Bing. Oh. Oh, you sweet, ugly bastard. That was choice right there. That was beautiful. That is the best, aside from Forces of Darkness or whatever the crap that overpowered 10-cost creature card is.
Let us begin the lesson.
What? Okay, that's a little fresh. That is a execute target, but he's got an action for it, so it's at least going to go off once. And did it just to get that 5/4. But luckily, Thin White Duke Star has.
Keep your distance.
Thanks, my friend. I play a few more games and come to War at 4. Oh, nice! Awesome.
I know a shortcut.
So there you go. Carbon77 says hello to everybody in War at 4 or Live at 5, however we want to say it. He's got the name right, War at 4. And he'll be joining us after he plays a few more games. So Carbon77 in the house. In the house. But yeah, that's brilliant, Zen Sky. I totally forgot. I mean, so we usually think of it as a detriment when Deathhound takes a hit. Its power goes down as its health goes down, but its health goes up, or power goes up as its health goes up too. Conversely, as they might say, which is that's a really good find. I also do like the ending of the sketch. Well, why don't you just remove Harold because of the enormous commercial possibility if he succeeds. And I'm guessing that's even funnier because he's probably the whole time talking about how ridiculous the idea is, maybe, and how he couldn't possibly do. You know, how the sheep definitely could never happen, and then the twist at the end is Deathhound 5 cost 6/6. Deathhound's power is equal to his health. Yep. Plot bone armor on Deathhound. Consume the siege crawler for 21 damage. I have a deck with Midnight Burial or 6 defense card in Cemetery. A Snowy Sabercat. Oh, there you go. That would get Denise's attention right there. You bring Snowy Sabercat in? She's been sharpening her claws all day. And double attack of 15 damage to win. Have you... Oh, and we get a whiff from the deformed Homer Simpson, but he's done his work. He took out a card that would have made this game a much, much less of a certainty. Now, hopefully, Travis Curran can defy the odds as an invade player and not time out. Just concede. You've been bested. You have no hope against Thin White Duke Star.
None will leave this place.
Well, luckily, there are no nuns here.
Speak, citizen.
Oreo cookies. You guys want some cookies? Well, unfortunately, Thin White Duke Star is running low on cards. So it may not be the foregone conclusion I... So there you go. There's an instance of holding on to your resources. I mean, he hasn't had a rune break yet, so that's... I don't know about part of the problem, but that's part of the... He's about 3 cards light from where he would probably normally be against a more successful... Oh, gosh. He's drawing the pocket lint, folks. Drawing the pocket lint. So Endeavor has that card. Have you been able to get an OTK with the Snowy Saber Cat and Ring of Imaginary Might? I feel like that's one of those decks that would just it has a potential, but I would get a prophecy that would nuke my kitty before I could hit the second time. But Aspect of her scene, I've been able to have that. Is it Aspect? No, there's Aspect, and then there's what's the one I'm thinking of? The 6/7. It's something of her scene. No, it's not Aspect. Aspect is the 9/9. It's 6/6. Which one is the 6/7 that when it slays, it attacks the second time? Anyway, that's another one of those ones, kind of a high risk type OTK because, you know, with the slay mechanic, because it can get nuked after, like it can hit like 6 times in a row, but every time it breaks a rune, it might get nerfed or something, or it might get mummified or something. That would be fun. Sabercat doesn't get much love. No. Yeah, I've only ever seen, I think, Denise run it. I think I tried once or twice, but it always got silenced. It can never, which isn't horrible because it's still a 3/7, but it's a 5-cost 3/7, which is...
Foul breath, imbecile.
How dare you? I happen to believe that Thin White Duke Star has a very fine smelling voice. That's fine. My mind's a little beleaguered. He has a very fine... Whatever, I don't know.
I know a shortcut.
That's some good black cherry Zevia right there. Zevia. It gives your brain powers. It embiggens the smallest mind. And now we are pouring Zevia Ginger Ale, which looks clear because it's a green can against a green screen. All right, so now things are getting a little more tight. There's a mechanical heart. I guess that makes sense pretty much for any controlled, any OTK deck, any deck where you're trying to stay alive as long as possible. In willpower, I guess mechanical heart makes a lot of sense.
I admire the hatred.
He's drawing the big stuff. I mean, at least it's a Daedra that I've seen played, or I actually play myself outside of Invade.
Let none defile our temple.
There we go. We're making the exception for none. Why are we allowing none to do things that nobody else would do? Always with bone armor combo. The stream keeps cutting out for me. Oh no, really? Anybody else having that problem?
I greet oblivion with open arms. Tremble.
Yeah, there's 17 of us watching live stream. I've already given a thumbs up. Cheer up, Incarnate is making an effort to be here. Liking doesn't cost anything, it's free. Thank you, Dever. I greatly appreciate that. GG's, good sucker. There you go. Yeah, exactly. You can
Nicely done.
make it a little. You add the S there. But then that might give it away. Then they may understand that you're not. Wait. Why would you say good games? We only played one game. No, I'm saying get good sucker. Oh, I see. I take affront to that. I prefer GG's. Good games. Yes. No, it is. Child ever seen? There you go. That's the one. Child ever seen, not Aspect. Aspect is. All right, so Immolating Blast might bail him out, but I think we might have somebody new here. Yad, is it Yad Adam or Yad Adam? Or Alessandra. I am. That's a lot of names. It's a lot of names to process. We're gonna go with Alyssa for now. Or Yad, I guess. Yad? I don't know if you're saying Yad Adam or Yad Adam. But I go by Alyssa. There's a lot of names. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of names. All right, things are looking pretty. Oh no, because he's got his boy online. Oh no, does he? Right, Ruggy. Yeesh. Well, there's no finish. Oh, okay. No crap. That's not nice. That is not what you wanted. That would have been awesome if the gate had just stayed there. But in any case, yeah, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, Zen, I'm sorry that the stream. I'm looking at it right now because I know we've had a couple times, especially later in the day when we had some issues. But right now it's showing it's going strong, so it might be on your end. But I'll keep an eye on it. I haven't really been watching, but I'm not seeing any lag on this end, and I'm not seeing any dropped frames. Where it's 0 so far. So, and we're staying between 8,000 and 10,000 kilobytes per second.
There's a plan. There's
So. We're not. We should be okay. The Tinker is a stinker. Big Hind, there are just some vulgarities that don't need to be said. That's foul. Oh, Denise, I'm going to sleep. We'll catch the rest of the stream tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night, Denise. Good night. Enjoy your sleep tight up the area mountain. I think I got that again. Sleep tight up the area mountain.
My friend would like a word with them.
Have a good night, and yeah, we'll. I still need to watch your videos, the videos you sent me for on. Oh no. Yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be able to. I got some time because I'm not working tomorrow. It's really. I sound like such a wuss to say it because it's a part-time job, but like my job had been moving for a long time and getting settled in, and now it's. I got it right. Excellent, Lady Brave. Thank you. I was hoping I did, but sometimes it's at the tip of my brain, and I think I might be off, but I'm glad I got it right. Slowly, Thin White Duke Star is healing. Slowly. He just needs... the gate's not big enough. I mean, but of course, they always run that removal.
The guild shall keep Tamriel safe. Its leaders will not.
Oh my goodness, great. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Oh, Vivek getting Vivek sectioned. That's a timely pull. But yeah, the Tinker is a stinker. That's as somebody who never uses foul language ever, I'm appalled, Big Hind, that you would utter such a word. But yeah, there you go, Baldric. I knew you'd know. UHF is a classic. When a Weird Al's only, or well, I mean, he's a fun guy. He's a fun guy. I love his music. Not the hottest acting talent, but it's still a really fun movie. And hey, we got to see Michael Richards as. Something other than Kramer before he was Kramer. He's got all the late game stuff. My goodness gracious! Like Thin White Duke Star could win some of these. Could actually have the combo go off, but yeah, it's just too much. He's just got too much arrayed against him here. Like I thought it was just us when we were doing our OTK or trying to do it. And I was like, why are we up against decks that have nothing but heal? Why are we up against decks that just like keep, like you think they're out of the game and yet they keep resurging? Most aggro decks or most whatever decks, they run out of steam at some point. But we're not the only ones. All right, so Todd, if you wanted to jump back into the fray, we could take a gander, my friend. Or if you want to just chill, we can touch base with Tiago, see how his singleton is going. Or he might grab Carbon 77 before he retires. Oh, there goes Todd. Todd jumped into the fray. We will see how the mid-range sorcerer is doing here. But Endeavor, anyway, I certainly appreciate that, man. And it is, I will say, like, I sometimes have to remind myself, but usually my default, if I go to watch something, usually at this point, I kind of know what to expect. I have my channels that I watch. I've got a lot of them. I've subscribed to a lot of channels. Because my what I want to watch changes based on the day. Oh, now we're mid-mage. Okay. I'm getting whiplash, Todd, from this drastic course correction, but I think I'm following you. Up against Nate Dogg. I had a friend named Nate Dogg. I literally called him Nate Dogg. I don't think it's the same Nate Dogg, though. He didn't have an underscore under the last part of his name. And he might have gone by DOG. I don't know. Can you do that? Can you be a dog and not be DAWG without it seeming weird?
By the fires of oblivion.
Like, I was J Money. I was never a dog. Oh, no, J Dog. They did call me J Dog. But I think it was JDOGG, if I'm not mistaken. GG as in get good. So J, do, get good is kind of what they were saying. At least in my head canon.
I do not fear.
But yeah, so if I watch a channel, like I'll give a thumbs up by default because I can. It's not hard to forget. Or you watch it for like 20 minutes and it's a 30-minute video and you're like, I got what I wanted out of it. I get what they're saying, or I get the gist.
I keep a spare blade.
It's a nice video, but I'm ready to move on.
By the 8th, they will meet their mate.
So I'll give it a thumbs up first because otherwise I might just go off and forget about it.
I will.
And then I take it away if somehow, for whatever reason, they're saying or doing something that's like so egregious. But I mean, I almost never thumbs down anything, but it takes a lot for me to take away a thumbs up. But anyway, and that's not, again, I'm not here hawking likes or anything, but I do know that it is easy to forget. So as a streamer, I do appreciate the call out endeavor for the likings and such, because it does help circulate it in theory. And my meager understanding of the algorithm is the more likes, the more interaction it has, the more likely it is to get in front of people who may like it. But yes, yeah, Denise, Child of her scene is the one. The stream is not cutting out anymore. Excellent. Good. Oh, I was startled here for a second seeing Todd attack, because when watching the Duke, as long as we were, I was not accustomed to the going face. You're OTK, you don't really get aggressive. So I was like, wait, what's happening? It's like, oh no, he's playing a mid-range deck. You're actually allowed to go face. Daggerfall, one of the best cards in the game. It is, Endeavor. She's the only time she's a bummer is if you're really trying, like, if you're running a more low to the ground mid-grow type thing, you might want the bigger body, the 3/4 kitty with pilfer, because Daggerfall is a little slow. Like, she's good for card draw with the little with the tome, but she's really screwed by Sorcerer's Negation. She's axed by Execute. She's pretty much vulnerable to every kind of removal there is. Execute, the Grizzly Gourmet, Aerostorm, curses. Obviously, it only takes one or two, or one leveled up Drain Vitality. But yes, if she can stick and she can trade, she's good. I like her. And that was the one that I had her as a premium, and I gave her up because, like, no, I'm not going to be greedy.
Let's see if we can find some
2 years later, I'm a greedy bastard, and I want my freaking premium Daggerfall mage. So I think I crafted her again, because that's the way it should be. I should have I had it once. I should have it again. And another Nate Dogg deploying his Sheer Point Dragons with reckless abandon. So yeah, Todd's up against, to me, the ugliest aggro deck, which is Gobos. Honey Badger, hello! I will forgive you this one time, my son. I shall forgive your transgressions of being late to the party. May it never be so again. Not the forgiveness part, but you showing up late. It really, really makes me feel insecure. But welcome. No. So, Toddbringer is currently running. He was running mid-range sorcerer. That kind of hit a bumpy patch, so he switched over to mid-range mage, which is doing okay. It's holding its own, but he's up against the fearsome Gobbo decks and sheer point after sheer point after sheer point. That's got to be the third one, right? Of course, that makes these little bastards insufferable. Okay, that's only the second one. And then, then Mike Dukestar is streaming on his channel. I don't know if he's on Twitch. I think he's on YouTube. Oh, look at this. That's some firepower right there. Kaplow! Todd seems to say.
I seek the poet gods.
Let's possess worlds in
All right. But yeah, and then the Duke is running a Empower, trying to get 30 Empower to conjure a Behemoth Giant, or whatever that's called. The big 13/13 that gets brought in when you max out if you go beyond level 12. And failing that, if it gets ends up with the discard, he wants to crapola. This is way too familiar for me. I'm getting nasty flashbacks. I've been my line here is well I just hope Todd has either more fortitude and or more luck to pull this off than I did. Because my line is usually up. Okay, we're not going to win this. That's the line. It's hard when I'm not in the moment of great disillusionment. I can't remember what my line usually is when that sets in, but that's it. Well, we're not going to win this. But here's hoping Todd has better luck than I. Oh, is it the spider? Is it the spider? Can we... Okay, I don't want to say that again and then have him not conjure the spider and feel like an idiot for saying it so many times. Here we go. Or is it Morag Ball? Or that's not Morag Ball, it's his henchman. His horny henchman. The one card that was not a dagger. And now... Yes, the Ancient Giant. That's it, Honey Badger, exactly. The Ancient Giant. Yeah, and then if that gets sent into the discard, then he has Bone Bow and... Yeah, Bone Bow and Ring of Imaginary Might to make it super big and still do an OTK. So, two different ways in... And yeah, Zen Scout, yeah, SharePoint. Honestly, it's the Three Feather War Chief. Before him, Gobos were okay. A. Ross has said, and I agree, that 4/4 that buffs goblins should not do +2/2 to everything, to all goblins. That's OP. That's ridiculous. But before that little chieftain bastard, goblins were not ridiculous. They were hard, but they were not ridiculous. That has allowed way too much removal to exist. All right, but Todd's going to be able to poke some more. A guard is definitely not something you want to see right now, but in a race against aggro or another mid-range, that's a great card to see. Let's see. I have a good reason, says Honey Badger. I traded a shift with a coworker that needed tonight covered, so I picked up tonight and she took Wednesday for me. Okay, all right. Now wait a minute, Honey Badger. Who's this she? You know, you started doing favors for a she. And it starts, sound like there might be a little something there. Should I be expecting a wedding invitation sometime soon? How long have you been taking the shift for this young lady? And there really is no double entendre there. I'm just saying it like there is. Nice! Oh my gosh! It's so close! It's so close. What a top deck for Toddbringer. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, but he's got the Harpy from Razmadazam. Is he dead on board? 8, 6, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Barely. All right. Keeping it close to the chest, hoping perhaps to lull his unwitting opponent. Oh, what fresh hell is this? He just needed 1 point of damage, dagnabbit. 1 point. But how big is that thing? 12? Oh, is he just dead on? Yeah, I think he's just dead. 9, 10. Yeah. A bit unnecessary. Oh, wow. Wow, you are very lucky.
We'll hold, no matter what.
Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, Todd! Oh, hell yeah! Oh, hell yeah!
Important thing.
That's why you don't screw with your opponent, folks. Nate Dogg made the biggest mistake ever and said, I ain't gonna go face. I ain't gonna go face. Now, to be fair to Nate Dogg, that actually is not a dumb play. He was, covering his bases and removing everything. I think he might have had, the inkling to go next turn. So that's not I don't think that's a BM thing. But we got to give Todd the G'est of G's. Whoops. I know you're listening, Todd, but I just wanted to put that. Yes. Yep. That did. Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. That was beautiful. That is encouraging. And you see, what I told you, I would have said, we ain't going to win this, and we would have conceded. I think there was a very small percentage that Todd pulls that one out, but it is still a percentage, and he was able to make it happen. So, we got Jay Shades and Arrakis. All right, we'll do Jay Shades and then jump into Arrakis. Oh, no, that's Krakatoa. He's gone. Okay, Jay Shades. We never get to see Jay Shades. And rarely do we see Arrakis these days, so we're going to see those. But well done, Todd. That is a heck of a win. Way to persevere. Way to keep playing. You would have done it anyway, but way to keep playing. And you beat Gabos. You beat Gabos. But yeah, Nate Dogg wasn't being a jerk about it. I thought he was going to go face after that. It's like, you don't need to remove the entire board to go face, but he was like, give myself one more turn. That way, if something does happen, I can finish it off. It was playing smart, but he honestly, again, that's one of those things. In retrospect, should he have just gone face? He had it. I think he had lethal +2. And in retrospect, you say, yeah, he probably should have pushed it. But that was pretty much, I think, the only combination, Todd, that you had in that deck that was going to do that with the Magicka you had. I think that was the only way you were going to get 6 points of damage without getting through those guards. That was beautiful.
To battle!
To battle! That is one of the funniest lines for me, or the funniest voice. To battle! Who hired that guy? To battle!
I do not fear.
We're going to battle. Yeah, Shane, yeah. Ooh. Jay Shades summoning his oft-practiced prophecy game. He is quite good at it. That is kind of a tough call, though. But he makes it with little hesitation. Let's see here. Zensky, you dusted a premium. I did, Zen. Remember, I told you that when I speak from experience, Baldric is a crazy person. He's a crazy person. I speak from experience, the pain of experience. I dusted. Daggerfall Mage was the first premium legendary, but the Giant Snake was the first premium epic I had. And I dusted it because people like Baldric told me, oh, no, you just need to get all the cards. Yeah, the premium is for a bunch of uppity people. I was like, okay, I don't want to be an uppity person. I'm just trying to build my collection. Let me go ahead and dust these. Not even, he wasn't even doing the math, wasn't even thinking about it. Daggerfall Mage came along. It's a premium. Ooh, she sure is shiny, but you know what? That's 400 soul gems or 1,200 soul gems that I can use for another legendary. I already have 3 of her. I don't need a 4th one. It's the poverty mentality. Let me just get what I can take and not expect anything more out of life, So yeah, I dust her and I live to regret it, and it's haunted me for a long time. It's the same thing that happened. So back in my day, football cards, sports cards in general, but football cards for me were very, very popular because a lot of the older cards had become very valuable. And so it was not only just a fun thing for collectors to do, it was actually kind of considered an investment. And I remember getting the Beckett. It was called Beckett. It was like a price guide for football cards. And I was caught up in, I was like, 8 years old at the time. I was into football, so it was a natural thing to collect the sports cards. I do feel a little bad for J Shades picking on the unicorn there, but that is exactly for him. And boy, howdy, J Shades is climbing up out of 6, making that bid for at least 4. J Shades could actually get to legend from where he's at. He's that kind of guy. GG. Good to see you. All right, who do we got up next? We got Mark's not playing. Amarillo is probably not able to be watched. Nope. We got Tiago. We got Arrakis. I said I was going to see Arrakis. Okay, so we'll do Arrakis. Work our way back up to or down to Tiago, and then get up to Todd. See what he's going on, and then we told the Duke to hit us up if he was like getting close. So if we don't hear from him, I just assume that he's. I know he doesn't have to answer to me or anything, but I feel it's fair to assume, safe to assume, safe and fair is faith. Fair to assume, safe to assume that he is not. He hasn't gained any ground yet trying to get. And that's a long. ROTK was kind of long, but it was simple. He's got so many moving pieces in that thing. Holy cow! I think it'll happen. And Arrakis, there's showing the concede efficiency we were referring to. Although that one is pretty clean cut. That was not going to go well against Telvanni there. I'm back for my farewell tour. What? What? Where are you going? What about Shades Junior? The legacy. How do I do frowny face? I think that's like a tear. Either that or he's going to think I'm winking at him sadly. All right. We got Tiago. All right. See if he's still running the Covenant Singleton. He is. There's the Mushroom Tower. And Poopstone! Poopstone comes down at the last minute just to throw it in my face. And by throw it, I mean poop. So yeah, Sense Guy. Anyway, so yeah. So I was collecting sports cards, and back then, I mean, he still is one of the greats, I think. One of the greatest. But there was a running back named Barry Sanders. And I had his rookie card. And it wasn't, there's 2 rookie cards that he had, two main ones. And one of them is, I like the aesthetic better. It's orange, and it's got like a really cool picture of him like running as in college. And then there's a really boring one that is like green, and it's just like a headshot, like him just sitting there and smiling. But that one, of course, is the more rare, and therefore it's worth more. But I had the more common, but I thought better looking. And it was back then, as an 8-year-old, to have a football card that was worth like $7.50. That was a pretty big deal. He was one of my. Anyway, I had him. I loved it. But you know, grass is always greener. Bo Jackson was also a big player back then. And he had a rookie card.
Today you breathe your last.
Ooh, dang, Tiago. Feisty up against that Poopstone.
My fight is done.
Vengeful, even. Tiago, what did Core's 220 do to you? Holy cow. That was vicious. Vicious. He's at big school now. Times are changing. Don't worry, you got me all next month. I better. Nothing happened. Nothing to see. Nothing to hear. I hate change. Well, when it's not me. I personally love change. When my life is changing, I like things to be very... To be different all the time, but not other people. Y'all need to stay constant. Io. Casual. All right. Well, that probably means Io's trying something interesting out. He's testing some stuff. So he's going for whatchamacallit. His daily quest. We'll see. But we're already in it now. We'll hop out once he wins this game. He's up against Telvanni. But he's got a chance until he gets Telvanni. Once you break Telvanni's second to last rune, that's when they start getting ridiculous. And there is Vincenzo's lady. One of the mighty, beautiful, voluptuous babes of Tamriel. Gah! Gah! Well, anyway, to finish that story, I wanted the Bo Jackson. I thought at the time, you know, Bo Jackson, he was really freaking hot back then in terms of like that Hansel is so hot right now. He was a big deal. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna get the new thing. I'm gonna get the new shiny. So I traded my Barry Sanders in, and I got Bo Jackson. And as much as I like Bo Jackson, I was grieved to have parted with my Barry Sanders. And I think no. Yeah, I don't remember how I got him. I think I traded for him. And I traded a lot of cards to get Barry Sanders initially. Anyway, but I was bummed out.
I smell
For like 4
the
days.
stench
I was like
of the
inconsolable.
living.
And my parents asked me what was wrong, and I told them. You know, I traded a card, and now I'm regretting trading it. And I came home one day, and Barry Sanders was back in my room. I'm pretty sure it was in the exact same case that I sold it in, because it was a thick, like, screw case. My dad had bought it back for me.
Training is over.
It's time.
And, you know, back then for an adult, maybe $7 wasn't so much. Probably today's currency would be 10 or 11 bucks. It was a really nice thing to do. And it was only because, and just because I was so saddened by it. I was so saddened by the fact that I had parted with it. So I was able to have both. And then somehow I sold it or traded it or something later on in life, you know, like 10 years later or something. So I didn't have it. But I did, happily, I was able to find on eBay, there were people selling unopened boxes of cards from those series. And so I actually bought a box from each one, and one of them had like 4 Bo Jackson rookies in it, and one of them had 5 Barry Sanders rookies in it. Which is really cool, but it drove home the point, folks, and this is the moral. When you say, oh, hey, these cards are valuable now because they're so rare. Let's crank out crap tons of new cards for people, and they can collect those and also become millionaires. Well, when you've got, if you have 4 Bo Jacksons in one box of cards, it's not exactly rare. There are people with bricks of them, like 50 Bo Jackson rookie cards, 50 Barry Sanders. You can't have value in cards or anything in life if it's a common commodity. If it's a common thing, it's only valuable. The only reason why those cards from back in the day were so valuable is because they were rare. So you go back to like pre-80s, or pre-85, which is when the whole like, oh, hey, cards are worth money thing started kicking off. Those cards, those rookie cards and stuff are still, Joe Montana's rookie card, Jerry Rice, those are still worth hundreds of dollars, if not close to 1,000, depending on the condition. But rookie cards are cards from the mid to late 80s, 90s, and pretty much beyond. They ain't worth jack squat because they made so gosh darn many of them. So I just have them for nostalgia. I just have them because I enjoy having them around and they remind me of my childhood. But they're still worth like $10. You know, they're not worth anything. And Bo Jackson, of course, got an injury like 2 years after that. So even though his career had an amazing ceiling on it, like in terms of potential, he unfortunately got injured, and that was it.
Of the living.
So why did I say all that? Oh, it felt the same when I burned my when I gemmed my Daggerfall Mage. I felt the same loss, and so even though it really probably isn't the most ideal card to get a premium, I crafted a premium from it when I got the Soul Gems because I was making up for my past sins. So that was a way too long. Let's see. Catching up, Honey Badger. Welcome, honey. He's attempting to conjure the ancient giant. Yep, nice. Shearpoint Dragon, ridiculous synergy. Yep. Shearpoint is one of the strongest non-unique dragons. He is. And at a pretty good value too. A 4/4 body at 6, obviously not great, but that 2/2, and the fact, the big thing, Shearpoint, it's not just that. Look at Io keeping his dreams alive against Redonkulous Telvanni with a bunch of cards it shouldn't have, by my estimation. And waiting, in fact, for me to declare that he was holding his own against Telvanni, he backs out. I don't blame him, though. I would have probably done that several turns ago, but we can't call it... Well, I mean, that is concede efficiency, just not the most efficient of efficiencies. All right. We can take... Oh, Io. Control Telvanni in casual. Disgusting. Let's see here. Tiago, we can take another gander. We haven't. I don't think we've seen the culmination of Tiago's Daggerfall deck yet. Okay, there we go. Looking okay. I do like seeing Master Schwarzsmith there.
I'll do what I can.
But yeah. So, and actually, it might be the strongest non-unique Honey Badger just because, like, the -2/-2 on summon is a big deal, but the fact that effect, his multiplier remains in effect the entire time he's on the board. I mean, Flame Spear has kind of the same thing, but and he's cheaper, but that effect is really only good or a game changer if you're running a lot of, finish offs and leaf lurkers and stuff. Otherwise, it's a thing, but it's not terribly valuable. Whereas SharePoint is just deadly when it hits the board and remains deadly as long as you it demands a silence. No!
Masterful move.
Stop laughing, Denise. Stop laughing. All of you, stop laughing. Hallowed Death Priest is an abomination. You should be banished to the pits of hell. Honey Badger says, she's old enough to be my mom. Okay. I don't know what kind of defense. She's 41, 42. Ouch. Ouch. So she's 2 years younger than me, and you're saying she's too old for you. That ain't right, Honey Badger. What is age but a number? She could be 40 for all you know. Barely twice your age. So I guess that's a no then? No romance about to bloom?
When Lord Dagon comes, I won't need to hide any longer.
Todd, luckiest man. Yes. Holy top deck. Holy top deck, Batman. Or Todd. So you're saying Todd got good. Yes, exactly. There you go. That's the other way you can tweak it around. Endeavor GG equals good game. Well, I know Endeavor GG means good game. Ouch, sorry. Yeah, no, Endeavor, we are not besmirching the strong GGs at the end of your name. I'm just saying, like, I always felt it always seemed to me to be a little disingenuous to say good game to somebody when you kick their face in. Like, if it's close, GG to me seems very apropos because you're like, hey, good game, well fought. But sometimes, and it's not a pride thing, but there's sometimes where either the opponent does it to you or you do it to your opponent where it just isn't even close. Like this. Could Tiago really say GG and mean good game based on this? I mean, it's a polite way. It's a phrase we use to communicate a respect to your opponent. So there's nothing wrong with that. But I think it's more accurate at times like this for GG to stand for get good. But that's insulting, but as a comedy thing, as a funny thing, not genuine. Like, I would never say to somebody, GG, parentheses, get good. It's just it's a way of thinking about what the GG means when in reality,
I will devour your soul, mortal.
fortune.
Today you breathe your last.
He's not wrong. Thanks to what's his name, aversion to death. Nice. Just a little pokey poke. Heed my warning. I've got a tiny dagger, but it's dripping with lethal potential. No double entendre intended. How dare you? Alrighty. Todd, if you want to give it another go, we can take a gander, or we can hop on and check out another IO game. Oh, wait, no, I want to do the opposite. Aha! I have bested you with my bigger eyeballs. Ha 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 ha. Oh, but he's back in casual. What is that? What is that? All right, we got Tiago. So we did see two Tiago wins because I remember 2 times saying, your ass is mine, or something like that. Isn't that one of the emotes? Arrakis, all right. Get another Arrakis game in here. Looks like, I think that's a fresh one. I think he just started. Io, good evening. I returned after completing my manly chore of stacking wood. Well done, Io. Well done. Again, every time I hear that, I'm very envious. We will not need wood in this part of the country ever. And we're the poorer for it. I really wish we could get a nice, healthy winter season here, but alas, it is not to be. Giggles! I can be happy because it's not against me.
This might be handy.
Never gets old, does it? I did detect a manliness about you, Io. I was like, damn, somebody's got some testosterone going, and it was Io because he chopped wood. Io takes off his red flannel overcoat, lays his long johns to dry by the fire.
I'm ready.
Aye, 'tis a good life, he seemed to say. Oh, there's the good looking until you get close up on her, Corner Club Gambler. And no way to fell her, unfortunately. So Arrakis, Alakith, the answer for the premium Corner Club.
The Oriole do not waste time chatting with Morgans.
I'm not into football, but even I know who Barry Sanders is. Played for the Lions, right? Yes, Sky. Excellent. That's actually impressive because when you say you're not into football, like to me that means okay, probably know who John Montana is. I mean, you may know some current stars that I don't even know about, but like Barry Sanders, I mean, he was a great running back. He was one of the best and definitely could have. I mean, he left. He probably had at least 2, maybe 3 really good years left, and then he still had years left that he could have built up his record. He could have surpassed Walter Payton's record. Walter Payton's another football player I really like. Unfortunately, he passed away of cancer. I think it was before the turn of the century, which is just really sad to think about. But Barry Sanders, I continue to be a fan of his because he was always humble. Like he was never never got big headed. I mean, he was like the best player by far on the Lions the entire time he was there, and never complained. I mean, he may have lost a lot of love for the game because of it. I mean, they were absolutely crap. He got them to the playoffs one year. They lost their only playoff game they made. I think they won one playoff game, and then after that, they never came back. But no. Bottom line, I'm very impressed that you actually know who Barry Sanders is. But he's still a really great guy. His dad kind of kept him humble too. His dad actually told him, he's like, "You're my second or third favorite player." And I don't think he was being mean. I think he liked Tim Brown. He always thought Jim Brown was like the best there ever was. So he was like his favorite. And then there was one other one, and then his son Barry Sanders. But Barry, man, he just had a way of running. Like you could not catch that guy. You genuinely had to have it a team. And I think there was still times where he ran, like in one play, he faked out like eight out of the 11 guys in the field. But anyway, kudos to you, Zen Sky, for knowing who Barry Sanders is. I like Grave Grasp, says Endeavor. I included it in my last deck creation. Oh yeah, okay. I accidentally read it on purpose. I accidentally read it correctly by accident on purpose. I don't see too many people run it, Endeavor. Did you get some good value out of it? I'm not saying that not many people run it, so you didn't get good value. It's just, but it's a prophecy too, right? If I'm not mistaken. I chat in game, but Schward has his dang doing. Oh wait, I have my shirt on. I thought he was saying he had it on. Oh, my bad. My bad. Bigger balls of eye. Thanks for letting me know, though, Io. I thought you were saying you had your do not disturb on. I'm like, I don't remember that at all, but there we go. Now we can be disturbed. Please disturb me. One does not simply disturb the Schward. That I will say that as much as I love Lord of the Rings, that line, I don't know why. I wonder. I want to see another take of Sean Bean doing that line without doing this. Because that line cracks me up every time I see it. He's like, and the great eye is always watching. He actually, Well, first of all, it's a little more like this, Boromir, but like, it's like he's doing what do you call that? Charades. And the great eye. This is not like they don't know what he's talking about. This is an eye shape, by the way. I'm making an eye shape with my hand. So when I say the great eye, it's always. I mean, to me that's like high school drama. You know, you have the awkward gestures. My directors used to call it bread. We had a gal named Danielle. She was a great actress, but she had a propensity for giving out bread. She would be like, and so we must do this, and it was like every time she would gesture. And so we had this joke where we did the fanciest stuff. It was like, and so, and yeah, we give them bread, give the audience bread. So to me, the great eye is very, very high school theater. Maybe it was the best take. Maybe Peter Jackson just has a quirky taste. I would have let him do that and then said, hey, Sean, can we get a take of you not trying to recreate the eye with your hand? It looks kind of sad. I forgot how much that makes me laugh. It's like, and the great eye, he's always watching. No! But one simply does not walk into Mordor. The great eye is always watching. All right, so anyway, got me off track there. Zen Sky. Honey Badger, I had a teacher in college that had a totes full of sports cards, and the only major fight he said he had with his wife was when she threw them away because she didn't know why he kept them. Oh, yeah. And the problem is she's not right. She can't be right in that situation. You could say, I got rid of them because, I mean, really anything. What that comes down to is I didn't bother to ask you why you kept them around. I didn't bother to, it's fine if you don't know everything that your spouse likes, loves, cares about. But honestly, if he's been keeping them around for that long, like if my wife had shoes or something that she never wore, but and had holes in them and everything, but I saw that she kept them everywhere, I'm not going to go through and be like, well, those can go in the trash. Like I'm going to say, hey, and in theory, you know, we would have had a conversation or so where I'd be like, so what's with those shoes? Like, I never see you wear them. Oh, my mom gave them to me. They were my first pair of whatever shoes. So I'll probably never wear them again, but they just mean a lot to me. Okay. I'm not going to throw them out. Like there is no, I mean, I'm trying to think if there's a way, like if he said, well, one, they have great potential monetary value and they're just a big part of my childhood. Then she could have I guess, defensible reason if she said, well, we needed the room or, you know, there's a weight limit. The floor was about to cave in. Your cards weighed 12 ounces and I didn't want the floor to cave in, so I got rid of them. I mean, that's at least a justifiable. He may say, hey, throw out some of my t-shirts, you know, throw out all my clothes rather than my football cards. But like, you know, and it's not a woman thing. It's just male or female. Like as a spouse throwing out something because you don't see the value in it. I understand that because you're like, why would you do that to me? And I understand you're not doing it because you hate me. In theory, you love me, but why would somebody who loves me, why would you just assume that I'm keeping these around because of stupid reasons? It don't make no sense. No sense at all. So I understand that she at least steel sword. I guess he saw something I didn't immediately, or just assumed. Yeah, probably knew Ed Lethal. You don't concede. All good. Wasn't sure if you wanted to break from. No. I know because it's kind of like stereo. I've got the discussion going on with you all over on the right side, and then I get, in-game chats from the left, and sometimes, they need a little more attention. Like the one time where it was like, hey, I'm about to do something really freaking awesome. Oh, wow. We got Inu. We got Zenzi. Inu, how dare you be playing? Oh, wait. You probably said hello down here, didn't you? No? Inu, how dare you be playing and not say hello? What a jerk. I decry you, sir. Decry, I say. That is insult to... Boy, I'm insulted and injured. You know what? Am I a legend yet? I am not, Inu. I am not. Oh, no! Oh, no! Hey, look. You can say that to Io all you want. You start talking to me. You start talking to me. You know what? You know what? I've had enough. Wow. That's some stones right there. I made a misplay. Should have used the Cloud Rest instead of Hive Defender. Oh, gotcha. I'm just kidding. This is my first game. Just logged in. I know. I know he knew. I know. Yeah, there is none taken. No offense taken.
Dawn comes, I won't need to hide any longer.
But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I have no right to speak to any of you until I can reach the legendary status, which is why I turned up the heat a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, see, me behind chat, Zen Sky. Wow, that's a strong play. I agree with you, Zen, 100%, but I have no clue what you're talking about because I missed it. He said he went dumpster diving and got all the totes out and then explained to her what they were, their worth, and that they would be their retirement money when he wasn't working anymore. Okay, so there you go. He handled it well. When you said the major fight that they got in, to me that was like, I wouldn't fight my wife if... Well, no. We would have to have a talk. We would have to have a talk about her throwing away things that she doesn't realize the value of. Because I don't want that to happen again. Glad my BM list worked for you. It did. It really did. I didn't... Consume? I didn't know. I didn't know how powerful it was. It can be frustrating when draws suck. Yeah, but we didn't stop playing with it because the draws sucked. We just stopped because we got where we wanted to be, and I just wanted to, change things up a little bit. We might be able to go another rank with it. It did really well. It was the first deck to consistently do well in like 5 days. I mean, we had a lot of good decks from you folks that we got like 1 or 2 wins like right off the jump with them, and then the game got wise and was like, oh no, he's starting to rank up. Let's take him down a notch. And admittedly, I gave up after sometimes 1 loss, but usually after 2. I think decks should be given maybe 3 chances before they get declared too cold to play. Cunning Ally, that's one of the few alternate arts I don't have. I have to watch the other OTK as well. Yeah, it's at the very end, Io. It's, like I said, not quite spectacular. Our opponent had a misplay, but I'm fearing as Zivkin or whatever his name is. Oh, yeah, the 1-4 or the 1-7. Yeah, you have reason to fear him and Chandler Bing. Chandler Bing with Soul Shred is going to be a problem. And with the Praetorian Commander. Did I get the name right? That is a second, count them, second prophecy javelins that Inu has had to push through. Yeah, Praetorian Commander. Now, Honey Badger, don't think that I'm allowing you to get away from this whole thing with you and this feisty, slightly older, slightly seasoned young lady who you are clearly smitten with. We'll circle back around to that. But I do appreciate the story. But yeah, I mean, obviously I would be much angrier if there was no... this is not looking good. I mean, that lightning Boto is fabulous. I swear we're gonna see it. We're gonna see like a freaking 8/8 Chandler Bing. I hope I'm wrong, but that would be my luck. But yeah, so again, Tullius. Oh, conscription. Yeah, that would be equally as bad. Well, let's not get caught up in worst case scenarios. Let's just believe in the best. For what reason, I don't know.
We will protect the Emperor or die.
Okay, that's not the worst. I guarantee that that's either Faded Wraith. Okay, that's a GG right there. That's kind of a GG. Unless no removal. Eesh.
Well,
fight on, my
let's see if we
men.
can find something
Sir,
useful.
something said.
Lord Dagon comes. I won't
I am
need
fallen but
hide
not yet
longer.
slain. I'll just sit here and bleed a while, and then get up and fight again. Or again. I know that I said it, didn't I say it? It's either a Faded Wraith or a Chandler Bing.
Well played.
And now he's got Chandler Bing. I guarantee it. And it's going to be freaking huge. And that's going to be the death of everything.
Succumb to me.
You're unpredictable. You're so unpredictable. But Inu's plugging through.
I am defeated.
Okay, just kidding. Inu is done. Yep. Yup. Goes to show the bad luck is not limited to that would have left 6 more damage on my side. I gotcha. So was it a shame concede, or did it directly result, or would it directly result in GG? Oh, it was a gateway? Of course it was. Of course it was. So let me see. Hang on a second. Let me. Atronach. Oh, he's pushing for rank 1. Of course it was. That's exactly what happens with gateway games. Yep. We got screwed by Chandler being on a gateway game, as I recall. Todd, you playing? You playing? Nope, doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Oh, Zensky? Casual match. Casual. Blah. What are you doing in a casual match, Zensky? Fight like a man. It was over. He had enough damage next turn and Razum in hand. Oh, he knew he had Razum. Almost as bad as losing to Io. Had to get that jab in. You know, it's not a war at 4 unless there is the poking. The poking. Inu to Io. All right. Let's see. What do we have here? We've got 4. I don't have my dice with me. I was going to let it be random chance. We'll go with Io. Since Inu invoked Io, we will. But yeah. If the cards were gone for good, my Io would be more considerable. This one is more of a okay. You did not do irreparable damage, irreparable harm.
I smell the stench of the living.
But know this: if you touch my totes again, well, just don't touch my totes again. That's what I would say. It's a very interesting combo, really, Io, to get to and easy to get. Age is just a number, isn't that what R. Kelly said? You know, maybe we don't connect those dots. Let's keep those. We gotta keep them separated. That's what the Offspring says. We gotta keep them separated. Hey, don't pay no mind. You're under 18. You won't be doing any time. Hey. You know, now that you think about it. Well, no. Not now that you think about it. I'm not decrying the entire music industry or entertainment industry, but what we see going on here where we're starting to get like, oh, wait, what's been going on? What's been going on at a lot of these parties and a lot of these things? It's not just, you know, drugs and alcohol. There's a lot of other stuff going on too. Surprising very few people, at least as far as what how I was raised. And I'm not trying to, it's again, not a judgment thing, but you look at that stuff and go, this isn't just confined to what you think is
Pretty flowers.
it's like, oh, okay, well, it's just sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Well, that's like a third of it for a lot, for some in the industry, not everyone, certainly. Cicero, you're rendered impotent. Your little teeny tiny dagger isn't going to do anything, Cicero. You're just going to have to sit there and look all creepy and whatnot. Okay, never mind. Now Cicero has... Screw you, Cicero. Because when I played with you and they did that to me, I had no recourse. Because I didn't draw any of my items. Alright, Io running a bold dragon deck. But he is just getting the business from the Spanish Shadow. Bet you didn't know shadows had ethnicities or races, did you?
You're so sweet. I can just
There you go. That's a little more definitive. Now, Cicero shall never return again, nor shall he recover from becoming a pastry.
I slay the unworthy.
Why does that actually look delicious? Like I'm pretending. Oh no! Oh, okay. You know what? Like I said, no. Io needs to win this, but I will always be mildly entertained by the sweet roll getting its revenge. As an isolated. Oh, he said, you took out my shear point? Well, guess what? I'm bringing it back. I'm bringing the shear point back. I live in Michigan. Everyone talked about him, Barry Sanders. As well they should. He was a great guy. And again, very humble. Very, very humble, which is just something you don't see in athletes anymore. You know, they do the, you know, who's the greatest. And I mean, I remember talking to one guy. He wasn't an athlete. He was just a guy who's like, I don't know why people get so mad about. Oh, nice combo there. Nice. Go, Io, go, Io, go. But he's like, well, you know what's wrong with being arrogant? Oh. Oh, piercing javelin. We love to see you pierce the Guardian. Stick it in his heart and shove it in his face. His entrails lie all over the place. Elliot Guardian. Shattered to bits, ain't it the pits? Io got the W. And you got the shits. Yes, go Io. Would you say go away? That's your nemesis. Inu, that's your nemesis, buddy. He whooped you last time. Now, I can understand why you want him to go away, because he's the only one who's bested you aside from that deck we just saw. Don't shirk from the competition, man. Record sales. That being said, what did as a great man once said, what have you done for me lately? Yeah. And yes, you know, by default, it's in your favor. You start the number you give is the number of yours. So yes, if it was 3 and 7, 14, that would be a little different. All right. Oh, we got to give Io the. I know you can hear me, but I got to give you the GGG on that one. That's what you get for relying on Guardian to bail your keister out of the fire. The fire. All right, back to Inu then. Before in the crab decks, I had the card Hidden Trail. Now I don't see it. Wait. What do you mean, Endeavor? Like in the cards, in the decks you built, you put Hidden Trail in? In the crab decks, I had the card Hidden Trail. Now I don't see it. Well, do you not have it anymore? Or I'm confused, Endeavor. Please expound. What do you mean? I mean, I don't see many people run Hidden Trail. It's definitely off the beaten trail, as it were.
Seal up this.
The waters of life.
But I mean, it's a slightly less expensive, slightly less awesome Divine Fervor. So I kind of, I could kind of see, especially in agility, could see playing it. Thank you. And Guardians don't have entrails. I wins. Inu didn't. He's salty. They do have entrails, Io. They're just rocky and stony. Their entrails are nothing but a giant gall and kidney stone. Speaking metaphorically. Ooh, shrieking harpy, you too shall not defend the face, for Inu has the negation. Gosh, Jesse is dying. Talk about the Great Eye. Because it's not the Great Eye. It's this tiny little. He's doing the dramatic presentation. Fun fact: when Boromir says one does not simply walk, he's actually reading the script on his lap because he didn't finish writing that part of the script until that morning or the night before. I did not know that. Which I gotta say, that's impressive. Usually the only lore people seem to know is, did you know that when Viggo Mortensen kicked the helmet and when he shot it, he actually broke his toe? Like, that's pretty much the go-to for everyone. I don't think that even came up in the expanded, because I watched the extended with commentary, and I don't remember that being in there. So, congratulations on it, Batter. You've enlightened me on a fact that I did not know about. And maybe like Peter Jackson scribbled, hey, make a little circle with your hand so people know you're talking about an eye. And he's like, the great eye. Are you? Oh, okay, well, I got to roll with it. It's in the script. I got to do it. And they didn't have time to memorize their lines.
Walk with
Which is,
our Lord.
ooh, damn. Oh, he can kill his own creature. Sorry, hopefully you're not listening. You know, I know I'd be giving you. Oh wait, can he? Can Worm King kill his own creature? Does he have the capability to self-sabotage? Wait, let's see what the card art says. Just to a creature. Yes, he can.
You've not seen my like.
Well, to be fair, you know, there's only one card other than Alfiq to play. That's awesome. That was crucial. I mean, now you got to give you cards if he wants to heals. That worked out well. Oh, but it's like, what the
Your
hell?
blood stands forth.
Okay. I honestly didn't think of that somehow. Really? Oh, there it is. You shriveled mummy.
Time to make more enemies.
Oh, piss. Yeah, this is one of the, again, this is one of the ones that feels, well, okay. He just keeps fighting, but gosh, that seducer. With Sans Baron's Eye, this would look pretty good, but
Of the three.
yeah, well, honestly, you know, because a lot of time the card it's only for an enemy creature. So I would have assumed that initially, but I've actually seen, I don't know if it was you that I've seen a lot of other people do stuff like that too. And
Your blood stands forth.
that's it. Yikes. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Carbon. Hello, good to see you. Sean, good to see you as well. Sky Shard is an interesting card. It is, and that's another one that doesn't get a lot of love, but yeah, I do that too, but this time I didn't think of it. And it happens the best of it. I told y'all, like, look at the Masters, the Please Don't Hack Me versus Person of Secrets. I mentioned this before, but I don't know that everybody was watching it back then, but Person of Secrets had Please Don't Hack Me dead to rights. He had Blackhand Master on the board. All he had to do was squish it, and he wins. He needed 2 points of damage. It just slipped out of his head. He didn't see it. And Please Don't Hack Me went on to win the championship. So happens to the best of us. And I include myself in that only because it sounds weird to say it happens to the best of you. It just kind of feels like I should include myself. All right. Yeah, so it's even the bestest of players kind of have a forgetful moment. And how many times you guys have pointed out, oh, if you just did this and this. Now, granted, when you say it to me, oh, we got nipped. Io nipped us. How dare you, sir? How dare you? You knew damn well I was coming in there to watch, and yet you finished him off before I could see anything. This affront shall... Oh, no, what am I doing? Oh, it is not time for me to play. No, indeed. That is not the time that this is. All right. We'll give it a second. Oh, Krakatoa. Go. An arena. Never mind. Just kidding. He's messing with us. All right. Tiago. Oh, no. Oh, Zen Sky is actually in a versus match. All right. That's right. We can check him out after Tiago. Looks like he's poised for a comeback against Tyrannothorax. Tyrannothoraxis? Tyranthraxis. That's probably a legit thing. I thought he was making a play on Tyrannosaurus Rex, but... Oh, I forgot. I don't have the earbuds in right now. That's why I can't hear it. That's cool. Your words are powerless because I can't hear them. And somehow they're less obnoxious when you read them. But yeah, it's weird. Like, I mean, I went to school with... And Tiago just... Interesting. Maybe he had to go? Tiago, are you okay? Zen Sky versus Matchin.
What did you
But yeah, they have like those like memories where they just read the script once and it's locked in their brain. I personally think I might have been able to. I don't know that I'm. Well, no, because I'm not the best at anything. I would have been a fair to midland actor, a sufficient actor.
Prepare yourself.
But I was crap when it came to memorizing lines. Other than Shakespeare, for some reason, Shakespeare stuck. The few times I did Midsummer Night's Dream twice, 2 different times, and I did one other play. I can't remember what it is now off the top of my head. Oh, Valère. What was I? Valère? No, it was not Shakespeare. It was Molière. It was Tartuffe. That was it. So when the language is fancy, when it's kind of verbose, I, for some reason, can remember that much easier. But normally, oh, Twirlin' Merlin! It's Twirlin' Merlin! Always brings a smile to my face. Although, as an opponent to Zen Sky, oh, look at Zen Sky at 204. Hot damn. Just got into Legends and he's crawling his way towards the top 100. Although, admittedly, at this point, it looks like he might be stymied, but all it takes is a little bit of removal, which that does not qualify as, and of course, that puts him just out of range.
Ready to join the circle.
Oof. Looks like Twirlin's, and I don't mean. Oh wait.
We'll never give ground.
Rackus. I like making mistakes. Those are what I can learn from. If I would do everything perfectly, I couldn't become better. So I'm not ashamed of them. And I don't mean, oh, I would be perfect then. Because there's... I was about to say, Arrakis. I was about to say. Because if you say, if I was perfect, I wouldn't make mistakes, then I wouldn't be... Oh. I mean, it's... I guess... So was this... Oh, no, it's not a pure prophecy deck. He still has the draw if he doesn't hit face, but he probably will. What was I saying? Something amazing, something profound. Where Twirlin' Merlin got us all. Okay, all right, he still gets to do some triumphant yarling. Unfortunately, well, maybe it'll draw him a silence of some kind. Guard, that's good. So this is a prophecy. Oh, Zenskai, you might have told me about this one. You said you had a prophecy deck that was going, well, pretty heavy on prophecy. But you don't usually see like heavy prophecy in 3 colors because that's a lot of prophecies to come up with. Oh yeah, I love World Eater's Eyrie. It's a cool name, for one thing. And 2, yeah, it's because you have charge creatures and like, you know, Tazcads and your Tazcads and aspect of her scenes, like big old 12/12s coming down. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Really, it is. 2020 Odavings. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious me. All right, we got Inu, Arrakis. But yeah, I was gonna say on a technicality, if you okay, good. Oh, there you go. Poof, yes. Get Poof Judge in here. I was gonna say if you never lose because you're perfect, then you don't make mistakes. There's nothing to learn from because you're already there. But I get what you're saying. It is kind of funny when you say it a certain way. It's like, well, then that means you've reached perfection. And then, although to be fair, that's also kind of a miserable place to be. It's kind of like when the reason why I play RPGs as much as I do, why I get addicted to them, because it's addicted to them is because the chance to better yourself and to get more stuff, to learn more things. If I cap out, or if it doesn't have that feature, I just stop playing. Like I'm not interested. So it is actually kind of a bummer to find yourself in a state of perfection. Which is why I continue to throw the games when I play and make the bad plays, because otherwise I'd just get bored and I'd stop playing. So that just wouldn't be fun. Swiftwing Dragon, yes, Endeavor, yeah. Good old 10, that's another 10/10. And that's when it gets its value, because it's really hard. At 8 cost 5/5, it can be a little hard for people to get on board with that. But there we see World Eater's Eyrie. Wait. How did you guys talking about that? It's just happenstance that y'all were talking about this back at 20 minutes ago, and we're now seeing a deck, one of the few that's actually running World Leader's Irie
So much
from
for a
Pufias?
clean escape.
Or
There are always deals to be made.
Endeavor, are you? No, I'm pretty sore today. Got a nice 6, 7. Uh-oh, what's going on? Bull elk a few days ago. Got a brat. Oh, nice! Holy cow. Wait. So, for those watching who don't know, how does 6, 7 translate? 6 feet wide, 7 feet long.
You should.
Arrow, gun, bare hands, wrestling. He said he's sore, so I'm joking there. Of course, I don't necessarily think that he.
So much for a clean escape.
Oh boy, I mean, Pufias putting up a good fight, and that hurts, but is not the end of all things. Can't get that Irie down, but man, if he can stabilize. No, 6 tines on one side. Okay, there we go. I don't even know what a tine is. Hang on. Gun, 1 shot. Nice. All right, 6 tines on one side and 7 on the other. Gun, 1 shot. Nice. I understand that's hard to pull off. How far?
I will keep Sothasill's people alive.
Idea on weight. Gortwog is on the board.
For a clean escape. As it doesn't need to be followed.
Is he going to be enough? Or is he going to eat a javelin? And he's looking. Got what he needs. Okay. Jeez, all the draw in the world. Pufias, I feel your pain, buddy. You're just sitting there going, can he stop drawing cards, please? Every card he draws is another draw a card. Like, hey, here, find your answer.
The always clever.
Oh,
This is the secret to
piss.
success.
For the Emperor,
Don't play another one.
no quarter.
Wow.
Think it's worth dying.
That's all right. Pufias, you won, and you're winning in real life. You had an awesome real life exchange. Let him have his whatever that was. Buddy has a plane, fly one day, look, land, camp, hunt next day, and home. Wow. That's amazing. I don't know anybody else with that kind of sweet gig. How long you think it'll last? The meet. How often do you go? Yeah, you guys will find out I have a voracious appetite when it comes to, well, food, but also when somebody's like, I met a guy at a party who was an engineer on a locomotive, like on a train. I didn't let the guy I just kept asking questions. I'd never met somebody who actually, drives a locomotive, and so I couldn't shut up. I just kept asking. Now, granted, I don't always remember the answers, but my mind wants to know. It would be more like an unbreakable wall or prison, which you can't even go around, an inescapable stop. Oh, and there is no perfection. It's not just philosophy either. It's coming from the laws and the very existence of the universe. So making no mistakes doesn't mean you are the best. It just means you can't develop further. Aha. Just means you can't develop further. Interesting. But wouldn't that... wouldn't it then be... Then... wouldn't the truth then be... If that is an irrefutable truth in the universe, wouldn't that therefore mean that if you think you're perfect, you're wrong, which is actually a mistake, and so therefore you are making mistakes? Or, probably more accurately, that if you think you're perfect or you seem to be perfect, but the fact is you can't be, then that means that you are making mistakes that you don't even realize you're making, which actually probably means you're worse off than a lot of people, which means you're even further than perfection from what you thought. So that's your thing. So folks, next time you think you're perfect, just remember, it's not a philosophy. It is the nature of the universe. So if you happen to think that way, you're just wrong. And it means you're probably making a lot of mistakes that you don't recognize as mistakes, which is really, really bad. I'll be happy to email you a pic. I'm not scared of you after opening up online so much. Oh, yeah, man. Heck yeah. Little people know that Kodiak Island in Alaska has elk on it. The federal government planted elk a long time ago. Now it's illegal to do any of that kind of stuff. Roosevelt elk. Is that... Are you in Alaska then? And yes, I'd be happy. It's always nice when people say they're not afraid of you. Oh, he lives in Kodiak. Oh, no kidding. Oh, so jealous. I tried to move to Alaska a couple of years back. Hard to make the it's whatever. Fabulous. Are you in the dark time of year? I sound ignorant there, but I know that there are times where it's like it's never dark, and then there are times where it's like perpetually dark. And then probably normal seasons too. All right, let's see here. That's awesome. That is awesome. I think that's the first person I know who lives in Alaska. It's not a foreign country, but it's definitely, you know, far removed from the continental United States, in a manner of speaking. Inu, Io, Arrakis. Well, we'll try Arrakis as we philosophize and ponder the great truths of the universe. Not yet, getting close. Kodiak is closer to Seattle. Oh, okay. Than the rest of Alaska? It's pretty south. Okay. But it is getting close, because, yeah, I think it's the winter time it does that. The last frontiers. Aside from Montana. Although that may not be so much unexplored frontier as it is just kind of wilderness. There's just, you know where stuff is, and you know where stuff ain't. It's not that it's small. We call it quaint. Damn, I'm just on fire today. I tell you what. Oh, Endeavor. Why? No. Yeah, imagine combo. You know, Aeolian Guardian and World Eater's Eyrie. Oh, don't give anybody ideas. I mean, nobody. I don't think there's anybody here that we know of, but there could be people lurking in the shadows, just waiting for great ideas, and that would be. Although to be fair, if Aeolian Guardian comes down and you don't have removal or silence, you're done anyway. So whether it's, you know, 18 by 18, 18 or 9, or whatever the heck it is, 8 by 8, I don't know. However big it is, it's pretty much game over if you can't get it out of the way. So it's. But I mean, to be fair, it's easier to trade at a smaller size, obviously. But yeah, let's not give anybody more ideas on how they can bastardize Guardians. That they're already crappy enough. Yeah, it blows like a broken vacuum. Well, I can't argue with that turn of phrase. A vacuum cleaner would blow if it's broken in more ways than one. Well said. When you see it appear on the board, it always gives you a tickling sensation in the grant button. Wait, what? When you see... in the grant button? I'm not familiar with the grant button, but if you're talking about the World Eyrie support. And Dark Seducer, another broken card. Plus Eyrie, yeah. And Dark Seducer arguably is... I mean, no, it's not a broken card. It is a game changer, though. I mean... on it... No, I was going to say... maybe more so. It's like even better as a card than Nahagleave, but not really. But they both bite it to silence. And Nahagleave, sometimes your opponent can just trade into it, which they can't do against. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, there we go.
Nothing will trace back to us.
All right, Poofius.
Feel the power within you.
Oh, sorry. It's nothing personal. I don't know that he granted that to everybody. Let me see. How do I do this? What if I do? I've never been Midwest. Miss Wef. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. I can't. Ah. Sorry. Like I said, I personally have no doubt, but like he said, I trust you because he knows me, but I can't get to it if. How can I do that? Oh, tell you what. Hang on a second, folks. Give me 1 second. I apologize. Oops, that's not right. There we go. All right. 1 second.
I didn't come here alone.
How do I? Crap. All right. Let me. 1 more second, folks.
I shall be your eyes and ears.
And we're back. Okay. Made a call, but that, again, it's not a personal thing. I just don't feel at liberty to. And I know it flashed up there, so people want to see it. They can see it. I just yeah. It was once it's done, it's done. That's the problem with a lot. You may have to edit that email part out if you can. I know. Arg. I don't know how to do that in a live stream. I'm gonna have to go back. Where are we at? We're at 237.
All will be consumed by the void.
237. That's like 235. Again, it's definitely not you. It's you know anybody else. I mean that was yeah. Okay, I'll play Unite. So many Telvanni's out today.
Nothing will trace back to us.
Just needs more false incarnates. Hey, how dare you make my name synonymous with false incarnate? I mean, just because my name is incarnate, but my name is actually incarnate. At the end of aggro, I usually use Dread, Clan Fear, 3 copies. Dang, Endeavor, you play all the kind of off the beaten path game cards. But I remember you saying you like to do that actually. I remember playing. I only had 1 copy of him because isn't he? I think he's an epic. So I only had 1 copy of him, but I played him in. Oh, I actually played him in that Battle Mage deck I was talking about earlier today. Because it is like yeah, it takes away guards and it's a 6/3. So all guards gone from the board and you have 6 damage. I don't think I definitely won more games with what's his face.
This is going to be messy.
Camlorn Hero, but I think I got a few wins with Dread Clan Fear. But yeah, he doesn't get a lot of love, which is I guess because he's kind of got a weenie body. I mean, he's powerful, but he dies to a lot. Beowulf, hail friend! Good to see you! Only Jerk Nuggets finish the game out like Poofiest's opponent. Screw gaming social customs. Yeah, I know you got worked up, man. Oh, jeez. And right as Beowulf comes in. Oh. That's another good word. We got nugget is just a funny word however you pair it. Whether it's crab nuggets, which is from Megamind. Well, turd muffin is neither of those. And then was it crab nuggets? Jerk nuggets.
It has been my honor.
Just nuggets is just fun. Nicely done indeed, Arrakis. Hey, if you get the win without it, Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how good how good YouTube's editing stuff is once you have the video up, but hopefully it's the way I can. It's always possible. All right. Let's see. Do we do? Oh, Dano. There we go. Dano. Do it, Dano. Do the things. You want to see the things that Dano does.
Shadow.
And then I think we'll revisit. Oh, Van Baron. I think we. No, I don't remember 7900, but maybe I could have sworn we saw him earlier today. Monk is a pretty. Monk stands out pretty well. Yeah, Poofiest is a good sport. Let's see. Okay, I'll handle that after. After the stream, I will take care of that. Are we out of? We're out of liquid libations. I think that's the right word for it. I don't usually use that word very often. I do have lukewarm beer somewhere, though. Maybe I should grab one of those. I was saving it. I wanted to do a sketch. I don't know that I'm going to do it now, just because it just take too much time to shoot. But like a short. So I don't know if you all have seen it. There's oh, I may have mentioned this too. There's a Japanese drink, or a drink from Japan. It's about a glass bottle about this big. And it's got the most contrived, ridiculous way of opening it I have ever seen in my entire life.
Just forget about seed.
You have to peel the plastic off from around it, which is not always easy because it doesn't necessarily come off in one pull. Then it's got a plastic cap. You take the plastic cap off. Inside of that or attached to that plastic cap is a circle. You know, it's the top of the cap, and then it's got this little piece that sticks down there. You have to punch that out of the little circle and set that aside. And you take this little piece that it's flat on the top with a little thing in there, and there's a glass ball on the top of the bottle, and you have to put that thing on top, and you push it to extricate the glass ball from the top of the bottle, and it goes into a little chamber in the top of the drink. It's got like that much of like a little enclosed chamber that has a little opening at the bottom, but not enough to let the ball out. You have to do all, and then so you push it down, and there, and then you can drink it. So it's like 3 steps, and they're harder than, and it's not friendly. It doesn't make it better. In fact, you're using more materials because you got the plastic around it. Then you got a glass ball, and you got a piece of plastic. You push it down, and then the worst part is, or the next part is, now not only is the bottle like half as full because most of it is this empty chamber for that little glass ball, but when you try to drink it, the little glass ball gets in the hole sometimes and blocks the. And I was like, so and the only thing I could possibly think of is, are you tired of not being challenged when you're trying to drink your drink? Are you tired of easy to open cans and bottles and then just cut away to somebody just going, this is not a challenge for me, or I don't think this is worthy, or whatever it is. But like, what is the mindset here? Why are we creating these very difficult to open bottles? What was humanity crying out for that this bottle is an answer to? Were we really just having that much of an easy life? That it's like, oh, we must make this convoluted, ridiculous bottle. And it tastes okay, but it's not worth all the effort. It's like the crab of drinks. It takes you like 6 hours to get into it, and then there's very little in there. Anyway, I was saving it for that because I was going to do cutaways to like one opening the beer bottle and one opening like a Coke can or a Zevia can and one opening another thing. I mean, wine bottles are the closest you get to high maintenance, hard to open, but even they are kind of easier to open than that thing. And you don't need instructions. You just stick it, twist it, pop it off. Whereas this thing, like, it actually has instructions on the label of how you do it. And you're like, what the hell? And here we are, Dano, threatening lethal, and not
Well fought.
really, yeah. Uh-oh, Van Baron has something up his sleeve. But even if it's a Marak, he still is... Okay, that's not a Marak. Endeavor, bedtime. Morpheus calls to my mind. I'll watch the rest of the video tomorrow. Thanks for this time spent, Short. Endeavor, likewise, thank you very much for spending time here and for the chat. I'd love to see some of these games with the Clan Fear and the Graspy Bony things. So we need to get you playing one time. Get to see you doing some stuff. But thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for your encouraging words today. You had quite a lot of them. So I appreciate the support and all the love, honestly. And I'm not throwing that out. When I try to get serious and when I try to make a very strong point, people think I'm disingenuous. So I have to be as normal as possible and not try to convey that I'm touched, because then it comes off as sarcastic, I think. So, but just know that these great eyes are watching you and are grateful for what they see. Great eyes. Gosh, that was so bad. So bad. Why? Why, Sheen Bean? Scene Bean, why? Why is Luke so warm? Any Stephen warm? Oh, Io. Oh, Io. You grieved me, my friend. Right here. In my chesticles. Oh, I have no answer. Dignity shall not be visited upon... Okay, I recognize that name. Pony Rider. Recognize it. Don't remember good or bad. This is why I need to make a poo list. And a naughty and nice list. To acknowledge goodness as well as naughtiness. So that I can be like, Pony Rider, Pony Rider. Ah, Pony Rider nice. I don't mind losing to Pony Rider. Pony Rider mean? Screw Pony Rider. Context and history matters, folks. We got to remember that.
Let kind guide me.
If you do not learn from history, you are doomed to forevermore repeat it. Well, that's one way of looking at it. And then the other way is, let us be unburdened by what has been. Meaning, let's forget everything that's happened in the past and write our own history. Very 1984. Beowulf, don't encourage him. No LOLs for that. No LOLs. Unless he said something to you personally. Well, I think I remember it from one of our matches. Fun deck. Wait, one of our? What's worse than a Control Telvanni player? Uh-oh. Is this a joke? A Control Telvanni player with the ring? Maybe? I mean, Invade player? Workshop? Market? I mean, let's face it, there is that tier, that dirt tier, that is just like the Dread. A slow playing till... There you go. I was close. Yeah.
Watch yourself.
It's not a requirement. I thought it was. I thought, oh, hey, if you play Control, you got to play slow. But, you know, we've seen people like Tiago and many, many other players who play Control. They don't play slow. I'd rather have an IO. And damn! Damn. High praise indeed. Is this that list? Is this list that one, Dano? Yep. Nice. All right, some very enigmatic discussions here. Monk controlling monk. Morpheus. Is there a Morpheus that isn't scary? Well, I mean, I guess there's Morpheus from
I slay the unworthy.
Matrix. Morpheus, I guess. Morpheus in Greco-Roman mythology, one of the sons of Hypnos, Somnus, the god of sleep. Okay, there you go. So why in the world... So I understand why Morpheus is called that now in Matrix. Isn't there a Morpheus in comics or something who doesn't... He's a vampire or something? I don't know. Alright, so... Does Soul Rest draw or Soul Rest just allows you to play?
My paws are
I think it just allows you to play. Oh, the next turn you play cost 0 or 6 less. That is perhaps the saddest soul rest that we shall see, folks. I mean, it's not bad actually. I mean, it's a four value, four cost value thing. But man, nice. Kitty lives. Kitty lives.
I bring reinforcements.
There you go. He got the value out of it. May not have been the most bombastic value, but it was good value. I mean, only 2 off of the max, so a nice tempo, and does leave 2 cards on the board if Ice Storm comes down. Still several turns away from Allied Guardians. Inu looking pretty darn good right about now. Fingers in the Mountain really would suck. 1, 2. Well, no, not 2. Well, it would suck, but not horribly. Not more than Ice Storm would. And then we wait. Okay, that was unexpected. Don't really see that in anything but a prophecy deck anymore, really.
All will be consumed by the void.
Too early for that OTK. No Ring of the Mirror either, so I'm not too worried about it. Trying to activate their 3 brain cells. Damn it, brain cells, activate! Activate! I mean, I don't know. And that does stop it dead in the tracks, doesn't it? I guess that works from a lore perspective. I was like, why does transferring it? I mean, well, but a mummy would still keep walking. It would shamble, but it would still move forward. I don't know why that shuts down mummies. Like why mummifying actually stops it from doing it.
The Black Hand sees all.
Oh, damn the hand. Damn the fire bloom. Please hit the 2-1. Please hit the 2. Ah, dang it. Well, I hate cruel fire blooms so much. Only partially because it's cruel.
Watch yourself now.
All power flows from the gods, the light of the 3.
I thought he might have warded the 5/3 just to protect from Ice Storm, but it looks like he's got it well. Yep, nice. Schneck though. Schneck though. You got it, buddy. Nicely done. Oh, yeah. Not the Schneck. Schneck. All right. Let's revisit our friend the thin white Duke Star and see what possibly see how his shenanigans are coming along. He's still at it. Does he have any protecting from Schneck? They didn't play Ice Storm for 3 turns, so I took a gamble. Fair enough, Inu. Fair enough. I certainly not. Like I said, when I asked the question, I'm not questioning. I am simply. And wild clumsiness
People alive.
goes away. Thank you.
This one foresees a great victory.
And Kitty's out on the board. 2 wishes in hand. It's looking pretty
My fight
good.
is done.
Oh no! Oh, how many times has that happened? I wonder. Let me get to ask him. Nuts. Oh, nope, that's Io. I saw the lukewarm joke and I knew I was talking to the wrong person. Poof, yeah. Oh, no. Crap. Jeez. It's like a bomb. I can't open it. Not many actually tend to lose before that point. Yeah, I guess I kind of saw that being a possibility. All right, we'll get Arrakis in here. All right, I'm gonna send a quick email to sorry for the
The Night Mother will guide us. We'll see how they like someone who fights back. You belong to us now. Sign me up.
Oh, I think somebody's making spaghetti. Oh, yeah, no, they definitely are making spaghetti.
Let's go then. My time is precious.
All right, there we go.
The hist revive.
I just wanted to let him know, you know, if I'm not responding, it's because I'm trying to keep the personal info off the screen more so than yeah. Anyway, if I had $1 million, I'd buy you a fire balloon, but not a real fire balloon. Oh, Io! Of course you would, Io. As a son of Canada, of course you would cite the Canadian band, the great Canadian band, the Bare Naked Ladies. If I had $1 million, I'd buy you a fire bloom, but not a real fire bloom. That's cruel. If I had $1 million, I'd buy you a cake car. Oh, nice, reliable automobile. What is it? He does one with like Kraft mac and cheese. It's like with ketchup. Oh yeah, you gotta have ketchup. Oh, it's been a while since I heard that song. They have a lot of good songs. If I had $1 million, but they're not around anymore, are they?
The hist revive.
The fighter's will stands ever ready.
Oh my gosh. Nice, Arrakis! And Pony Rider, unfortunately, is just up against our most formidable friends. All right, Beowulf, we'll be here. We shall be here. Oh my gosh. Oh, that spaghetti smells so good. It's coming through the vents. Oh, it's my armpits. I'm kidding, of course. That would be terrifying. I'm trying to discuss myself so I'm not so like, oh my gosh. Oh, wait, who's that? Oh, thin light. We Tessel players are nothing if not tenacious. That's why the game isn't dead yet. Oh yeah. That was beautiful. I'll ask for Pony Rider. He's been up against the best of the remnant. Let's see. All right, Zen Sky, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. All right, we got Monk, and it ain't support Monk. It ain't Pilfer Monk. I'm already a fan. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with Pilfer Monk. I'm just bitter because the last time I went up against Pilfer Monk, they had all the Pilfer stuffs. Which is not as common as you like to think. I know, having tried to play Pilfer Monk. Oh, Poopstone! Come on, Schmoot! That's the... Ah. And how is everything... How are they doing against him? Only one or two other games, but just lost to. Was it Io? Was it Inu? But he just lost. Yep. See, at least when I go into the game against y'all folks, I can expect. I know what to expect. Whereas, like, you know, the opponent, like, you know, Pony Rider, has no idea. And you'd be like, oh my gosh, this game is just steamrolling me right now. It's putting me up against Arrakis, putting me up against... Is it Io or Inu?
They've no move we can't
Wait. I should know this. Oh, it's Inu, because he's the one who said, what's worse than a slow Telvanni? Or what's worse than Telvanni? It's a slow Telvanni. So yeah, Inu and then Arrakis back to back. That's not a good day. Not for someone who's trying to climb the ladder. No, sir. No, sir. Oh. Nice. Also, poor guy, but maybe he'll switch from Telvanni. That's the hope. We can only hope.
He's never as he seems.
Slow Telvanni at that. No, I didn't get the message off in time. I hate you, Tesla. I hate you in so many ways. Oh, I did get it off. Nice. But one of our friends just won, and I was too busy. It was Poofiest, right? No, not Poofiest. It was Zensky. Yeah, Zensky just got a W. Gee. With not normal Monk. There's Beatrice, casual, okay. Io, Poofiest. One second. There we go. And we're back. Alright. Inu. You're up. Razzle dazzle me. With razzle-madazzle. Madazzle. Schmandy. Hey, look at that. We've got another Schma. Wait. Is Schmandy the one from last time? I don't think so. I think I would remember Schmandy. Schmandy is Mandy with a Schma.
The North
Or Sha.
must take back Skyrim.
I am so glad I got out of that chair, man. The brown chair that I love so much. Oh my gosh, I would be darned. Especially after today, we had and last night ended up going for like 6 hours straight. Can't do that on that chair, man. This one, it's all right. It's all right.
La da da dee da. Now
Let's put my ears back in now. Why is it? Oh, crap. Why did you guys... Wait. Oh, the music just was off for some reason. Okay. I was like, why didn't you tell me the game audio was off? But it wasn't.
You fight like a child.
Yeah, well, you hold your sword in the wrong direction.
Orders?
We are Legion. Minus...
I slay
like,
the unworthy.
most of Legion. It's like, we are many. Okay, there's only 2 of us. But still, we're really strong. And good Banana Schwab, good to see you, man. Holy cow, it's been a while. It has been a while, my friend. How the heck are you?
Magnificent monster.
How are you holding up, man? How are things? You don't have to go into too many details, but just how are you feeling about now? It's oh my gosh, it's been a while. Wow. But yeah, how are you, man? Good to see you. All's quiet on the Western Front. Reminds me of a line from the Acolyte Star Wars show. Oh gosh, how do you know lines from the Acolyte Star Wars show if you didn't watch it? And if you did watch it, why? Oh god, yeah, yeah, okay. Yes, no, you're absolutely right. I have heard that one. The Acolyte Star Wars show. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many. As dumb as a rock. Yep. I've heard so many spoofs of that line because it's like it's losing them crazy money. Like Disney is losing money hand over fist with one stinker after the other. So it's like I can't remember. There's some very creative spin-offs of that one that actually are much more apropos. Yeah, that was just a bummer. Awesome. How'd it go? You melt any faces? Oh, just doing fine return from my gig. Oh, nice. Okay. And these are still with the coworkers, right? That you also do like private or like side gigs with. Go to were you at a club? What venue were you in? And you still got the adrenaline rush from that? I mean, live performances they're like super thrilling, right? I imagine music, like a live musical performance, is just as intoxicating if the performance as acting or any other kind of live deal. You get off of that and you just got this rush. You guys go out to like Waffle House or something afterward. And you're like, yeah, we're awesome. And then you come home and you're just like, oh my gosh, I'm so wired. I'm so excited. Especially if people give you good feedback. They applaud and they're rooting for you and they throw their panties on stage or whatever. Yeah, our 25 company jubilee. Oh my gosh, I didn't know it was that many people. Is that normal? I thought, are you also in a band of like 4 or 5? I thought you were in a more, at one point maybe you were in a smaller band. That's a big one. That's a big one, 25. But still, I mean, the more the merrier. As long as there's more people in the audience than there are in the band. That's the only downside. Yeah, it's easy to pull off. You only got a 3-member. You got like a punk band or something. You only got 3 members. Pretty easy to pull off. But you 25 members. That's a lot. Oh, 25 years. Okay, there you go. Oh, okay. Yeah, 25-year jubilee. Okay. Gotcha. Wow, you've been doing it for 25 years, man. Wow. That's impressive. Like it can be hard just to keep a friendship going that long. And that's not a diss on friends or people. Like friends can be very seasonal in that they're just really meant to be in your life for one season. So it can be hard to have friends for that long, let alone enough of them that you're going to shows together and like spending that much time together and sticking through things. We play rock, punk, rock, and so on. And I can't remember, but I think I asked you this question before, as I said, I ask questions and then I forget them. Do you all do covers, or do you have originals, or do you do a mix of both? You like get them warmed up with a few songs you already know and then lay some fresh tunes on them? Or you just give them the stuff that they love, or are they unique compositions all the way through? Covers, okay. I love me some covers. Do you guys do any? Oh, have you ever done like video game covers? Like take songs that from like 8-bit or 16-bit era that they sound cool. They've got a great melody or a great sound to them, but obviously they're 8-bit, and then you rock out to them with Kind of like what's their faces did. Metallica did with what is it? Something of the Bells, Choir of the Bells or whatever, where the dun 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 dun. Dun. So it's like a classically nice mellow song, but then they put like the angsty stuff to it, and it's like, oh yeah. But the song is actually called Schmedrick or Schmyrick. Carol of the Bells. Okay, that's what it's called. Yeah, it's actually called. Oh, let's see. Look at this. Well, we'll wait for Inu to hit with his favorite card. By the way, that is Inu's favorite card. The mighty. Oof. And Schmandy with all the stuff.
I bring reinforcements.
Oh. That is the saddest soul marshal. I bring Where is everybody? Where are you guys? Where are my lizard friends? Damn it. I'm all by myself. But here. Shedrick. But it's got the sh, you know? The sh, they got all the Schwartz shwe. But yeah, Shedrick. But that was the original. It was original of that. I think it's from, Ukrainian. Yep. From, Mykola Leontovich in 1916. Stories a story of a swallow that flies into a home to predict a year of abundance. And then we get Carol of the Bells out of it. Like other side from the Chili Peppers or Basket Case from Green Day. Okay. I know Basket Case. I'm not too my best friend's favorite band is the Red Hot Chili Peppers. But he lost his way. He kind of went hip hop. Honestly, like when I met him, he was diehard Red Hot Chili Peppers fan. So I got to know some of their songs, but not all of them. And then somewhere in the mix, he became hip hop guy. And well, I prefer the Peppers, honestly. He was saying something here. They have something ginormous waiting in their hand.
Behold my power.
Yeesh. All right. Well, Inu, you got reach, right, my buddy? But I mean, oh boy. If these are big. I swear, if it's Chandler Bing, I'm going to be cheesed. Can't say I'm familiar with either of those. I've heard the bands, just not the songs. Yeah, Honey Badger. Oh, Royal Sage, roll, charge. This is... The gears are grinding to a halt. Okay, that's actually not bad for what's going on with the board right now. I know all of those. Brax IO.
I will die for what's
I know everything.
Hardly a challenge.
No, but I think Honey Badger and I have we probably have a parallel upbringing. Dang it. Well, if he plays Alfie Conjure into Royal Sage and they get charge on everything, that's 3, 10, 14. That's game. Just has to draw, just has to get charge on everything. That's all. Easy. Exactly, Look, if you've been practicing your RNG as you're supposed to be, which admittedly is a little bit harder if you don't run Poopstone, but you're supposed to practice your RNG. Keyword RNG. But they took me down to 11. Oh. Poo. Well. Yeah.
I am defeated.
Schmandy schmacked ya. Dang it. Yeah, that's right. She wasn't glowing. She wasn't glowing. She was inactive. Well, I mean, to be fair, those odds were pretty astronomical, but it still would have been fun. I hit those usually. I have no doubt, Inu. Had you been able to play that, and I think your opponent knew that too. He's like, oh damn, this guy, he gets charged on most of the cards that he plays. Cicero. Cicero's in the shadow lane with his glowing knife. Against Steve the Bull, or Steve plus Bull? Would that be Stebble? Or
You trusted me.
believe? Believe! Hey, believe! You can. Hey, that's another way to spell believe. You'll never believe it. Oh! Poof, yes! There's a pun there. Something about. Because you shot the bull and. Oh my god. Oh, no, you didn't shoot the bull. No. Whoa. Poof, yes, that's awesome, man. Wow. No wonder you were stoked. That is huge. Oh my gosh.
Thanks.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god. And yeah, well, look at it. Got the view from the plane. That's awesome, man. Holy cow. Oh, damn. You did not mention the bear. You did not mention the bear. From Gateway to Schneck. Damn, I must doing voodoo. Io. Darn you, Io.
My thanks.
He is nefarious. I believe he channels his spells through puns. Io, you need to create that. That needs to be a D&D subclass of sorcerer or whatever. That they can only do their spells if they can come up with an apropos pun. But that's how he channels it, Io. That's how he gets you. Every time you see a pun, he's doing some nefarious shenanigans. But Poof, yes, that is awesome, man. Let me see if we're. Okay, I'll respond to him off stream, but. Io the puncerer. Puncerer. That's a new one. Anyway, I'm outie. Oh. All right, my friend. Yeah, I think he said he's in chat. So, farewell, Io. Not Io. Inu. Thanks for playing, Manny. Manny, goodness gracious. You know what? Oh, I didn't notice. Zevia's 90 proof. Good stuff. But good night, Inu. Good playing with you. Good seeing the stuff. It was not. No, do not farewell, Io. I won't. I promise. I totally will. I just wait for it to leave. Words are hard. They are. Hey, don't mock me. I was saying goodbye to you, Io, prematurely. So, Inu saying farewell, chat, farewell, game for the evening.
Just forget about
And away he goes.
everything.
See, and that's what happens. You go gateway, you get sent down to the bottom of the snake. You say, you know what? I'm turning my chips in. We'll come back later. Let's see. But yeah, Honey Badger and I, we probably have the same exposure to music. Did you see Chad Smith from the Peppers play 30 Seconds to Mars the Kill on the drum? Never having heard it before? No, can't say that I have. What kind of venue did you play at, Banana? That's what I asked. It's great. It's on YouTube. Drumology, I think, is the channel. Sorry, Drumeo. A music bar. What distinguishes a music bar from a regular bar, Banana? Is that they have a stage, they actually have a platform for you to perform on? Or like what? Like what's the? So it's like a part of the bar where it's not like, oh, here's a special thing. It's like, hey, we have live bands that come to this bar. And are you returning to it? Was that like the first gig you guys played? That would have been awesome. Like to have your 25th anniversary at the same place that you actually started.
The forest is my cloak.
Did you get tanked? Or drunk, in other words. No, I would be skeptical. I think Vincenzo is the only one who draws more power when he's inebriated. Let me take a look here at YouTube. What is it? Honey Badger. Oh, okay. Now I get. Yeah, I've seen some videos like that, Honey Badger. Not a ton of them, but if it's the channel I'm thinking it is. Yeah, they do that with everybody. Yeah. I've actually watched that channel. I don't think I've seen that exact one, but yeah, that's like a series they do where they have just like the awesome drummers like from different bands come by and they just have them. I think they let them hear the basic music or something, and then what does Steve the Bull got? Or is he gonna just be a turd muffin? No, okay. That's okay. The Gray Fox is still on the hunt. And Zen's guy has Mana Marco and Queen's Captain. I mean, he's in good shape. He's got some good late game going here. Yeah, we had a stage. Our last gig has been lots of years ago, and no, I had to stay quite sober. I was the organizer of the whole party too. Okay. Yeah, might not be a good look if you were if you were inebriated. I was gonna say I thought this was what you played, but I was like, wait, no, that's guitarist on bass. But there we go. There's some synergy there. We have guitarist on bass, and then we have Bananas Bob, who does play guitarist on bass, or who is a guitarist on bass. So not very diverse. We're well though. Wait. Is it somebody here? Oh yeah, Vincenzo plays the trumpet. I believe the trombone, and I think the piano to some degree. Oh, come on, Steve. I don't think that's Steve. Like, would you just play the douche and then not ping? Why wouldn't you shoot the Gray Fox? I think this is against Steve's will. I don't think he's doing this on purpose. I would be kind of surprised if he was. Oh crap! Does this? Thanks for watching. No, it's all good, man. The bummer is the gatekeeper is still his effect is still there, so you can still only hit with one creature from this side. Luckily, you've got lethal from both sides. But what the hey? Come on, Steve. What the heck? Again, you know. No need to assume that he didn't. I mean, if you're going to be spiteful, you'd shoot the Gray Fox and then go. But maybe he is. Maybe it's a new level of spite. It's the ridiculous spite. It's going around. Yeah. Okay. Well. Probably plays the kazoo. What about you, Short? Any instruments you haven't told us about? No, Honey Badger, as you may have guessed from my tone-deaf singing, I am not musically inclined in the least. I love music. I love listening to it. I love how it is able to communicate so much, so well with so few words. Like your lyrics can be non-existent or even mediocre, but if your music is good, it tells the story. It can grab people by the feels and just yank them into depression or the heights of not depression. But I have zero musical ability, which is weird because my dad is one of those guys that could pretty much pick up and play an instrument just by sound. Like he just picks it up and is like, okay, all right, play it again. Okay, something like this. You know, one of those kind of guys. I got none of that. I got it from my mom. My mom is just about as tone deaf as I am. We will sing with passion, but we are horrible. I did play the viola in 5th grade strings class, and I was horrible. Words are hard. This is indeed a truth. They are very hard. They are ridiculous sometimes. All right, Arrakis. Let's see how the perfect specimen, the perfect life form is doing.
Let's go then. My time is precious.
Oh, that's right. He's uniting. I forgot about that. And he's playing Jeffrey or Joffrey or Goffrey or Goofy or yeah, Joffrey. Joffrey, you know how, and I've done it a few times, you know how you say a word and it's like you're thinking of two different words, and Io, you never do this, but where you're thinking of two different words and you kind of splice them together, kind of like, what's his face? Behold, the perfect life form. Joffrey feels like somebody was trying to say Jeffrey and Offrey? I don't know of anything that sounds like, but it sounded like they were trying to say Jeffrey and they screwed up. It's like, we shall name him Joffrey. What? Did you say Joffrey? No, I said, oh gosh. And they pass out because they're tired from it all. But no, I can actually play the kazoo. I can play a wicked kazoo. It sounds like the little beetle from the Fabricant beetle. My dad calls me bagpipe. Wait a minute. Did you mean to sound Scottish there, son? My dad called me a. Gosh, I'm not getting it, am I? No. Wait, how did?
Care to make a friendly wait?
I don't know. Well, you said me. It sounds like. My dad calls me bagpipe, a glorified kazoo. Wait, you play the bagpipe, Honey Badger? Last time I played on stage was high school for charity thing at 3 a.m. Aw, well, were you paying them to let you play, or you were playing for charity? And just because it's late, I mean, if it was one of those telethon things, you got to keep it going. You were a cog in the wheel of progress. Yeah, it was an all-night thing. There you go. I meant to say mine, not me. Aye, my bagpipe. Well, you flavored it quite a bit there. Oh, that's Irish. Dagnabbit. I play no instruments. Well, that was the thing, Jonas. That's the thing. I could have I thought I was like, wait, I don't think you do. But it was just confusing. Like, what are the odds that your name is guitarist on bass? You don't play those. Banana Schwab, who doesn't play the banana or the Schwab, plays guitarist. Is a guitarist on bass. So I just remember. I thought I remembered somewhere in our conversation, guitarist on bass was kind of a misnomer. So now you must tell me, guitarist, where does that? You must remind me, because you probably told me and I forgot. What is if you're not a guitarist on bass, where does that come from again? I'm pretty sure I remember, and I was like, oh, okay, I get it. But it still is kind of peculiar. It seems like you and Banana Schwab should switch names. That's what I'm thinking. I'm learning the bagpipe. I can make noise. Rarely does it come out as music. To be fair, Honey Badger, I like it, and especially like Dropkick Murphys. Y'all hear? Have you heard of Dropkick Murphys? They're pretty cool. I like them. They actually, it's kind of like punk / rock with sometimes bagpipes in them, and that sounds really cool. And bagpipes, I like the sound of them in general. But to be fair, sometimes it doesn't sound. It's not like a violin or something like that where when you hit a wrong note, you go, oh gosh. Like bagpipes, I feel like you could probably play a lot of bad notes and it still would kind of sound the same. That's not to say, I mean, you have to have skill to play it, but the bagpipes are an interesting instrument. Interesting instrument. It's like,
Feel the power within you.
oh, I feel it. I feel that power. Come on, Arrakis. Put this puppy to bed. I can bring the metal or piano. Why not both? Oh, wait. Oh, hey, I'm missing some of here. No, I do play guitar. Oh, okay, there we go. Hang on. We're getting the skinny here. I play no instruments. Oh, I do play guitar. The username comes from my time in a band in my teens. They already had 2 guitarists, and I joined playing this. Oh, okay, there we go. So, fish... Oh, wait, I don't have to type that. So is it kind of like almost like a fish out of water type thing? Or like an awkward moment? Like, so wait, was that name created during that time? So you were just like, this is my situation. I'll do this. Or did it have some kind of significant meaning? That, like, in terms of like that it meant it was like a certain time in your life or something.
The Fighters Guild stands ever ready.
Oh, wait, does he have... Oh, I thought... Oh, no, he does. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen a 2-card unite. Have you... I mean, now, granted, there was another card. There was an item on there. Have you guys seen... I mean, two card unite... That's... I've never seen that before. Yeah, it's an old username from back then. I just stick with it still. Oh, cool. I mean, the great thing is it's a good name and it sounds pretty cool. I mean, and because you are actually a musician, it's not like a false advertising. It's not like somebody's gonna be like, oh my gosh, you're a guitarist on bass. You're like, no, I'm just a guitarist. And she's like, oh man, it's still cool. You're like, oh, that's awesome. Like, cool. You play an instrument. Whereas if I said guitarist on bass, I'm like, no, I just knew this cool guy named Guitarist on Bass, and so I took his name, Guitarist on Bass. So you don't play an instrument? No, I suck at it. Oh. Oh my gosh, my hair is all wet. I've got to go dry it. You know, that's the kind of thing that happens to me. Absolutely, Zen Sky. Thanks for being with us here in chat and elsewhere. And for playing in the game is what I meant. Who just... Oh, it's guitarist. No. Yes. But who said... Somebody said something. Was it Poopias? Good fishing picks, but those have to wait. Thanks for being so entertaining. I'm going to switch to YouTube and listen in. I don't use the app. I browser, so I won't be chattering. Okay. And my wife loves Hawaiian pizza. Poofiest. You probably have... She's probably a very nice gal, your wife. But there are lines that should not be crossed. There is compatibility standards that should be met between any happy couple. Are you sure she likes Hawaiian pizza? Are you sure? Maybe she says it just to annoy you. Maybe she said it out of spite or anger. Maybe she was inebriated. Maybe she needs to be medicated. I'm not saying there's no hope for the marriage, but you're on the rocks, whether you know it or not. You're married to somebody who likes Hawaiian pizza. For those who don't know, Hawaiian pizza is code for pineapple on pizza. So, yeah. We're in dire shape. So we'll watch Poofiest. We're hoping to goodness he can get past this rough patch in the marriage while his wife is still thinking that pineapple on pizza is a good thing. Oh gosh, my heart goes out for you. You know, there's a proverb: better to live in the quarter of an attic than to share a house with a wife who loves pineapple on pizza. It's in the Book of Hesitations, or is it Acts? That's spelled A-X-E, by the way. I think it's the Book of Hesitations. See, this is our boy right here. This is Poofiest. This is Poofiest. Oh, what did it do? What did that even do? Do we know? Deal 5 damage to each player. Okay. It did a thing. Schwart on kazoo and Honey Badger on bagpipes. Now Vincenzo needs to learn banjo and you can start a band. Yeah. Hey, by the way, what do you call a flexible group of musicians? A flexible group of musicians. Anybody? I'll give you a few minutes. It's a brain teaser. What do you call a flexible group of musicians? So yeah, we could start a band. It would be disbanded very, very quickly, Joseph, and rightly so. But there's perhaps no greater travesty than that could befall one than to hear such a convergence. Although Vincenzo has a musical ability, and so if Honey Badger is learning bagpipes, he could probably do a decent job even now. Vincenzo has a musical experience. He could probably pick a banjo just fine, and they could probably drown out my kazoo. Bagpipe is really cool. I love it. I do. It ain't the sexiest looking instrument in the world. In fact, it may be the goofiest. But it does have it's a very powerful. Ooh, that's a timely prophecy. But perhaps not enough. Then there's that. I can bring the metal or piano. Why not both? Wait, there you go, guitarist. There you go. That's my boy right there. Oh, then Honey Badger as well. Okay, so everybody knows, apparently. Okay. But yes, there we go. Guitarist and Honey Badger are correct. A rubber band. Well done. Well done. What was there was another one. Oh. What did the doctor say to his patient who wanted to do his own stitches? What did the doctor say to his patient when the patient said he wanted to do his own stitches? And folks, these are bangers that I've come up with myself. They may be out there, they may be in circulation, And they may not have originated with me, but I haven't heard them. I came up with them as during a point of conversation. They're friggin' brilliant. And if you get them, you are also brilliant. You can hang your hat on that. But I'm glad people got it. I'm glad people got it. Murphy's are, oh, that's right. Guitar, I think guitarist, you were saying that, right? You were talking about. Yes, I did not know that one. I actually had to have to think, hey, well, that's even better, guitarist. Like, honestly, that's almost like solving a riddle. So, congratulations. I saw Dropkick live like a decade ago. Music. Oh, awesome, guitarist. Were they a good show? Were they good live? Because they seem like they'd be super energetic. Like they're just feisty and fun and all over the place, eclectic, if you will. But I don't know how the mix would be live, because a lot of times when they play stuff, like one of my favorite parts of the music is something that's a little harder to hear, or it's like an accent that really kind of ties it together. And sometimes you go hear stuff live and you miss out on the small stuff. Like a lot of people like live music, but sometimes like it's definitely more energetic, but sometimes it's more like it's too loud. Like you don't get to hear all the small stuff that you can actually do in a studio, where it's like we bring this little bit of like a whatever, a flute or whistle in just at certain points, and it kind of tugs at your heartstrings. Anyway, I don't know. I like CD better. Very fun show. The crowd went crazy for them. I mean, yeah, a decade ago. I mean, they were at the peak of popularity. I think that's right when they had. I think that's when I bought their CD. It had Flanagan's Ball on there. 6 long months I did it, Quincy. 6 long months doing nothing at all. 6 long months I spent it, Quincy, learning to dance for Flanagan's Ball. And then there was that one that got played on The Departed. That really awesome, like, we're about to go kick some ass song. They did that one. And I think that was right at the like peak of their popularity. I'm guessing they're still playing, but I haven't heard too much. Give Schwartz a moonshine jar and start a bluegrass band. Or, as long as the moonshine jar is filled with plenty of alcohol, so that my embarrassment will be drowned. Actually, you can really hear a wrong note. Missed embellishments aren't as serious to miss, but the melody is very important not to screw up. Fair enough. It's been a long time, but I think But yeah, Honey Badger. I mean, maybe it's just I haven't had the misfortune of hearing a bad note. Because fewer people play them, and when they do, it's like during funerals or in the movie Braveheart, and they nail it. So I guess I probably, what was more accurate to say, I've never heard a bad note. So that would actually tie in with what I said, which is I don't think you can discern it, because in my head, I've never heard a bad one. So if there was a bad one played, I didn't hear it. But the more likely solution or answer is you just never heard a bad note being played on a bagpipe, which seems like it wouldn't be as common. But ooh, you gotta watch out. Is that no finish off there?
We must protect our stronghold.
Rose Tattoo is great. And the opponent just gave up. Dagoth gave up? Wow. See, if that was Hand to Dagoth and not Kitty, that might have been different. But nicely done. Nicely done. And Io's been... Sure, right. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, eh? What are you sure right? Well, let me see if anybody got my... No, not quite. Did you? Wait. Okay, no, never mind. I thought Honey Badger. I thought Rubber Band was your answer to my second joke/riddle thing. I was like, it's not always Rubber Band. I'll give you the answer in a second here. I know suspense is killing you. Oh, I was actually trying to see if it had comments. Oh, yeah, there's the.
They will never know I was there.
But I don't know what the sure right is part of. Oh, that's what happens when you get good. I see, Io. A state of being that I may never know. Cardnivore. We played Cardnivore today. I remember playing Cardnivore. I think we lost. Enu should take notes.
Shall we put in at this on a stage?
Well, if he watches this back, I'm sure he'll have plenty to say next time. Based on what you just said. Rose Tattoo is great. Is that by Dropkick Murphy? Because that's one I'm not familiar. I don't know their whole catalog. Nope, it's not Dropkick Murphys. Oh, maybe it is. It is! Okay, Rose Tattoo. Yeah, no, I haven't heard that one. I really only know, like, the only CD I have of theirs is... Famous for Nothing or something? I think it's Famous for Nothing. And then I've heard, like, 2 or 3 from other stuff, like, what was the one? Oh... Oh, I got it.
Shiogora will bleed.
I don't know. It was kind of a cool story about a guy who goes to a bar with a fake ID, and the bartender is a gal, and she lets him buy drinks, and he falls for her, and then she's like, meh, and then he's like, screw you, I'm good to go. Yeah. Anyway, but good music. But yes, okay. So I need to listen to Rose Tattoo because I'm not familiar with that one. I saw the Murphys. Oh, that's great. Look at that. You know what, Banana Schwab? You and Guitarist might have been in the same place at the same time. You thought about that? Because you're both in the European area. And I'm sure there's only one stage and one concert. So surely it must have been that one. And you said a lot of years ago. And Guitarist on Bass saw it 10 years ago. About a decade, he said. So you guys were probably there at the same time watching the same concert. The odds are ridiculously close. Are ridiculously good that you two were there at the same time. Convergence of what would become a part of the Tesla community was reached long ago at a Dropkick Murphy concert. I know exactly. He just had to squeeze. Yeah. I don't know why people like really nice, rational, friendly people have to say the most horrible things. But to be fair, he didn't say that he loves his wife because she loves pineapple pizza. I think, in fact, he was implying, I love her because she's flawed. Yeah, and my wife loves Hawaiian pizza. Now notice also, he said my wife loves it, not me and my wife. So, you know, his wife is not here with us. And there's a reason for that, you see. Oh, nice.
Wait.
All right, so but he did say, you saw that, he said if my opponent's holding on to what is it? New Era, that he's screwed. And you know what? Unfortunately, would not be surprised. Obviously, he's got a red Brahmin, so that's a thing, but okay, not New Era. Okay, that's good. That's good. I mean, the silence isn't great, but it's better than New Era. All right, there you go. That's the low end of the totem pole.
Wait. Did you hear that?
Nice. Nice. Okay. Dude, way to go, Poof. Yes, like, it's been a long time since anybody tried to pull that combo off. I remember that was the hotness when that card first came out. Everybody was trying to pull that off, and usually you only see it with cards or decks that can, you know, ping. Which I saw you put the helmet on or the mask or whatever, so I know that is, you know, you got that part of it. But
The forest is my cloak.
oh, please, no Era. I don't think so. Well, of course we know now. No, it's a 9 cost. I mean, he's still putting up a fight, but not New Era. Oh, what?
We fight for the glory of lost Almeries.
Ah, crushing blow. Nice, Poof, yes. And luckily, it was silent, so you can still attack from that lane. Oh. And Crow, he's got it. He's got it. Nicely done, man. Holy cow. I'm glad we got to see that go off. Like I said, man, that card has not been used. And again, it's always with crossbow or it's always Halalu. I've only ever seen it with like Halalu or maybe Crusader. So well done, man. That was a nice come from behind there. Beautiful. Call that a GGG. Oh. For you. That's what happens when you get good. You should take no. Oh yeah, right. Little RNG always helps sometimes. It always helps. Well, okay, that's pretty much usually. I was gonna repeat that, but it's you typically hear like it's always right 50% of the time, which is, you know, it's a funny way of phrasing it or thinking about it. All right, back to Io. See what he can stitch together here. Oh, by the way, before I forget, did anybody come up with it? Okay, no. So, what did the doctor say to the patient? We got nipped again. That's the second time you nipped us, Io. Gosh darn it. You and your nipping. Nip, 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 nip. Let's see. What did guitarist say? Wow. Second turn, dude? Oh, Rose Tattoo was one of their biggest songs? Okay, what way to make me feel bad. I never said I was a fan. I just said I like their music. I can be a fan and not know Rose Tattoo. When did it come out? I'm too young. I wasn't even out when that song came out. Oh, wow. Oh, it's like a story. I like those too. I like Irish stuff, like Irish like songs that like they tell a story. Like literally, it's a narrative. It's pretty cool. It looks like that's one of those. Oh, I like the lyrics. I have to listen to it though. Yeah, that's. I mean, I think I've seen somebody do that to Brave in one of her. She was playing Aggro Halalu, and I think she did that. And she ended up with like 2 traders in the lane, or you know, like on curve, and the opponent disconnected. So it's not unheard of, but yeah, that's kind of. Gotta go. Hope you like the pics. I don't care if people see them. Oh, okay, nice. Okay, awesome, Poof. Yes, then I might show them if you're cool with that. At least the and you didn't tell me about the bear. I'll have to ask you about the bear. All right, let's hope we don't get nipped again. Oh, no, look at that. Look at that. He's actually letting us watch this time. Halalu Dragons. Let's see. I love a lot of Irish folk music. They got great culture. Yep. Yeah, Jonas. I'm telling stories through music. Yeah. And even Scottish. There was one, ring ding diddle diddle ring ding diddle oh lad, I don't know where you've been, but it's. Oh wait, anyway, there's a Scottish song too. It was actually kind of funny. It was actually kind of like a joke song. Like you get through the whole thing and it's like.
Any idea who took your coat?
I won't repeat it. It's a little, you know, whatever, but. Yeah. But yeah, and also what was it? There was actually from Sherlock Holmes, the Road to Dublin, Rocky Road to Dublin. Really great song. I think it's by the Dubliners. It's been done by different bands, but I think the version that is from Sherlock Holmes is by the Dubliners. I love that song. But that kind of that jig, that Irish, you know, I really dig Irish music. I really like it.
I do not.
Or Celtic music, I guess maybe it wouldn't be called Irish music. I don't know. Oh, you were okay in Stuttgart. So, Banana or guitarist, were you in Stuttgart when you saw the Murphys, Dropkick Murphys? A lot of what we think of sea shanties had a moment of popularity a few years back. Are much rooted in, yeah. You can kind of tell they've got it. There's a yeah. They sound.
Speak, citizen.
Especially because I don't know if you all noticed this or not. This is why I think English is we don't have accents, because a lot of times, I wouldn't say all the time, but most of the time when you hear somebody sing, they have no accent. They sound American. That sounds horrible to say, but really it does. Like the Beatles, you listen to the Beatles, they don't sound British. Like when they talk, they sound British, but when they're singing, they could have been somebody. They could have been from New Jersey or something. Now, like obviously Rammstein. You know, du hast mich, but you know, they sound German. But a lot of singers, they don't sound. They lose their accent kind of, unless it's really thick. Like there's some Scottish songs I've heard where it's like, okay, no, they're definitely still Scottish. You say that, but have you ever listened to Dolly Parton song? Well, Dolly Parton is her own thing. I mean, I'm not saying she don't have an accent. I'm saying I don't have an accent. I am the quintessential, prototypical, undeniable American guy man thing. And I don't have an accent. I am without accent. I am the common man of the world. And so when people sing, they sound like me, other than they're on pitch and they're on key and people like to hear it. But they don't have an accent, just like I'd have no accent. You say that, but have you ever listened to a Dolly? Yeah, well, again, she's gone country. That's because to enunciate when you sing, your voice sounds more neutral, but an American is an accent. No, American is neutral. We sound like normal folk whenever we speak. Y'all are just jealous. Y'all are hating on Americans for our lack of an accent. Just because y'all sound exactly like us when you sing. All right. Cal grunted, waiting in the wings. Very, very, very patiently. That's what you get for showing up 5 turns early, jackass. The power of the moves. Oh, wait. Why am I here already? Just brought out the food. I don't know. Oh, before I forget. So, yes. What did the doctor tell the patient who wanted to give himself stitches? He shrugged and said, "Suit yourself." Tell that to your friends and family. You'll be very, very popular.
It's not enough to watch your back these days.
That is ridiculous. Oh, I think we played against this. This was one of the ones we lost to as well. You don't get it, guitarist? Suture. A suture is another name for stitches, like suture. See, here you go. Suture. A stitch or row of stitches holding together the edges of a wound or surgical incision. So when you say suit yourself, you're telling you to stitch yourself up because the patient wanted to stitch himself up. So you say suit yourself. You see? Or the actual phrase is suit yourself, as in do what you want. So a little lost in translation, but I'm not giving you a pass, Jonas, because you got my other joke. Laughs like this. Whatever, Io. As a what do you call it, punmancer? I know darn well that you're busting a scene there. Okay, what is that, guitar? What is that lukewarm reception? That is the cleverest thing any of you have heard in the past 4 minutes. And all I get is a from Io and okay. It's clever. It's brilliant. This mind is pulsing with energies. This is why I suck at the game. My brain thinks of that kind of crap instead of what's supposed to be happening on the board. Snitches, stitches? That's a good guess. That's a good guess, Robington. That would be if I said I don't know. It could have worked. It could have. There's a way for that to be the punchline. But as you heard, my brilliance was in a different vein. Joe, I did a mosh pit at a Flogging Molly concert in Virginia Beach. My ankle was sore and swollen for a week. You're not old enough to get swollen ankles just from going to concerts, Joe. Goodness gracious. Not familiar with Flogging Molly. That sounds like it would be like an Irish or Scottish band, though. And a mosh pit at that. And Virginia Beach, one of my old stomping grounds. I've actually got 3 friends out there now. They still live out there. Good old Va Beach. The other side of the tunnel. That horrible, horrible tunnel. Terrible tunnel. But that sounds like a good time, aside from the swollen ankle. That's alright. That's alright. Very clever. My vocabulary was ill-suited to properly appreciate the punchline. Well, yeah, and it doesn't help if you didn't, like, you couldn't have guessed it because you weren't even familiar with that phrase. And to be fair, they don't get talked about a lot. Like, unless you're in the medical profession, you're not gonna be familiar with the word suture all that often. We say stitches. We don't say I'm gonna get sutured. You just say I'm gonna get stitches. But suffice to say, there are many folk who are laughing hysterically and just nodding his man. That is brilliant. I have no doubts. Short, if you drink moonshine at every show, you will embarrass yourself eventually. Oh, I don't know. I tend to be more contemplative when I'm drunk. Well, here's the funny thing. You think I talk a lot now? I actually talk a lot more when I'm drunk because I narrate everything because I'm trying to make sure that I'm not doing anything crazy or stupid. So I'm like, I remember I got drunk. But the first time I ever got drunk, the first time I ever got inebriated, I was watching Someone Like You because my roommates had rented it. They're a married couple, which is why they had it. Which I own the movie now, so I'm not scared to admit it. Anyway, I was watching Someone Like You. I had a DiGiorno pizza and a bottle of White Zinfandel, I believe. Is that the pink stuff? I know you'd think it'd be white, but I'm pretty sure White Zinfandel is pink. Let me see. Maybe it's not. That sounds kind of dumb. Oh, it was a blush. It was a blush. It was a cheap $11 bottle of whatever blush wine there was. And so I ate my pizza and I drank my wine as I watched this rom-com. And I got inebriated. And I like stood up and I was like, whoa. Okay. The floor is tilting. The door jamb, the doorway is tilting. I know it can't be tilting because it's not flexible like that, but it is definitely swaying from side to side. So I definitely am feeling the effects of this alcohol. And the top of my head feels very, very heavy for some reason. But there is nothing on the top of my head, so that's good. Just feels very top heavy. I'll probably fall asleep very quickly if I lay down right now. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I'll come back, finish my pizza, and then go to bed and finish the movie. And I just kind of sat there in silence, watched the movie, laid in bed, head hit the pillow, woke up the next morning.
You're so sweet.
That was my first time being drunk. Look at that. What a combination that is. Putting this diabolical bastard to good use.
I will keep the amulet safe from harm.
Yeah, well, you're a weenie. Now you must face the wrath of Calgronteed or any number of other cards that I might play. See, I called it. I knew it. I knew it. Well, maybe I don't know. I will for sure. I am a chaotic and adventurous drunk. I love the face. How do you find an emoji like that? A misshapen meatball type emoji. Yeah, I am not. I am a domestic, like, again, narrate. Nice. Wait, why didn't you get healed? Oh, because it's a curse. You don't heal from that. It's not an injury. It's a curse. Okay. Speaking of drinking, at first time drinking, I am always staggered when I'm reminded of the legal drinking age of the USA. Staggered meaning because it's so old? Because if I'm not mistaken, I've heard people say, now, again, this is just a thing, but I heard one of my friends in the UK said pretty much is when you're old enough to see over the bar, you're old enough to drink. So, you know, it's not advertised, but he's like, yeah, if you're, as long as you're tall enough to actually order it, you can order it. But as my understanding is Europe, the age is much, much lower than 18. Okay, yeah, it is. I mean, and as people are apt to point out, there's a lot of 21. Sorry, 21. Goodness gracious, 18 for smoking. So yeah, you can fight and die for your country. You can join the military and be, and go through all that at 18, but you can't smoke, and that's right at the time you can smoke. But you can't drink. You're not considered responsible enough to drink alcohol until you're 21. It's a very peculiar thing. Whereas, what is it in Europe? It's like 16, I think. Yeah, it's 21. At least every state that I've been in. There might be a state somewhere. Yeah, guitars. Yeah, you get a permit at 15 or 15 and a half, right around 15, and then yeah, you get your license at 16. Which I guess maybe that's the logic, is we don't want it to be expected for kids who arguably are just developing some level of responsibility to be inclined to drink as they're driving. But it really doesn't work because we still have drunk drivers all over the freaking place. And also, kids drink much earlier than 21. Like, in fact, most of my friends that I know of don't. Oh, it is 18. I mean, that's still more reasonable. Like, you know, if you're in a society and the society says, hey, you're not, we don't consider you an adult, the age of responsibility or whatever until you're 18, that's fine. But you should pretty much have at that point you should be, you know, every other thing that you need to be able to do should be included at that point. We can't rent a car. Rent a car until you're 25. No idea why. I'm sure it's some insurance thing or whatever, but yeah, you cannot rent a car until you're 25. Yep. I don't know. I'm probably might be the same thing with like a moving truck. Whoa, he has a Cal too? It's Cal versus Cal. What the hell? And look at this. Could this be any more of a mirror matchup? I'm just looking at this now. 93 to 88 ranking. Both are playing Halalu Dragons. Io representing the Remnant. Marinmac representing Azora. And it looks like, well, no, I'll wait. Oh, look at that little cow guy. Look at that cute little cow guy. He's so cute. The power of the moon. The power of the moon, he says. Get him. Get him, Io. Do the thing that I couldn't do when we played against him. Oh, for crying out loud. Party pooper. Party pooper snacks. And yeah, we start earlier as well. I think it's healthy to handle your liquor, or rather get healthier relationship with familiarity with alcohol before getting a driver's license. Yeah. But to be fair, like I said, most of my friends actually did drink beforehand. Like, I didn't. I got a little inebriated at my friend's bar mitzvah. They gave us the wine. It's I don't know what it's called, but it's ceremonial wine, and they let us drink it. They gave it to us, me and my friend whose bar mitzvah it was, and we cracked up at gefilte fish. We called it filthy fish because it's funny.
I'll try to draw their fire.
Oh, that's not enough for Nick. Well, okay, but with curse it is.
We must protect our stronghold.
Nice. The douche being the douche.
A hard-fought victory.
And hey, really nice. Oh, geez. I think he still has it. Yeah.
My fight is done.
A very nice. Hey, very nice for a Mr. Maybe it's Mr. Inmac. Gives a concession there, and Io, congratulations on winning what is probably the most poignant example of head-to-head mirror match that I've ever seen. Like, a lot of people say mirror match when it's Halalu versus Halalu. That was Halalu Dragons versus Halalu Dragons with a lot of the same cards, and you came out on top, man. That was very well played, very delicately danced. You danced through the turns with the grace of a ballerina. Well done. In fact, for that I shall give you... Oops. Well, you vanished, Io. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, Io? I don't see you. Where'd you go? Your country's built differently as far as transport. That is true. Yeah. If you're not in a big city, you usually have a 10 to 15 minute drive. So we'll say easily 4 to 15 miles, typically as an average commute to work or to wherever. And you can, in the cities, you have public transit, but when you get out, into the suburbs, we still have buses and stuff, but it gets a little more sparse, a little more spread out. And then, of course, the further away you get, the more spread out it is. So, yeah, we do have a lot more. Driving is a much bigger part from what I understand. Yeah, for sure. But, yeah, it's... And I'm it's one of those things. I don't believe in depriving people of vices or their ability to do those vices. I do think there is an age where you may not fully understand repercussions, but one of the ways to get that is to actually have them. You don't want to go too young, but I honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a younger drinking age. Because like I said, most of my friends, without apology, they weren't even saying like, oh, we did a bad thing. They're just like, oh yeah, I drank, you know, I got drunk when, you know, when I was 14 or 15 or whatever. So it's still happening. It's just, and parents will say, well, I'd much rather get them drunk at home than have them go out and get drunk there. Which I'm not making fun of that. It's just one of those things where it's like the assumption that, like, I don't know. Kids will be kids, but oh my gosh. Last year? I got my license at 18, but didn't get my car last year. Wow. Simply did not. Well, I mean, that makes sense. And hey, why bother accruing all the expense, the overhead of owning a car, the insurance? I'm guessing you have insurance in Europe. Yeah, you got the insurance, you got your gas, you got your upkeep. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, if you don't need one, nobody. I mean, yeah, that makes no sense. So, I mean, I guess it's cool, but also kind of a bummer. That means that, well, I mean, I guess it depends, like, why you need the car now. Like, did quality of life get better? And it's like, hey, now I need a car because I've got an awesome job, but it's further away, or like something changed to now necessitate the car. then Mike Dukes are still trying to pull off this combo. As he said, luckily he's got 8 hours, which I unfortunately do not. I don't have quite that long, but I live most of my adult life in the city, so it would be a hassle and expense. Oh yeah, and then you got to pay for parking and worry about people either vandalizing it or stealing it. Okay, now you live more rural. Yeah. Ooh, clueless guests with the big old Titus. Alright, well, Thin White Duke does have a lot of answers for that. There's one of them.
The forest will not suffer your presence.
Oh no. That's something the poor Crucible Blacksmith has not had to endure much of. A 0-1 very rarely gets silenced.
My claws are sharp and thirsty.
Well, congratulations for your claws, you sharp and thirsty little twit. Interesting fact, the bagpipes in Braveheart aren't even the Scottish Highland bagpipe. I think they were played on the Uelian pipe, which is the Irish bagpipe. Oh, okay. It always befuddles me why Hollywood, like, they have to know what the right stuff is, but yet, like, in movies, like, I was watching one that was done by, like, a gun guy, and he's like, in Enemy at the Gates, which was a kind of a retelling, a dramatized retelling of the Battle of Stalingrad and all the stuff around that. They were using guns that hadn't even come out at the time in the war yet. Like, it was like 3 years away. And the real gun didn't look a whole lot different from the one they were using. But it was like, why? Like, either did you not do enough of your homework, or did you just not care, or decide it was that much cooler that you had to use it instead? But it's like, yeah, why? Like, especially since you're going to dub over it anyway. Like, they weren't going to use the live music played, so it's not like you had to have them sound a certain way. So why not just have the real thing? I could be wrong, though. Okay, well, then I just shut my mouth. Okay, so I'm not the only one who made a Heretic Conjurer deck in Mage. No, Arrakis, but I never thought I was, but it's great to see one. It is a rare thing, Arrakis. It is a rare thing. We need to see you play one of those as well. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's only ever really in Halalu or in anything where you could use your crossbow and your shiftiness. I have to go to bed. All right, Banana, thanks for stopping by, man. It was great to see you again. I shouldn't say stopping by. You visited for a while. But, yeah, happy to have a conversation with you. I just confirmed it. It was the Uelian pipe that was used in Braveheart. Okay. And I think it's cool that you actually have that, you can make that distinction, Honey Badger. I obviously, folks like me, we'd have no idea.
I live to serve.
So, does that mean you die to serve too? I'm dying to serve. Oh, it's so true. And that's going to be it. So, clueless guests, out of gas, grasping for top decks to close this game out.
Preparations have been made.
Unbeknownst to him, Thin Mike Duxar is quite a ways away. He needs his kitty. He needs the kitty. And he needs small creatures. That's the other part of this. Like, because if you hit once, it doesn't give you a point for every health damage you do. It's for each attack. So you got to have small bodies. Teeny little bodies. Poke the face. Oh, forgot about that. Forgot about those. That's a problem. But yeah, nicely done, Honey Badger, doing the research on that. And oh, there he is! There's the Mystic. Oh my gosh! So this will be the last video of the night. But could we be lucky enough? Oh, and that's the thing too. If you can somehow help your opponent heal, then you get to hit them more times without having to worry about rune breaks. Oh, come on, Kitty, survive! This could be it. This would be crazy if we could actually see this thing go off. Ooh, execute. All right, there you go. A little bit of empowerment and hold. Okay, I was gonna say, don't squish the kitty. Don't squish the kitty. Still not enough for a card, and he's got the removal. There you go. All right. He's slowly, only 26 more hits to go. Man, his opponent just keeps it coming. Goodness gracious. Oh, man. Ooh. Why didn't you take out his support? That's what I was thinking too. Wait, are we talking about... Oh... Sheer point plus Green Dragon combo. Nice. Yeah, sorry guys. And hey, Potion and Forsaken, welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you popping into chat there. Sorry, I missed the comment there as I was engrossed in conversations of all shapes and sizes. Hey, friends, I'm back. Just got to work. Dang, Honey Badger, how long has it been since? Oh, so you missed all my comments and everything. I said all these awesome things about you and the prequels and Pineapple on Pizza, but you didn't hear any of it. Oh, it's such a shame. Such a shame. But welcome back, Honey Badger. We look like we almost might be just in time to see Did Mike Dukestar pull off his 30 point. I told him 13 gets the giant. But he's insisted upon going for 30. We'll see if he can get there. Still enough time to get past 1 this month. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we need to have... Ooh, nice. Then that was diabolical, but I can appreciate the nastiness of it there. But yeah, guitars. Wait, are you talking about for me to get to? Oh, by the way, I saw earlier that you'd reached rank 3. Actually, we're rank 2 now, guitarist. We're rank 3. That's pretty good if you weren't. I was starting at 12. Yeah, we started at 12. We're now at rank 3. Still enough time to get past 1 this month. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we need to have a day like yesterday and a day like today, because we still have to get through Stay Puft, Atronach, and rank 1. But it is still possible. And as I joked, I was doing all this to tease you all. I was pretending to give up, but I wasn't really. Don't silence the kitty. Okay, good. I don't know if like, does it stay even if Kitty dies? Oh. The power bonus does not expire at the end of the turn. Yeah, okay. So yeah, just... I mean, this is perfect. This is exactly what he needs to just be able to keep empowering without doing any real damage. This is probably... I'm going to guess this is as close as he's come. And he's got Redoran to do punch for 1. Yep. She could do that all day long. All day long. But thank you, guitarist. Yeah, we were able to make that push. Just tried to get it in my head. You know what? If we're playing, we're winning. Or if we're playing... Like, we're playing to play, not playing to win. And it kind of helped. I still got a little salty, but it still kind of helped. Yep, give him more, give him more. Oh my gosh. We are witnessing... Oh, this is a slow... Goodness gracious. I thought ours was slow. I mean, this is ridiculously slow. Alright, he's going for it. How much can he do?
They'll move along if they don't want trouble.
Trouble. 16 more hits. That's...
I serve the house with valor.
Okay, that's good. Keep putting... Yep. He's playing right into the Duke's hands. In a manner of speaking. Schwartz, I just thought of this when I was driving into work. Is there a movie or franchise, other than the prequels and The Hobbit, that everyone likes that you think is overrated or just don't like? Yeah, there's a lot of them. So, honestly, pretty much any horror movie, I'm not a fan. It could be very well done. It could be one of the best things ever done. I just don't like the genre. So, and there's a lot of people love horror movies. So, pretty much any horror movie you can think of, it's not for me. I'm trying to think now. People love. Oh, Game of Thrones. Pretty much. I mean, if you set aside the last season, everybody loved Game of Thrones. I have zero. Like I said, I need to like people. My understanding is really the only likable guy is kind of killed off in the first season or first few episodes. It just hasn't grabbed my attention. Harry Potter is another one. I have zero interest in Harry Potter. I've read a little bit or seen a bit about it, and I'm like, it's just not my thing.
There's a plan. There's always.
So yeah, I think that covers. I mean, just Game of Thrones and Harry Potter alone, like that alienates me from like 95% of the world's population. Oh man. Oh, look at that. 12 off. Oh my gosh, he keeps getting more mystics. 19 and 15. Like, what are the odds, folks, that the last game that we look into just happens to be the one?
This one foresees a great victory.
This one does too, my kitty friend. Hold up. No, I love How to Train Your Dragon. All three movies, actually. I think they're very, very good movies. And I think everyone likes them too. And I'm not going to go so far as to say, because I haven't watched them all the way through, I'm not going to say that Harry Potter and Game of Thrones are overrated.
This one foresees a great
I do. There's a part of me that thinks that there's something about them that people love that isn't necessarily justified by but it's kind of like Star Wars. You could look at Star Wars even back then and say, okay, yeah, the effects are great, all these things are great, but the story itself is kind of meh. Like it's not anything fresh, you know. It's not some like mind-blowing story. So I'm not saying they're overrated, because like I said, I haven't sat down to watch them, but they just don't interest me. That's kind of the thing. Everyone loves the Hobbit movies. I'm glad you added that winky face, Jonas, because I was about to question your sanity. It's 5 away. 5 away, and his opponent's letting him do it, as if he is a clueless guest. But can he? He can hit. He can only hit with like the 1 and the 2, really. I mean, he could hit with more if he wanted to, but. Honey Badger, and those people are wrong. Wait. What? You didn't like that? No, Io liked it. Okay. I was gonna say I could have sworn Io was like I love the. I was pretty sure you like that series.
may prove useful.
I am very happy to be wrong at times.
Prove useful.
An overrated franchise, in my opinion, is Avatar. I just don't get it. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's another one. Yes, and I actually did see the first one, and I'm very familiar with the story of the second one. Yes, I would say that's eye candy. Eye candy can only get so far with me. Same with cinematography, to be honest. I'm not the biggest. Like if it's like, oh, the cinematography is amazing. Oh my gosh, he could do it right here. This is 30 with 8. He'll leave his opponent with 4 health, and he could wish in the giant. Here we are, folks. Here we are. We're witnessing the histories. Although I noticed he didn't say anything to us about it. Oh, there it is! There he is! There he is! Look at that ginormous! Okay, for real, I thought he was a 13-13 or something. So when it didn't occur to me immediately that.
Puny runt.
Oh, puny runt! He says, puny runt. Look at you, 2-2 against the mighty 30-30. Thin White Duke, you did it, you crazy. I'm sure he's talking with his chat or whatever, so I don't want to interrupt him, but look at you, buddy. Get that kill. Yes. The last one of the night. Look at that. Boy, howdy. You did it. You actually did it. You mad lad. We saw it. Popped back in for one last game, and there it was. That was a... I forgot he was a... let's see. The giant can be any stat line. Oh, okay, okay. Maybe that's why I thought, because I could have sworn I saw it as like a 13-13. Depends on how he was summoned. Oh, that's why he went for 30. Yeah, chat wanted me to do it just to do Alduin, but I'm too stubborn. Alduin, Malduin. He's old news. Petite, too. Tell chat to have a little faith, a lot of patience, and a disregard for the odds. For shame. Have they not learned? You all didn't doubt him, did you? You knew damn well he was going to pull it off. Never a doubt in my mind, anyway. But yeah, I would say Avatar is, yeah. Going back to our music discussion, How to Train Your Dragon had some of the best music. Very good music, yep. And also had some of that Celtic feel. John Powell did such a good job. I didn't know his name. I should have, though. I should have looked into that because he's actually very good. Harry Potter is very defined by being a cultural impact for the mid-late millennial generation. I concur. Maybe that's what I was getting to. It was for a certain age group, I think, that hit home the most. There are a few people that were my age that maybe got into it, or maybe a few years younger, but so if you did not grow up with the series, it's not as easy to have the same relationship to it. Yeah, exactly. Huge smash. Story-wise, Avatar is incredibly overrated. The only thing that truly deserves is the hype for its incredible visual effects, work, and innovation. Yes, exactly. Yep, 100% agree, Jonas. It is. I think it could be used in conjunction with a much better story, but yes, he continues to be able to push the technical boundaries of the medium. GG to Duke's opponent for not conceding early. Pro. Then white. Duke star. Never doubted you. Who stuck around? There we go. Yeah, easily could have. Well, and that was the same IO. If you watch my OTK, which is far less spectacular, it was kind of the same thing. Our opponent kept going. Now, the only difference is our opponent actually, like I said, got us down to 1. So, you know, but yeah, it was felt kind of the same thing. Like he was just sticking in it just to be. Yeah, I friend requested them. Hopefully they accept. Honestly, want to thank them. Yeah, that's hard. Hopefully. It's hard. Most friend invites end up in taunts or verbal abuse, sadly. Lots of folks shy away from accepting. But maybe one day he'll see it and realize what he was a part of. And that is its own reward. Yeah, exactly, Beowulf. Yeah, when you let, if, yeah, you got to know that something big is coming down. But maybe he could very well have just been curious. Like, what the heck is this guy doing? Like, he's empowering. He had to know that the empowerment was happening. The game was a slog. Yeah, that's kind of the kick in the teeth. You know, you go for the amazing thing, and it's like, oh gosh. And at the end, you go, was it worth it? Yeah, I'm gonna say it was worth it, because it seems really not cool for me to say otherwise. But yeah, I don't know how much about this. I don't know much about the Harry Potter. Hey, Honey Badger, you sound like an old person. I don't know much about the internets, or I don't know much about my mom for the longest time called this the YouTube. She's like, I was watching the YouTube. You sound like that. I don't know much about the Harry Potter, but it seems like the fan base was happy with the adaptation. Not a lot of outcry like there was with The Hobbit. Yeah, that is, I guess, a fair thing to say. I did hear here and there little bits of grumblings, but not anywhere near what The Hobbit got. I think they got a much more faithful adaptation. The new stuff, I wouldn't hang my hat on that if I was a fan, but the films at least apparently did it fairly good justice. And I think the effects were up to the task for the most part from what I saw. Unless I'm just in the wrong circles. I enjoyed Hogwarts Legacy game more than the films. Yeah, I heard it was really good. I heard it was, well, I know there was a controversy around it, but I know it became a very high seller. I know a lot of people bought it. My best friend loved that game. I meant to add the Harry Potter films. The Harry Potter films versus the Harry Potter. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I can't diss it because I haven't seen it. It just, you know, like I said, never peaked. But I feel like, I mean, I missed Pokemon, Power Rangers, and Harry Potter. I think those are the top 3 that I was just a little too old for, and so they never grabbed me. And then the next thing I know, that's all anybody's talking about are those 3 things. And then Game of Thrones came along recently, and maybe if it had finished well, I might have been inclined to. But everybody's like, stop at season 7. If you like, watch it, love it, and then stop at season 7. I'm like, can I root for anybody? Well, I mean, you know, there's dragon and there's stuff, and you know, but I hear at least it's very well done, you know. Oh, also, I mean, Breaking Bad. I watched 4 episodes of it, and I was like, I just couldn't get into it. My friend let me borrow the first season of Mad Men. Got done with it. I was like, I won't finish watching it. Sons of Anarchy, I did finish, but wasn't a huge fan of it. So there's a lot, actually. There's a lot of stuff out there that has global appeal, or at least broad appeal, that just completely misses on me. And like I said, anything by the Coen brothers. I mean, it's not a series per se, but they are their own thing. Pretty much anything by the Coen brothers, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't think they're bad movies. I'm not gonna say that they don't know what they're doing as filmmakers or anything, but I just, for the life of me, cannot get it. Let's see. The controversy stems from J.K. Rowling's stance on men and women. That was what the big outcry was. Yeah, which I don't understand. Again, saying men are men and women are women. Like, as far as I know, she didn't go out of her way to, I'm like, she didn't get enmeshed in it. She literally made that comment. Like, and it's more of a, almost from a feminist standpoint-ish kind of thing. But it's like, you're fine as people. You're fine, but real women are real women. Like, there's a difference between a real woman and somebody who's seeking to, however you want to phrase it. But again, the idea that that's hateful, and the fact that that alone is really why people are just like, oh, she needs to be. I'm like, your reaction to her comment is far more hateful than whatever you're claiming her comment was. You can say it's hateful, but the reaction I saw to that and the whole, oh, she needs to be disemboweled and, and oh, we're not going to buy any, which is bullcrap. They still bought the stuff. But yeah, it was, to me, that was a bit of an overreaction. Like, even if somebody says something I don't like and decidedly don't like, it's like, it is the most blind hypocrisy to be like, oh, I hate that person. Because I guarantee you whatever they said probably wasn't as hateful as that attitude. So yeah, but yeah, I know that's where the controversy came from, but let's see. Harry Potter books are still banned in different parts of the country? Really? Joseph, why? Like the US? Which is so outrageous, but it's comical at the same time. Controversy because of J.K. Rowling, but the issues surrounding her and her comments regarding too many letters in it from the game. Yeah, exactly. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, there's elements of that in the game. Like, it's not that the game has nothing in there. It's literally just her personal beliefs, her personal comments, and people saying, okay, well, therefore, if you think that. Yeah, and they've got some really nasty names for that. But yeah, it's... most folks in Outcry can't differentiate one person's opinion from the franchise they created. Well, and that's the thing too. It's not even like self-insert. Like, there are some writers who they put their personal beliefs into what they do. But I'm like, look at Tom Cruise. The guy is hardcore Scientology, and whether you agree with it or not, he doesn't put it in his movies. There's not even allusion to it. He's not even like, well, there's a greater truth out there. It's not like you're watching Mission Impossible and he's like, guys, if we could all just become elevated level 5 Lotus laser crap nuggets, we could take care of this problem. And then they're like, no. He's like, okay, fine. Like, he doesn't even do that. He doesn't what he does in his, you can say, okay, I'm not a big fan of Scientology or whatever else, but because he makes that distinction, he's not out there blasting about it. He's not out there, talking it up all the time. If he talks about anything, it's usually, hey, I love the fans. Thanks for coming out. Here's my movie. He keeps that line very, very separate. And so it's very easy to say, okay, there's no difference there. J.K. Rowling, as far as I know, didn't put anything in those books or anything in her new stuff that even has a sentence that says, hey, men are men, women are women. So it's like, okay, here's my personal talk, but here's a fantasy series that has nothing to do with any of that. And so it's like, I have a problem if you do an interview with a director and he's like, oh yeah, I totally put this and this in there because I wanted to stick it to these guys. Okay, well, it's going to be a little harder for me to separate you from your art because you are not separating you from your art. You are infusing your art with your very polarizing stance. And I think it's very natural for part of your audience to go, well, screw you then. It's going to be harder to enjoy your art when you are infusing it with that. Whereas, if it's, broader themes, like people could say, like Lucas was saying stuff about Vietnam or whatever in like Return of the Jedi or whatever, what have you. Again, Jonas talk about themes. Like, you can have themes, you can have ideas. Same Tolkien, industrialization versus natural. But it wasn't laid on thick. It wasn't like, I'm condemning this and modern design and blah, blah, blah. He was using a typewriter, for crying out loud. Like, that's a nice update from the old pen and parchment or the hammer and chisel. But, I don't think he was anti-progress. He was just going, hey, I like my woods. I like my nature. And here's the conflict. Here's a conflict. Here's a thematic conflict. But, anyway. Yeah, Honey Badger, when I was a kid and it was coming out, there was a huge debate on it promoting witchcraft and devilries. Exactly. And it's still abandoned in certain states. See, I don't think it should be limited. I will say, like, part of my reluctance or reticence is if you Jedis. There are no Jedis. in the real world. So you can say Jedis do and say whatever, and there's no confusion. There's no like, oh, I want to be a Jedi, because it doesn't exist. There are real witches that call themselves witches, and they do witchcraft, and they do things. We had, for a brief time, there was somebody who lived with us who had been had been a witch, and she'd had those out-of-body experiences. She'd had no control over, her body at certain times, and had done seances and cadences or whatever. I mean, like, there is a legitimate witchcraft, and it's not what's in Harry Potter. Like, this whole idea of, like, good witches and that kind of thing. It's like, no, we're cursing. We're putting curses and hexes on people, and we're speaking. And I'm not saying every, value estimate, but the bottom line is you are talking about something that is very closely aligned with something that is in real life. And, from my personal experience with witches and witchcraft to a degree, I'm going, it doesn't really feel right. But it is still fantasy. It is still fantasy because we play D&D, and D&D has witches, and granted, none of those witches are like, hey, let's chum up with these witches, the hags and stuff. We're not getting chummy with these people. But you do have to be able to say, okay, there is the fantasy element, and you're saying, okay, yes, there's a real witch in real life, but that's not how I define my witches and my warlocks. I use the name, but then it's like, well, could you use a different name? But whatever, it is fantasy, So, there is, when you're using the same names and terms, and there is actually something real. But that said, I don't think the answer is take the books off the shelf. If people want to engage with it, they engage with it. And if it resonates with them, and they're just like, whatever, they call them witches, but I don't care. Whatever it is, the answer is not censorship. The answer is not removing people's availability to get it, because you're not going to help anything. All you're going to do is, if anything, you're going to make people more curious. Well, what is it they don't want me to know? Like, what if this really is some arcane knowledge? Let me take a look here, and I can say bibbity bobbity boo like they did. And I mean, there is. I mean, I do think, I'm not going to say that the spells and they're accurate, but there's stuff that is done in movies that is actually what witches actually do, and it's again, obviously, if you don't believe in spiritual stuff or whatever, that's it's, you go, okay, well, that's a bunch of simple tricks and nonsense or hokum or what have you, but. They depending on your bent. And that's the thing, when you get into, the problem is, as I see it, to a degree, when I was into Star Wars, and I was, wanting to be a Jedi, or wanting to be, I wanted to see the Millennium Falcon come down and take me away to a faraway place. The fantasy didn't tie with reality in any way, shape, or form. Whereas if you were like, oh my gosh, I love Harry Potter, I want to be a witch, or I want to be one of these things, you can seek things out in the real world, and they do exist. They're not going to be the same. You get a wand, and it may not do the zappity zap, but you can seek it out. And there are books, and there are rituals, and there are things. And hey, Hollywood's enmeshed in it. I can't remember the name of it. Something Grove. There's plenty of people that take it very seriously. And so you could, in theory, get drawn into that. But again, the answer is not to take away people's choice to do that. They may do it and go, okay, this was a mistake. They may do it and go, hey, this is great. I'm so glad I found this. But what I call, from my worldview, sin management doesn't work. Prohibition did not work in America. When we said no alcohol, what did people do? Hey, let's get it cheaper. Let's get it underground. Let's do it. Let's make it even more so. And hey, now you have gangsters and the mafia that can actually make use of it, because they're going to be the ones that supply it, not your friendly neighborhood liquor store. Now you can only get it from illicit people, and now you're feeding into the mob. So trying to cut out people's ability to engage in things that you don't personally, or I don't personally think is healthy or good, a lot of times it has the opposite effect, or at the very least, it's not a good effect. Like, I don't think any kid who is deprived, if they were told you can't read this, they're going to read it at some point. And, that kind of thing does tend to lead to rebellious type things. That said, a parent can say, hey, I don't know. It's muddled, but let's see. Yeah, anybody? When I was a kid and it was coming out, there was a huge debate on promoting it, witchcraft, and Devil. There we go. The boycott really hit them hard. Yeah. Well, and that was, and in fact, it almost had the opposite effect. And again, I just remember that happening when Chick-fil-A, and the owner, he was asked by the media, the owner was asked, how do you feel about, I don't remember what it was, marriage or something. He said, I believe in traditional family values. That was it. He didn't say, I'm against homosexuality, I'm against this, or I'm against anything at all. He just said, I'm for traditional family values as a person. He was asked as a person. He didn't go out there and say it, but he's asked it. And there was a whole backlash. Oh, Chick-fil-A is bigoted. They hate homosexuality and they want you dead and all this kind of stuff. We're going to boycott Chick-fil-A. And then like Chick-fil-A had like its biggest next 4 days ever because just everybody and their mother turned out for it. It really doesn't work very well. Certain boycotts can work and have worked, but a lot of the times it's not really the game. Exactly. Yeah. They were, that was the thing. People were declaring a boycott of the game. And then the people that were like, your reason for boycotting this is stupid. And their reason for buying it may not have been any better, but they're like, well, screw you then. I'm going to buy it just to stick it to you. You know, and so, but there are far more people who were going, I don't see there's a problem with what she said, than there were people that had a problem with it. So your boycott is not going to work. And those people probably ended up buying it anyway, because if you really love Harry Potter, you're not going to be like, you can't hold out forever. You get all mad, you get all pissed off, and then in a quiet time, you're like, all right, I'm going to buy a copy that's on the down low. I should rephrase a banned in schools. Oh, okay. I mean, that's still not okay. I don't think school, I don't know why school. Now, there are some books, there is some literature that I think is age inappropriate for children. You know, I don't think a third grader needs a book on sex ed or on sexual identity per se. You know, third grade, third grade, you know, we're pre-puberty even at this point. You can't even excuse it by that. I think there are some books, they don't need to be banned. They just shouldn't even be in an educational, you know, in a place where, you know, for children to get into that kind of thing. Because then you just open the door to whatever. Why don't we have pornography in schools? You know, why not? Hey, it's out there. Kids are going to learn it sooner or later. Why not have, you know, expose them to it when they're 6 or 7 years old? But like just there's nothing like that, anything close like that to Harry Potter. So I don't quite understand that idea, but you know, I actually don't know. There are probably lots of communities and towns that ban Harry Potter from all libraries. Ironic. Chancellor Palpatine, Revenge of the Sith, the greatest Star Wars film to date. See, you know, if I was somebody who was about censorship, I would have that stricken. Can I do that? Can I remove message? I can remove the message, but you see, I'm not going to do that because I know that the court of public opinion is going to be by my side by leaving it out there. And we just know Honey Badger is a man of questionable tastes. And I love how you picked one word. Like nobody else in any movie has ever said the word ironic. But I think I remember him saying that, ironic. But I don't know. Revenge of the Sith, the greatest Star. But that is blasphemy. That it's one thing to say the prequels are garbage, but I still like them. It's another thing to say they're the best movies ever. That you are treading on very thin ice. Yeah, Harry Potter was just the first thing to get canceled in a post 9/11 America. It released shortly after, and people were on edge and in fear of different cultures and ideas at the time. That's an accurate statement. It's a pretty significant event. At least it was to me, because I read the books and liked the movies and as a kid, but I didn't understand the hate. As an adult, I understand the situation slightly more. I guess technically Muslims got canceled first in post 9/11 America, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Yes, right. It wasn't the Chick-fil-A came out and said, if you're homosexual, you can't eat here. Right. And it wasn't even regularly making a comment on that. And again, it's, you know, you could argue there's no reason for the president of a company to come out and make a stance one way or the other. But when you get asked, as a human being, you have an opinion, you have a belief system. And to say, well, I decline to share the opinion that I'm being asked for because I'm afraid that it might offend some people. What are you going to do? But yeah, there was not a statement made. There was nothing, you know, in any way, shape, or form aimed at anybody. It was just it was a statement, and that was requested. And I don't, why that's, I don't know. Anyway, people have their preferences and their, you know, what they want to stand for. I'm just like, that's an interesting hill to die on, is all my point. But yeah, I don't. Why things were banned, why things are banned, why people think like, especially, I mean, prohibition, like that to me is like the most definitive moment where you go, banning things doesn't solve the problem. If you're trying to get rid of something, banning it and preventing people from getting it doesn't solve your problem. If you think it's a problem, that's not the solution for it. Your best bet is to arm them as best as you can with whatever you believe, and not brainwash, but just say, hey, here's a perspective to have when you're reading it, or here's something to think about when you're watching this, or whatever it is, and you leave it up to them, you know. And if they make mistakes, or they make a judgment call you don't like, well, either they'll learn or nothing will come of it. There's plenty of folks I know. I most of my friends actually love Harry Potter and Game of Thrones. And a lot of them are believers, you know, they're people that have a similar kind of world-ish view that I do, and they love it, and they're all about it, and they talk about it, and they're engrossed in it just like anybody else. So I'm like, okay, it's just but I mean, honestly, they never grabbed me. Honestly, if they had, because there was one point where I was like, you know what, screw it, I'm curious. Kind of, sort of, and I was like, let me see about the story, and it just didn't snag me. It's kind of like there's some people that play Tessel, and they're like, it's okay. It just didn't drag me in. I like Hearthstone, or I like Magic the Gathering. Just some things have a little more gravity to them. You know, like Skyrim. Skyrim drew me in pretty quick. I wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did. It was a popular game, so I thought it was overhyped, and then I was like, oh, this is really freaking awesome. It just works. Whoa. Whoa. We are going way off the rails here, folks. Way off the rails. I never said they were the best movies ever. However, one of many things they did better than everyone else were the lightsaber fights. In a manner of speaking, from a certain point of view, Honey Badger, you could argue that all the flourishes, all the leaping about, the twos and the fros actually are not economical. When it comes to fighting and you're trying to kill somebody or lop off an arm, you don't pirouette, you don't spinny spin. Who is it? There was somebody here. I think it was actually Edmorn, who I don't know that is here anymore. Somebody here actually took fencing lessons, which is what the original trilogy based their fights on. And that's about skew, poke, slash. You know, well, it's more poking than slashing, but it was like a form of that. So, while as a spectacle, a hollow husk of a spectacle, yes, they were more engaging, they were more entertaining, but all the turns and the this and the whoosh and the flourishes, give me somebody who's just trying to beat down the opponent. Luke and Vader's fight, there were moments where you could see it was choreographed, where Luke does this and he holds it for a second too long and then Vader knocks it up. And I'm kind of surprised they rolled with that take, because it's very obvious Luke just held it there for a second, and you would not do that if you're actually trying to fight each other. I'm not saying, especially the original, the Obi-Wan versus Luke, that's geriatric versus bodybuilder with bad knees. It did not play very well. Empire Strikes Back, though, I would say better, mechanically better than Jedi in terms of the lightsaber duel. I think there was a lot more energy because Vader's on it versus Mark Hamill, who just wasn't, I don't think he's just that great of a guy, but like in terms of a swordsman thing or whatever. But Empire Strikes Back is a very visceral and very, especially towards the end, has a very, good, just like overwhelming force beating down, under overwhelmed opponent. And I would say that it does those mechanics better than Jedi. Jedi, I think, has a much more poignant battle. It has a much more poignant moment in it. It's the essence, the quintessential moment in the trilogy and in all of Star Wars is that showdown with Luke and Vader, where the Force is watching and beholding the fate of the galaxy right here. Which, honestly, unless the Emperor had a trick up his sleeve to screw over Wedge and all the X-Wings that were in the Death Star, maybe because he was distracted, he couldn't do his stuff. But ultimately, whether Luke won or lost or Vader turned or not, the Death Star looked like it was going to blow up anyway. They were going to zap the reactor anyway. So how consequential it ultimately was, this is the kind of thing I'm not afraid to ask questions, even as a Star Wars fan. Not afraid to ask questions because, maybe there were some problems with it. Maybe there's a reason why Gary Kurtz left Lucas when he found out what the plot was going to be. The prequels have the best music too. Joseph, what? Yeah, I just got through telling people how smart you are and how great your decks are, and then you give me a take like this. 2-bit, whatever. But Duel of the Fates is the best Star Wars song by a long shot. By a long shot. The best music. It's short, but the best music by far is the Emperor's Throne Room. That is the best one. When Luke and Vader go at it, that is the best piece of music in the trilogy, right there. That's that. No question. Duel of the Fates is longer, a little more fanfare. It's a good piece of music. It's a great piece of music. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I might have to listen to it again. But hey, There are a lot of movies with great soundtracks that actually have horrible movies, and that's what we have here. It would have been better, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a re-edit, and I'm going to put Duel of the Fates in a good movie, in a movie that people want to watch. Harry Potter is a Star Wars knockoff? Huh? I said what I said. Like everyone. All right, I'm heading out. Have a good night. All right, Io. Good seeing you, my friend. Thanks for the great games. Thanks for the conversation, and I will see you. I will see you next time. Yeah, I got Monday, maybe the latest. Have a great weekend, my friend. I'm one of the mind that for most things that leaving people alone instead of getting up in their business. Yes, exactly, Jonas. 100%. Yep. Unless, I mean, really, unless. Now, I will say there is a little bit of a blurry line when it comes to what things actually have an impact on somebody. And I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, but I remember I had a conversation with one person who said, oh, I hear all these people say they want to be left alone, but then they have something to say about this. I'm like, well, yeah, because that actually is directly impacting them. If you're like, what your child is learning in school is impacting you at the house, especially if the kids come back and say, oh, my teacher told me this and this. It's like, whoa, wait, what? They told you what now? So there are some things that do have an impact, but like my parents did it. I told you in the one video, I got opted out of sex ed. My mom didn't say, you should not be teaching my kid, shouldn't be teaching kids about sex. I don't want there to be a sex education in school. She just said, okay, I would rather teach my son about it and just, take him out of the class or do whatever. Halloween party. For the first 5 years of elementary school, I was allowed to go to every Halloween party. The last year, the year that I got my Darth Vader helmet, the best costume ever, my mom said, we're not doing Halloween. And she opted me out of the Halloween party. She didn't say, don't have a Halloween party, which is what they're doing now. It's like, don't have a Christmas party. I'm sorry. The vast majority of people in this country kind of grew up with Christmas. It's kind of, it's not an American thing like we invented it, but it's kind of a thing. If you want to talk about culture, that's kind of it. Happy holidays is nothing. It's a generic nothingness. Christmas trees, Yuletides, comfort and joy, whatever. I have atheist friends who love the hell out of Christmas. They don't do anything with the Jesus part, but they love Santa. They love the presents. They love the mystique. They love the Lord. They love all that kind of stuff. They decorate like mad. It's not a religious holiday per se. There's plenty of people that enjoy Christmas, but we can't have Christmas because it's offensive. But, you, as a parent, you say, okay, I understand that maybe I'm the odd person out here. I don't want my kid participating in this, so I will come and pick them up. I'll arrange whatever I have to do. I just don't want to do that versus going, this is wrong. You shouldn't be doing this. We don't think it's okay, so you shouldn't either. There is that part of it where it should be more of a, this is my personal choice. And I don't need everybody else to agree with me. I hope so too. The game was, we already saw that one. Guitarist. Wait a minute. Oh, you got the tree part from us. You're welcome. Did we really? Is that oh gosh, to Norway. So the evergreen tree, or what is it officially, like a fir tree or a Douglas fir or something? We get that. That's a contribute there. The contribution from you all. But yeah, it's an amalgamation of so many different things. And then you got, I don't even know properly Santa Claus, like the version we have here, which there's actually a Christmas store somewhere in California, which is odd because it's California and they don't really have Christmas. You can't have Christmas if it's not even cold outside, according to my definition. But they had a Christmas store and it shows Christmas, like Santas from around the world. There's even a skinny Santa. That blows my mind. As an American, you can't have a skinny Santa. Like, he's got to be jolly and chubby and possibly diabetic with all the candy and stuff that he eats. But like, we don't have a skinny version here. But like, you got the red suit, the beard. Like, I don't know where that look ultimately came from. It feels like it came from a bunch of different things that kind of coalesce. And if I'm not mistaken, it could have very well come from Coca-Cola. They did those paintings, the Rembrandts or Renoirs or whatever the heck that guy's name is, that did like classic like 1950s pinup and art and everything. That may have been the first time that Santa was actually like manifested, like for real, in the 50s. Most of our Christmas carols, they're not even a century old. Like Carol of the Bells was, like I said, that was a repurposed song from the Ukraine that we made into a Christmas song, but it wasn't initially. And that goes back to like the early 1900s. Most of our Christmas stuff, not only was it written later, like in the 50s and 60s, it was written by Jewish guys, like people who don't even celebrate Christmas. Like they got Hanukkah, But yeah, a lot of them is like a duo. I think two Jewish guys wrote a lot of the songs. So much of Christmas has nothing to do with Christianity. Exactly. It's a pagan holiday traditions. Christ was supposedly born in summer months, right? The religion just adapted the pagan holiday to make conversion easier. Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's, yeah. Summer or spring is what I heard is when he was actually born. Like in the Middle East, that's when it would have been. And I'll admit, like, I don't know what the pagan holiday was before, like how, but like for me, the big deal, and it's not as big in Texas or, Florida or wherever, but like in places where it does get cold, like I like the fact that there is a holiday that is defined by lights and defined by, even if it doesn't always translate, joy, comfort, peace. Like those are the things that are in theory being channeled and championed, like regardless of what the source is. Like it's supposed to be about giving. It's supposed to be about family. It's supposed to be about all these things. And you also have the lights, and in a time where it's dark, it gets dark very early, and it's cold, and it's bitter, and the trees are barren. It's nice to have something where you go. We used to go back in the day. I don't know that people do it anymore, but we used to go around, we'd either walk or drive around neighborhoods and just see how people decorated. And you got the crisp smell of the winter air, and sometimes you can smell the snow coming, and you're anticipating as a child. You're anticipating Santa coming and the presents under the tree and all the really cool things, being off from school, like all of it really combined, especially for me and kids in my neighborhood, to really make it a magical time. And you walk around and you're just looking at all the different lights, and there's a magical element to it. They're just glowing. Sometimes the air is kind of hazy and you see the glow, you don't see the lights. Anyway, it's just a really cool thing. So I don't know if all of that existed sans, I'm not saying Christianity brought lights, but like if that's how the holiday was defined in paganism beforehand. If it wasn't, I'm grateful that it is now, regardless of how you choose to celebrate it. I like the fact that it is a warm, glowy, vibrant, jolly time of year in a time when things are actually looking pretty bad. In fact, we could probably use a second Christmas in January or February. Those are really crappy, cold, icky months as well. And it'd be nice to see some lights out in the yard and in people's houses. But what are you going to do? Let's see. And Lucas said that in the originals, it wasn't based on fencing because they were supposed to weigh 40 pounds. Well, he can say whatever he wants, Honey Badger. They got the guy who did the choreography was a fencer. Unless I completely have that wrong. But because they were supposed to weigh 40 pounds. You talk about the lightsabers were? Yeah, they were two-handed, but it's like the movements, I guess, are more akin to like fencing type things. Sorry, I rewrote the last one and read it back now, and it did not make sense grammatically. I prefer the exaggerated flipping. Two super beings who trained their whole life just standing in front of each other, trading blows like Luke and Vader felt clumsy. Felt clumsy? Okay, first of all, Vader is more machine now than man. What exactly do you expect him to do? He's not exactly Terminator or RoboCop. But here's the thing. They weren't trading blows, Joe. They never traded blows. When somebody got hit with a lightsaber, they lost a hand. Or Vader got sparks that flew off his armor. They didn't trade. It wasn't like they were just like bonking each other with they weren't styrofoam. Like they were dueling like Jedi. And that's what's been lost. That's the ridiculousness of the prequels. The originals, the Jedi weren't freaking superheroes. They weren't, they weren't doing the Yoda schizo thing where you're all over the place. Like it was contained. It was about discipline. And so your training manifested in slights, in same thing with actually fencing or whatever. Like you're not doing some grand gestures. You're not doing crazy stuff all over the place. A lot of not even fencing, just a lot of things in real life is just down to the minutia. It's down to the small things. It's how you flick your wrist. It's how you step aside. It's your footwork. My gosh, whether you're talking about fighting, actual fighting like boxing or MMA or fencing or whatever it is, footwork is a huge thing. Footwork is very subtle. Especially if you're just looking at it from the waist up, you're like, what the heck am I watching? But a lot of it is just really getting that distance down and goading out that move. Like it was a more refined time in the original trilogy. It was not about showmanship. It was not about woohoo and waha. It was about channeling the force to deflect blows, anticipating your opponent's move. And that's only going to manifest itself in very in smaller ways. And I agree with you. New Hope, kind of hard to watch. Very, very slow, not a lot of movement. Sure, Alec Guinness was freaking in his 70s, I think. You're not going to get a whole lot out of that guy. But I think both Empire and Jedi were far more than just standing there. There was the to and fro. There was people getting knocked off of platforms and people sending other people on platforms and using the Force to manipulate objects around poor Luke, who's just getting battered all to hell. And then there's Vader. And the Empire, the thing about the Empire fight, it's distinct. You have 3 different phases where, like, Vader's just talking to Luke like, hey, buddy, what's going on here? You know, my son, let me take a good look at you here as your dad. And, you know, gonna play with you a little bit, get a little more talking, you know, try to, you know, get a feel for what you're thinking, where you're at, where your head's at. Okay. We'll let you knock me off the platform. Okay. You did all right there. You know, most impressive. Like, okay, so he was getting a feel for how Luke did, how far his training had gone. And he saw him. Okay, he's got some jumps. He's got the Dagobah training. The second one is, okay, I'm gonna beat you without my lightsaber. I'm just gonna show you how outmatched you are. And then the third one is, I'm gonna beat you down and bend you to my will. And I don't think there's that distinction in the prequels. It's 2 guys against 1 doing acrobatics. Again, it's really what comes down to what you think a Jedi is. If a Jedi is a superhero and, you know, a Cirque du Soleil, then yeah, sure, absolutely. Prequels are awesome. But if you think it's a measured, focused battle of discipline and technique, then it's the original trilogy, hands down, no question. Let's see. Yep, lights, warmth, comfort, coziness. It was leading up to the turning of the sun in the darkest part of the year, especially this far north, where being in the south meant you get 6 hours of sunlight a day. Yeah. Ooh. I'm trying to think. Yeah, so our sun up in the wintertime is 7:38, maybe even 8:30, and sundown is 4:35-ish. So yeah, I mean, that's a short day anyway. 6 hours is considerably shorter. Holy cow. Jonas, just leave it to the people to decide what they want to read or not read. Though I love the original 3 more than any other Star Wars film. Well, there you go, Joe. So there's redemption. You have just done the Anakin turn. Not whiny, twirty Anakin, but you did Darth Vader Anakin turn, where you redeemed yourself at the last minute there. You may prefer the flipping and the dipping and the swipping and the whatevers, but as long as you understand that the original 3 are where it's at, then most is forgiven. Battle of Heroes. Imperial March is sick. Yep. But honestly, guys, come on. Most of you, if you've seen the trilogy, the first trilogy, Han and Leia's theme, you know what that sounds like. Yoda's theme, you know what that sounds like. March of the Ewoks. You may not like the Ewoks, but March of the Ewoks is pretty darn cool. You know what the Jawa's theme is. You know, well, I think Han and Leia have 2 different themes, actually. There's the grand, the well, it's the same song, but it's done in different measures. It's done with different intensity. Then there's the overall theme. I don't think that's in the prequels, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't think they put that in there. What was Anakin and Padme's? Did they have a theme? I don't even remember it. Now, granted, 100%, I've only seen the prequels like 1.5 times, so it's not quite fair. And the only reason I know Duel of the Fates is because when I played Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, which is a real-time strategy game, that was featured heavily. That was like, that's what the game started off with, and most of the music was about that. So, I'm very familiar with that song, and out of those, but like in my mind, there's no other thematical, and then of course the Imperial March and the Emperor's theme, just that creepy as hell. Like all those things are very they all have hooks. They're all like in your mind. I feel like a lot of the prequels is just like it's there. It's John Williams. It's not bad, but it's not like, whoa, that's the love, or that's the violence, or that's the terror. I can't even think. I'm thinking of like Palpatine. I'm trying to imagine in my head what the music is playing when we see Palpatine. Like, it's a very low key version of what we hear in Jedi. Is my recollection. Even a portion of the farthest north that gets no sun at all due to the axis of the Earth's rotation. They have no sunlight in the winter and the midnight sun in the summer, aka nights as bright as daytime. Wow. Okay, so that's kind of like Alaska then. You should talk with Poofiest. So yeah, that sounds like Alaska, where you have, I mean, not all the time, but it's like you have times where it's blackout, and then you have times where the sun never goes down. You have to have blackout blinds, otherwise you go crazy because you can't ever fall asleep because your body's like, oh, it's light out. It's time to be awake. It's 10 o'clock at night and looks like the afternoon. I didn't realize it was that way in Norway as well. But you don't get any of that, do you, Jonas? You're not that far off. You're closer to kind of a normal schedule. When you have time, you have to watch Shadowversity's breakdown of the fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin. He does a good job looking at the fight as someone who has studied fighting for years. He'll point out what was dumb and what is actually viable in fencing. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Honey Badger. I might have seen it actually. I might have, unless it came out recently. But I love Shadowversity, and I do without even seeing it. You know, if his point is, hey, the fight scenes are better here or there, without knowing where he stands on it, I will say that I would defer to him. He is definitely somebody that I think of as an expert when it comes to that kind of thing. He's definitely proven. I like Shadowversity a lot. I haven't watched him in a long time, but I do like him, and. Yeah, and I've liked the takes that I have seen from him. I do like. Zensky, I do like some Duels of the Fate. Yep, yeah. Again, not bad music. But hey, pornography has good music, right? From what I understand, really classy tunes, and that's what the prequels are like. Pornography. Oops. I'm late, but bye, IO. Happy holidays applies to every holiday of the year. Yeah, exactly, Honey Badger. Yeah, just say Merry Christmas like a normal person. And that's the thing. I've got friends that are, that are Jewish. I've got friends that are, like I said, different walks of life. And if he were to say Happy Hanukkah, it's like he knows I don't celebrate it necessarily, but that's his celebration. So Happy Hanukkah. Thank you, man. You too. Like, it's not an insult to wish me a happy holiday that I may or may not celebrate. It doesn't... The wish of that person is that I enjoy the season in whatever way it is. You want diversity? That's diversity. Happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, happy whatever, happy Christmas, Merry Christmas, happy Merry Christmas. That's what I say. Like, you want real diversity. You want those kind of things. You want people to be able to greet you and give you their well wishes for that particular season as it means to them, and saying, and I wish that joy for you. And it's not exclusive, and it's not saying that you need to cater to them or celebrate the holiday. In fact, elementary school, we're talking 1985. We actually had a guy come in. It was I had a classmate named Robin Levin, as you might guess, Jewish. Her father was Jewish, obviously, and he came in and taught us about Hanukkah. During our Christmas party, we were playing with dreidels and learning about menorahs, and he was singing. He brought his guitar and he was playing some folksy songs, and it's like, it was fine. We weren't like, oh, you're encroaching on Christmas, or it was more than merry. You want to do more of, not less than. Don't go generic. Generic is crap. Joseph says, that's a hot take, Honey Badger, and I disagree completely. Happy holidays is Thanksgiving and Christmas. Yeah, I guess happy holidays just saying happy this holiday season. Being happy this holiday season. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with happy holidays. It's just the fact that it became like, oh, don't say Merry Christmas. Like, we're not going to get decorations to say Merry Christmas or have Christmas trees on them or have snowmen. We need to make it as blank. Like, it's just a white napkin. It's a white plate with a white napkin. Happy holidays. And it's like, again, you just get watered down. It's very boring. But yeah, you don't necessarily think of like Easter or St. Patrick's Day or anything else. You don't say happy holidays for that. Happy Kwanzaa. Wait, are people trying to say happy holiday for Thanksgiving too? I'm guessing so. I consider Halloween as part of holiday season, but I think traditionally it's more Thanksgiving, Christmas, winter season. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to be out in the Christmas spirit when it's sunny and 60. Oh, so sunny and 85 out here. I remember I spent one Christmas in our grandparents paid for us to go to Disney for a week back when I was in college. And it was the worst. Christmas in Florida is just not Christmas. You can't. It was like 70 degrees. I'm out there in shorts. No bite in the air. No fire in the fireplace. No need for a fireplace. Barumpa bum bum. Nah, I'm not looking. I almost want to try to get out of Texas, like for the week of Christmas, just because I feel like it's gonna pass me by. It's just not gonna be Christmas out here. It can't be. It doesn't. Cactus is not a. It's just not good. I'll be in southern Alaska if I ever traveled over at the same latitude. Oh, okay. Interesting. You got to cross almost halfway into Canada before reaching the latitude of southern Norway. As much as I like to visit, I'd likely die in Texas. Guitar, if I hadn't moved here and like people out here don't like when the temperature finally started dropping, you know, especially in the morning and the evenings, like you would just be amazed how many people there are in Texas. Otherwise, it's like a freaking desert in terms of just nobody here. Like I'd go out at 11:30, go for a walk, get my tan, you know, and there's nobody out there. Nobody will stick their head out of the door. When the temperature drops or the sun goes down, it's like, whoa, there's a whole horde of people. So that to say, the people who lived here long enough, the people who know, don't go outside here. So you'd survive, guitarist, but we just have to have you in like some kind of incubation chamber that carried you out of like from the airplane through the car service or whatever. We get you in a refrigerated truck and then kind of back you up to the front door and just out, load you out there. Once you're in the house, you're fine. But yeah, getting here would be pretty rough for most people. But I would expect even more so if you're from cooler climes. Have you ever watched the Macy Day Parade? No, I don't think I ever have. Yeah, it's kind of anticlimactic. Well, they broadcast that they have all that. They'll have happy holidays displayed and they'll say it and stuff. True story. Just an old traditional parade. They're pretty boring to watch though. More exciting when I was a kid. Exactly, Joseph. Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't want to down on it if you were like, I love these things. They take me back to my childhood. But yeah, parades nowadays are kind of like, we have HDTV. It's really kind of hard to compete with that with your floats and your stuff. And they just don't put as much effort in, I don't think. Well, isn't the Macy's Day Parade including everything from Halloween? No, it's just a parade. It's a one-day thing, if I'm not mistaken. I used to watch the Thanksgiving one only. Yeah, me too. On occasion. I'm ignorant when it comes to the parade. I also somehow forgot New Year's. It's definitely in holiday season. Yeah, it's pretty much it's eggnog season, Joseph, and I'm pretty sure you're my other nog fan out there. I think it is. I think it's pretty much whenever an eggnog can be served, that defines the holiday season. If you can't get eggnog, it ain't the holidays. That's how I say it. Lightsabers in any Disney bounce off. Oh, they also, well, no, they don't even, when they do skewer, they don't kill. Yeah, Disney, there's no point. We can even though I think it's futile, we can debate prequels versus original trilogy or just the prequels in general. Sequels, they can't even enter the conversation. They are deficient in every possible way. There is nothing they excel at, other than they have more iconography in them than the prequels do. There's more familiar imagery in the prequels than there is in the sequels than there is in the prequels. That's it. That is the extent of the advantage that the sequels have. Yeah, they were standing in front of each other, smashing lightsabers against each other. Vader is powerful enough to pull a Star Destroyer out of the sky, and that's how he fights. Well, again, to be fair, Joseph, Vader wasn't pulling Star Destroyers out. That all came out prequels, post prequels. Andor was the only. Oh! By the way, I've got it today. I didn't get to watch it obviously because I'm here, but it came in the mail. I actually found used on eBay a Blu-ray of Andor, and I'm going to watch it this weekend because it came so highly recommended. I did a little more research, and seeing like what people were saying, and again, high recommendations here. I was like, screw it, I'm going to try it. So yeah, I'm going to take a good look, and if it's good, if I like it, I might do a review of it just because. It doesn't get a lot of play. It doesn't see a lot of stuff, but it sounds like it's going to be really good. And no Jedi, which from what I understand, that's kind of the main thing. You're not having to worry about working your story to accommodate these superheroes because that's what they become. Jedi are they are Marvel. They probably have even done the power landing at some point. And Jedi were never meant to be that. And so to your point, Joe, like Vader, his force choke was pretty much the extent of what he could do physically. Now granted, yeah, you see him in Empire, he's like grabbing some smaller objects and pulling stuff out of the wall. Like the telekinesis was kind of always there. But the level, I mean, remember Yoda had to close his eyes and concentrate to get the X-Wing out of the freaking swamp. This is before he's old and weak. He had to focus to get the X-Wing out of the swamp, and when he was done, like, that took a lot out of me. I can do it, but I got to focus, and it's exhausting. Vader, who, especially as Vader, not Anakin, is not nearly at the level of Yoda. Or if he is, we're talking maybe neck and neck, if that. Let's give that to him as a charity thing. He ain't pulling a Death Star out of the freaking sky. That is post-prequel spectacle, just go ham on Jedi just being able to do all the cool, crazy things. So when those movies came out, when the original trilogy came out, Vader was not canonically capable of bringing a Death Star out of orbit or into a planet. I don't even know if he would have been or should have been considered capable of doing it to an X-Wing. He's very strong in the Force, but the extent to which the Force could screw with things was somewhat limited in those movies. So it wasn't until the prequels blew the hinges off of that. Where was the Force run? The Force run that they do at the very beginning of the movie, like when they just like zip, whoop, teleport, they yeet themselves away from the blaster bolts or whatever. Why aren't we seeing that all the time? Why didn't we see the Jedi doing that against Darth Maul? It's just, it gets to a point where you can't sustain your own universe because you've got your guys acting like a bunch of freaking superheroes, but your universe isn't designed for that, and you have scenes that aren't designed for that. So suddenly you're like, oh, well, I guess we forgot to do that move. Or, well, technically, actually, it wouldn't work because, I mean, there's no magic system set up. There's nothing that defines or limits the Force's ability other than what they say in the original trilogy, which is size matters not. The Force only has an influence on the weak-minded. That's really all we get in terms of parameters of the Force. How long people can sustain it, how much energy it takes, what the extent is possible or not, really isn't covered, which is maybe not great. But yeah, in the original trilogy, they weren't thinking this is the guy who pulls Star Destroyers out of the sky. This is the guy who can kind of force choke you and fly a TIE fighter really well and maybe do some basic telekinesis stuff. In the Kenobi show, Vader gets hit and all that happens is some sparks and a little and then he's fine. Yeah. Once again, that's Star Wars. That's Star Wars fecal matter. Seepage. Tripe seepage. Wasn't the first Star Wars lightsaber play supposed to be more like samurai? I think so, Zen. Well, I mean, yeah. Honestly, that would make sense. With the two-handed grip, that would make more sense. I don't know. I could have sworn. I mean, I'll have to read. I have a book, Making of the Empire Strikes Back. I'll have to go in. I could have sworn I read it in there that it was like they consulted with, or they were working with so-and-so who's a fencing master. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's a guy who knows fencing or knows swordplay and adapted it. And so it's not fencing, but it's the guy who knew it, or the guy who taught it was a fencing guy. But yeah, I mean, it definitely looks more like samurai stuff. In the Kenobi, I'd say, I like the fight, sure, but I'd expect a little more grace from a highly powerful warrior capable of shooting lightning out of his wiener. What? What? Okay, is that in Disney Star Wars? It probably is. Honestly, I would not be surprised if that actually was in a Disney canon. Disney canon is that one of the Jedi can shoot lightning out of his wiener. But I'm not sure which. Are we talking about Obi-Wan? Are we talking about Vader? Are we talking about Palpatine? But as the OG sequels continued, George went more towards fencing. So started off as samurai, went more towards it. Yeah, possibly. I'll have to dig into that a little bit more. I mean, I don't think Honey Badger's lying, certainly, but I do wonder what pieces of it that I'm remembering are true and which ones are implied and which ones are true but don't have any bearing. Yeah, Honey Badger, the new Star Wars lightsaber blows are like video games. I prefer the dismembering when you get struck by... Yeah, exactly. Using only the flat part of the lightsaber so we don't hurt each other. Wait, that's in quotes. What is that from? If you're actually quoting something, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They're not a sword. There's no edge alignment on a lightsaber until you get to the darksaber. Right? Yep. Which is essentially a blade that I think can battle, it can fight off, it can handle the energy from a lightsaber. I was a Star Wars kid too. At my school library, they had Star Wars Teardown book, showed room layouts of the ships and the inner working of droids. I poured through. Oh, that sounds awesome. I don't know that I ever saw that book. I've seen most of the books. I don't think I saw that one. Yes, lightsabers are very light, which makes you question why Luke Skywalker was exhausted swinging it like a heavy sword when he was cutting Vader's hand off. Joe, come now, Joe. Joe. I guarantee you, if you were to take a dowel rod, something that has no weight to it whatsoever, and I had you like I've had to do when I did karate, we had to do these moves, these the what do you call them? They're forms. They're called forms, and you're not using any weapons at all. You do these forms, and they're very move, step, twist, kick once, back, very measured, very whatever. At the end of it, you're sweating, and you're exhausted, and you're tired, especially if you're not in the greatest shape. Luke he's been dealing with heavy emotional toll for the whole thing, pretty much ever since he came into the Death Star. He's out of his mind, raged. He's been fighting. Now, granted, at that moment he was hiding right before this fight, but he was even you could see he wasn't breathing heavy, like panting, but he was like trying to calm himself, trying to force himself down there. He goes crazy, and he's got a flurry of stuff. It's not the weight, it's the movement, just the kinetic movement. You're going to tire yourself out. It's not like he was like trying to lift his sword. He was like, and he was fast. He was lightning fast. He wasn't struggling. He was hacking. Now, I will grant you this, and this is another part that I critique. Why was he continuing? Like, when Vader goes down, he's holding his sword up like this. Why is Luke just hammering on the lightsaber instead of like doing anything, coming in from the side? Other than the rage. That's the only thing I can say. He had unstoppable rage, and he's just like, I'm going to beat you down. But you could also then argue, we know that was Vader's artificial arm, because when his hand gets cut off, it's got the wires there. You're telling me that his arm got tired? Like, how is it this, more machine than man is feeling fatigue and is falling down? Shouldn't his mechanisms be holding him up? And allowing him to have more stamina than a normal person, even though he's got his little aspirator thing going on. These are all fair critiques. I'm not one of these that will blindly defend the original trilogy just because I grew up with them. But Joe just likes flipping. Watch the Olympics, Joe. Watch the Olympics. There's lots of flipping in those. Well, not the modern Olympics. Watch old Olympics. There's a lot of cool flipping and stuff in there. But if you want real, legitimate, hardcore, true spirit of Star Wars fighting, watch Empire Strikes Back. Well, like I mentioned above, I think I heard somewhere the original movie was more inspired by samurai swordplay. It was intentionally heavy, but George moved away from that for the sequels. The dark side. I think you're meaning for the original trilogy. And then he moved away from that. George made a lot of stupid decisions after Empire, really. He barely got Jedi out the door without it just evolving. And then we get, Crystal Skull, and we get freaking what is it? Howard the Duck, for crying out loud. Like, George's best creative years were up to 1980. After that, not really a whole lot that he personally did. He oversaw a lot of projects that did well. Video games, Sam and Max, the Monkey Island series. There's a lot of games and stuff that LucasArts did, but the dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some would deem unnatural. But when we fight, we just stand here and swing sticks. Hey, to be fair, come on, guys. Okay, using that line, abilities that some would deem unnatural, if you're going to apply that to the originals, that applies to the flipping around too. You're telling me you've got abilities unnatural, you've got all these superpowers, you can run and zip and do all this kind of stuff, and all you're doing is flipping around and twirling? Like, you can use that same standard and say, really, what are we doing here, guys? You had a much more flurry, but it wasn't all that impressive. I got a bunch of stuff to burn. Christmas and sweating from the heat outside don't mix. No, they don't. I'm going to be having at least a few fires this winter. Excellent. Honey Badger, I hate the heat. I do too, which makes it very strange for me to be here. But for me, it's more about where I'm at, what I'm doing than where I'm at. Unfortunately, what I'm doing right now is awesome. But of course, this is not the whole story. Don't worry, Schwer, they have Mardi Gras in Texas. Do they really? I'm not a Mardi Gras guy, though. You know me. What do I like about Mardi Gras? I don't even like the beads. Andor does do a great job of showing the normal side of life of the galaxy, the ones who became rebels as normal citizens under the Empire who actually feel threatened in this show. I like that. When I was in the military, I didn't know you were in the military, Jonas. What? What? Is that required? I know there's some countries, a lot of countries actually, that do require like 2 to 4 years of military service. Is that required? When I was in the military in a ceremonial parade role, our drill commander told us if we weren't sweating from one all-around turn, 180-degree turn, while standing on spot, we were doing it wrong. There we go. There we go, Joe. There it is. So yeah, precise motion with little to no weight can be taxing. Norway has mandated service of 1 year. We should have that too, honestly. Just like, I mean, to a lesser extent, I think everybody needs to work in food service or retail for like a year or a few months at least to just understand the nature of the job, what you have control over, what you don't, so you can treat customers with a little bit or treat employees with more respect when you're actually out in the real world. But military service, just to understand that and to have, to have served, have firearm training, have all that kind of stuff, self-defense. I think that's 2 to 4 years. Like in Taiwan, I think it's 4 years maybe, or at least 2. That's a little much. That really takes you out of circulation. It can really kind of set you back. I wouldn't be a fan of that. But 1 year I think is fair. And there we go. If nothing else, it can be brought to bear in a discussion like this, where we have a man being mocked for exerting effort when in real life that's what you do. Schwartz is going to really get into Mardi Gras. You don't know me so well, do you? You can go to a real parade. I don't know how good Texas does it, but as long as they let you get drunk in public like Mobile and New Orleans, it'll be fun. Yeah, but yeah, drunken heat, that's another one. Like if I'm going to get like drunk in like at an event, especially like in the holidays, it's got to be like eggnog and rum or something where it gives me the warm fuzzies just drinking it. I don't want to get drunk in the heat. That's regurgitation season right there. Mardi Gras is sick. I couldn't agree more, but I mean sick as in ill, and I mean ill as in infirmed. A bunch of drunk people and delicious pastries flying at you. Typically drunk people do a lot of regurgitation and defecation and urination. All the nations I don't like. Those are I am against certain nations, and it's or Asians, and it is regurgitation, defecation, and urination. The delicious pastries, they don't account for all that. Did you see that Adam Driver said he'll never come back for Star Wars? Because Adam Driver is a smart guy, also former military man. But yeah, he knows what's up. He knows what's up. Despite being the closest thing to the sequels, he said he ain't coming back. Oh, the best thing in the sequels. Yeah. So I will say, though, Honey Badger, I don't blame Adam Driver, but his character in that is crap. Like, he was awesome until he took the helmet off. Because I did see The Force Awakens. Because I was willing to give it a chance. I was hopeful. J.J. Abrams, I thought, did okay with the Star Trek. It was all right. But as soon as he took off the helmet, man, he just turned into you thought Anakin was... I thought Anakin was whiny. Anakin was whiny, but he didn't have temper tantrums like that. He was one sad sack of nothing. So I like Adam Driver well enough, but his role... Kylo Ren was a piece of trash. He's going to hate Andor. Any bets? Joseph, I don't know who Andor is. Andor's the planet, isn't it? I think it's the planet. Or is it the character? Did you see, what's not to love? Jeez. Joe. Trying to goad. I don't think I'm going to hate it, but we'll see. We'll see. The TV show prior to Rogue One, I thought Rogue One was decent. Rogue One is the best Disney Star Wars they have churned out. Yes, that I can 100% agree with. I don't necessarily I don't have it in high esteem for several reasons, but it's definitely the best Disney has done for sure. It's called a Force Dash. If you played Force Unleashed, you would know that, Schwart. I shouldn't have to play a video game to know what something is called in a movie, and I couldn't care less what it's called if they only do it one time because it's OP AF. It's like that bullcrap Holdo maneuver. Yeah, let's just break galactic warfare by making it so you can just have a ship go to light speed and blast through something. That's not going to cause problems. Hey, we got a hyperdrive. Let's just stick it in a pointy object and send it off at this capital ship that costs 20,000 times more. What's the holdo maneuver? Bunch of dillweeds, I swear to goodness. Not you guys, I'm talking about Disney. Star Wars lightsaber fights originally was very inspired by samurai movies. Darth Vader in his armor essentially looking like a sci-fi samurai, helmet and all. Yep. Oh yeah, you even had the flare, you know? Yeah, the flare. Exactly. Which I think that was modeled more after like the German helmet, but it did have samurai-esque vibes to it. It's not lore confirmed. I just know that he can. Wait, are you talking about the Star Destroyer? Okay, I gotta go. I've had beef stew in the crockpot all day and it's ready. Awesome, Joe. Enjoy that, my friend. Enjoy that. It sounds delicious. And way to be prepared with the meals there. I'm sure he can, Joseph. But I'm if you're talking about the Death Star or the Star Destroyer, I'm after the Disney after the prequels. I'm sure he could. I'm just saying it wasn't a thing in the 70s and 80s. Darksaber is a lightsaber from the Old Republic, first appeared in Clone Wars. How can you tell that Crystal Skull was made by two old guys, Spielberg and Lucas? Knowledge. Knowledge was their treasure. I think Israel has a mandatory service of 3 years, 18 to 21. I mean, I know Gal Gadot served in the Israeli Special Forces or something. And again, yeah, I think that's required. Adam Driver isn't just a former military man. He's a Marine. Sorry. I don't want to send off any. Oh, it is Cassian Andor. Okay. See, that's how much I know about whatever stuff. Okay, so it is about the guy. But I liked him well enough in this show. And again, as much as younger me liked the Force, after seeing what it has done, where it's turned all Jedis into superheroes, get rid of the Force. I'm good with the Force not being in a Star Wars thing. It's perfectly fine. But that's what I read about it. I heard that if you take it out of the Star Wars universe, it would fit anywhere else, which means in theory, it's well written. I am very skeptical because it's coming out of Disney. I don't know how it would get past, certain minds without it being infused with a bunch of garbage that I don't like. But I've heard enough good things about it that I'm willing to at least give it a shot. It can't be any worse than Raising Arizona. My gosh. I haven't seen the show either. I'm guessing I'm gonna like it. I'm not even going with high expectations. I'm going in with moderate expectations because I've heard enough people who I respect say they liked it and that it's good. All right, Jonas, I'll let you know how I think about it. I don't know that I'll get finished with it. Well, yeah, I'll probably start it tonight and then probably finish it tomorrow. It's only one season. I agree with you as a personal growth and understanding thing, as a principled individual freedom thing. I don't agree. Oh, okay. Fair enough, guitarists. Yeah, I get you. And that, yeah, no, and yeah, I concur. Principled individual freedom thing. Yeah, that's very true. Yep. I'll swip that around because I am less government. Yeah. I think it would be good for people to choose that, but yes, mandatory military service. I agree. That's an overreach. Alrighty. And then there were 9, just like the 9 men who were to die. But, wow. All right. Good talking. And we once again killed 9 men. Yes, doomed to die. What did I say? Doomed to watch the prequels? Doomed to be melodramatic? The Great Eye. Well, always a good time discussing these things with you all. Again, it's just fun. It's just fun having, I mean, not completely pointless, but largely intellectually stimulating yet almost completely meaningless debates. There's nothing better. So, good night, anybody. Good night to everyone else. Go check out the Thin White Duke. I think he's still playing. He said he was going to be playing for 8 hours, and he started a little bit after us, so he's probably got Another 2.5 hours in the tank. It's called a fun debate. Yes. Or a fun bait. Okay, we'll call it a fun debate. Yeah. Alrighty, my friends. Until next time, thanks for making this a great war at 4.